Beneath the Skin, The Anomaly, by S.A. Wolf. Chapter 1. The city breathes. She woke before the alarm. She always did lately. Her body had developed opinions about sleep, about how much was enough, about the precise moment the darkness outside the curtains shifted from black to the particular blue-gray that meant the city was deciding to begin again. She lay still and listened to the villa wake around her, the creak of the old house settling, a pipe somewhere below, knocking once. The distant, rain-blurred sound of Velkern's first trams pulling into motion 3 streets over. She knew all of these sounds, had known them her whole life, had never, until recently, been able to hear the trams from her bedroom. She pressed her fingers against the sheet beneath her cool linen, the slight rough texture of it, the particular weight of the old quilt folded at the foot of the bed. Physical inventory. It was a habit she had developed over the past several weeks without fully meaning to, the deliberate cataloging of what was real and present and measurable, as if touching the known edges of things was a way of confirming that she was still inside them. She was still inside them. She got up. The Vance villa woke in layers. First, the light, which arrived in Velkern the way it arrived everywhere in this city apologetically, through a ceiling of cloud, pale and diffuse, and somehow managing to illuminate everything without committing to brightness. Elara moved through it in the early quiet, barefoot on cold stone floors, and tried not to notice the way her feet knew every room, the creak of the third step, the particular give of the kitchen threshold. 21 years of body memory, so deep it had stopped feeling like memory and started feeling like instinct. Second, the smell of coffee, which meant someone was already up. She found her mother in the kitchen, reading something on her tablet with the focused, slightly concerned expression she wore when reviewing university correspondence. Elara Vance was a woman who conducted mornings with the same careful intention she brought to everything else: coffee, prepared in a specific sequence, the tablet propped at a specific angle, the news read before speaking to anyone, a personal armistice against a world that otherwise arrived too quickly. Elara had inherited this quality. The armistice, the need for a buffer between sleep and the full weight of consciousness. She poured herself a cup without speaking. Her mother glanced up, registered her presence with a small nod that meant, "I see you, we can talk in a moment, the world will still be here." Elara settled against the counter and drank her coffee and let the morning be quiet. The coffee was very good. It was also, and this was a newer development, one she had been cataloging alongside the trams, and the light extremely vivid. Not stronger, just more. The bitterness more specifically bitter, the warmth of it more specifically warm, the smell of it arriving in layers she had not previously been aware of. Roasted earth, something faintly smoky, the ghost of something floral underneath. It is still just coffee, she told herself, and almost believed it. Leela arrived at 7:43 in the specific manner of someone who had been awake since 6, but had spent the intervening time conducting a very thorough internal argument, and only just won it. She dropped into the chair across from Elara, with a book under one arm and the expression of a person who had assembled an opinion about several things and was deciding which one to lead with. Elara Vance, at 18, was 3 inches shorter than her sister, twice as loud, and possessed of a particular quality of attention that could be either entirely flattering or quietly unnerving depending on where it was directed. At Elara, this morning, it was directed with the focused energy of someone who had noticed something and was giving it time to confirm itself. "You look tired," Leela said, which was Leela's version of, "Something is wrong, I am giving you the option to tell me before I start asking." "I'm fine." "You've been fine a lot lately." Elara set down her cup. "Is that a problem?" "No." Leela opened her book, which meant she was either genuinely dropping it or absolutely not dropping it and creating cover. "You look tired in a specific way, that's all. Like you've been concentrating too hard on something, for weeks." She had not been wrong about many things in her life. She was not wrong about this. Elara picked up her coffee again and said nothing, and the kitchen held the particular warmth of a room that was waiting for a conversation it wasn't going to have yet. "Professor Selim assigned 300 pages this week," Leela said, turning a page. "On the intersections of myth and civic architecture, which is either incredibly boring or incredibly interesting, and I haven't decided which. Both, Elara said. Both, Leela looked up. Something in her expression settled the watchfulness easing back into the comfortable. Okay, both. She went back to her reading. Elara finished her coffee. Outside the kitchen window, Velkern's sky had graduated from gray to a pale, washed silver that the city wore in autumn like something old and familiar. The first trams would be full now. The university quarter would be opening its buildings, unlocking its libraries, beginning the particular organized hum of 10,000 people trying to learn things inside a city that was busy keeping secrets from most of them. Elara rinsed her cup, set it on the rack, and went to get ready. She gave herself 20 minutes, which she spent mostly in the archive room. The Vance family archive occupied what had once been a second sitting room on the villa's east side, and had accumulated over 3 generations the particular density of a space that no one had ever quite managed to organize, because to organize it would be to admit that something had ended. Her grandfather's books, her grandmother's research journals, filed with a precision that had not survived the transition to their daughter's custody. Her mother's academic papers, added to the shelves in overlapping piles that had their own internal logic if you knew how to read it. Elara had grown up reading it. She knew every shelf. She wasn't looking for anything specific. She told herself this and stood in the gray morning light and looked at the shelves anyway. The journal she was not looking for was on the 3rd shelf from the bottom, between a water-damaged collection of Velkern civic records and a stack of her grandmother's correspondence that no one had opened in years. Her grandfather's name was on the spine in his own hand, E. Vance, in the careful script of someone who had learned to write when penmanship was still considered a form of character. She had looked at it every morning for 2 weeks. She had not opened it. She went to get her coat instead. Velkern in the morning had a specific grammar. She had never thought about it this way before and had moved through the city her entire life without needing to name the texture of it. Now she noticed. Now she noticed most things in a way she was still trying to decide was a gift or a problem. The upper ring was quiet at this hour, which was by design. These streets had been built for a particular kind of life, measured, unhurried, conducted at a volume that did not disturb the neighbors or the legacy. The old stone buildings held the night's cold in their facades and exhaled it slowly as the morning arrived. Iron gates. Narrow paths between walls draped in ivy that had been growing long enough to have opinions. The sound of her own footsteps very clear. She walked to the tram stop and waited, and the city shifted around her as it always shifted at this hour, the careful quiet of the upper ring giving way, as she descended toward the mid-district, to something louder and more layered. More alive or differently alive. More people, more smell. The particular olfactory collision of a city in motion. Coffee and exhaust and rain-soaked stone and someone's bread from a window 3 floors up, and underneath all of it always something older. The stone itself. Velkern had bones, and the bones had a smell, and lately she could not stop being aware of it. She stood in the tram and held the rail and watched the city pass the windows and told herself, as she had been telling herself for weeks, that this was fine. That people's senses changed. That stress could do strange things to perception. That she was a 21-year-old woman in her 3rd year at a good university in a city she had lived in her entire life, and she was perfectly, entirely, ordinarily fine. The tram stopped. She got off. The mid-district arrived around her like a second language. She had spoken so long it lived in her body the rhythm of the crowds, the geography of the market streets. The particular acoustics of the university quarter, where the old stone buildings funneled sound in ways the architects probably hadn't planned for. She walked through it, and it walked through her, and the morning pressed itself against her senses with the thoroughness of something that had decided she needed to pay more attention. Pay attention to what she didn't know, but something was asking. The lecture hall was nearly full by the time she arrived, which was a circumstance she had previously found unremarkable. She found a seat toward the back, not the back row, which felt performative, but the second to last, which felt practical. She set down her bag, opened her notebook, wrote the date at the top of a clean page and the title of the module, and felt, for a brief interval, entirely like herself. Then the person beside her shifted in their seat, and she heard their heartbeat. Not loudly, not dramatically, just a present. A clean, rhythmic percussion, slightly elevated, the kind that came from someone who had climbed stairs recently or had 2 coffees. It was there in the air, the way sounds were there, real and physical and arriving in her ear with a directness that should not have been possible from this distance. She looked at the page in front of her, wrote a word. I looked at it. The hall was filling. 100 small sounds sorting themselves in her mind with a precision she had not asked for. The scratch of someone's pen, the cough from 3 rows forward, the specific resonance of the old window frames moving in the wind outside, the dull thud of someone's bag hitting the floor, the particular rustle of a coat being removed by someone who was cold and glad to be inside. She could hear all of it. She could hear all of it simultaneously and separately, like a piece of music whose individual instruments she could no longer choose to blend. She pressed her pen against the page and focused on the pressure of it, the coolness of the notebook's paper, the weight of her own breathing, deliberate and even. You are in a lecture hall. This is ordinary. You are here, and this is ordinary, and everything is fine. The lecturer arrived. The room settled. Elara kept her eyes on the page and wrote everything that was said and let the effort of that narrowing occupy her completely. And the sounds receded, not disappeared, but receded, the way music did when you had been listening to it long enough that your mind stopped actively processing it and let it become background. She breathed out slowly. Fine, everything was fine. The lecture ended, and she left before the crowd. Not running, she was not the kind of person who ran from things, or at least she had not previously been. She simply moved efficiently toward the exit while the room was still processing the end of the session, and found herself in the corridor outside with the specific relief of someone who has been holding something together for 90 minutes and is very glad to have a moment to set it down. The corridor was stone-floored, high-ceilinged, emptier than the hall. Her footsteps echoed. The air here was cooler and less complicated, fewer people, fewer layers, the smell of the building itself more present than the smell of the people in it. Old stone and the ghost of wood polish and something that lived in the walls, particular to this building, that she had been smelling her whole academic life without ever thinking about it. She stopped walking, leaned against the wall, tipped her head back. The morning had been fine. It had been entirely fine. Nothing had happened except her senses being unreliable in ways she was beginning to map and manage, and that was manageable. That was something she could work with. She was working with it. Her hand, at her side, was making a fist. She looked at it. Not the fist, the reason for the fist. The tension in her fingers. The way her nails were pressing into her palm, not from anxiety, but from the effort of not keeping or maintaining the particular compression that kept everything inside the correct amount of space. She opened her hand slowly, looked at it with the calm, clinical attention she brought to problems that needed solving. Her nails were fine, perfectly ordinary. The half-moons at their bases, the slight unevenness where she had caught one on a shelf last week, the familiar topography of a hand she had been looking at for 21 years. She closed her fingers again, felt in the closing the very specific sensation of something that was almost a sharpness. Almost. The suggestion of it, like a word on the tip of your tongue there and not there simultaneously, present in the reaching for it rather than the thing itself. She opened her hand again. Ordinary, fine. You are tired, she told herself. You have been tired for weeks, and your body is doing strange things because of it, and that is a completely ordinary explanation for a completely ordinary situation. She pushed off the wall and walked toward the exit. Behind her, somewhere in the lecture hall that was now emptying, a specific heartbeat moved out of range. The one she had noticed 3 rows back, not because it was loud, but because her body had selected it, had filed it, had tracked it the way a particular kind of attention tracked particular kinds of things. She did not know why. She went to her next class. The city was a different thing in the afternoon. She had always known this, had known it intellectually, aesthetically, in the way of someone who had grown up inside Velkern's particular grammar and understood its moods. The morning city was effortful and purposeful, pulling itself upright. The evening city was looser, dissolving back into itself. The afternoon was something between a city in the middle of its own sentence, still holding meaning, but aware of the approaching pause. She walked home through the mid-district's market streets because they were slower than the main roads, and she wanted the slower pace, and wanted the physical presence of the city to be deliberate rather than efficient. Past the stalls that sold second-hand books and fresh flowers from the same vendors in the same spots they had occupied since she was a child. Past the bakery that had been there longer than anyone she knew could remember, producing a specific smell that the whole street organized itself around. Past the small, gated parks where the old stone benches sat empty in the autumn cold, patient and damp, waiting for someone to be tired enough to use them. Velkern was very old. She had never quite felt this before the way she felt it now, not as history, not as architecture, but as presence. The sense of something that had been here long enough to have weight. Long enough that the surface of it, the trams, the university, the clean glass fronts of newer buildings was very thin, and underneath it was something older and more deliberate, and she was, lately, very aware of the underneath. The city breathes, she thought, and then wondered where the thought had come from. It felt like something she had always known rather than something she had just arrived at. She turned up the hill toward the upper ring. Home, the villa. The archive and the journals she hadn't opened, and Leela who noticed everything, and the coffee that was too vivid, and the sounds she couldn't turn down, and the ordinary, comfortable weight of a life that was beginning, very quietly, to fit her differently than it had. She climbed the steps to the front door, put her key in the lock. In her pocket, her phone had a message from Leela. Professor Selim said something weird today. Tell you at dinner. Also, there are leftovers I cooked. Don't look so surprised. She almost smiled, pushed open the door. The villa settled around her, its sounds, its smells, its 21 years of familiar gravity. She hung up her coat, went to the kitchen, found the leftovers Leela had left covered on the counter and sat down at the table and ate without turning on more lights, watching the window as the city outside moved into its evening register. It was a perfectly ordinary evening. She was a perfectly ordinary person living in it. She looked down at her hand on the table. One nail, just one on her right hand, slightly longer than it had been this morning, slightly different at the tip, not dramatically, not alarmingly, just different, the way something looks when it is in the middle of becoming something else and hasn't finished yet. She looked at it for a long time. She pressed it gently against the wooden table's surface and felt the very slight, very real, very not imaginary way it caught. Then it was gone, normal, the nail she had always had, perfectly unremarkable, no evidence of anything at all. She sat very still in the kitchen of the house she had grown up in the city she had lived in her entire life, and listened to Velkern breathe outside the window. It was breathing, she was certain of it. Suddenly and completely certain that it had always been breathing. She had simply not had the right senses to hear it. Chapter 2. Unwanted instinct. The problem with noticing things was that you could not stop. She had tried. She had tried in the way she tried most things, methodically, with patience, with a willingness to apply effort until effort produced results. She had a system for the mornings now. She lay in bed before rising and worked through it deliberately. The sounds of the villa, named and catalogued and assigned their correct distances. The trams, 3 streets. The pipes, 1 floor down. The particular creak of the house settling, somewhere to the left, no distance at all, just the building's old bones adjusting to the morning cold. She named them. She placed them. She told herself that nomming a thing was a way of making it stay where it belonged. It helped a little. The way that pressing your thumb against a bruise helped, not by making the bruise smaller, but by giving you something deliberate to push against. She got up and went through the familiar sequence of her room. The window, the light, the temperature of the floor through her socks. Checked her hands, both ordinary. She had started doing this checking first thing, the way you might check a wound in the morning to see if it had changed overnight. Nothing had changed. Everything was fine. She was, this morning as every morning for the past several weeks, completely and entirely fine. You are fine, she told the room. The room did not offer an opinion. Leela was already in the kitchen when Elara came down, which was unusual enough that Elara stopped in the doorway for a moment before proceeding. Leela's natural habitat was not the kitchen at 7 in the morning. Leela's natural habitat was her room until 9, the kitchen between 9 and 10, and the city from 10 onward with the energy of someone who had been storing it up overnight. The fact that she was sitting at the table with coffee already made and a textbook open in front of her meant either that she had a 9 o'clock examination or that something had interested her enough to override her own circadian preferences. "Selim," Leela said without looking up, which answered the question. Elara poured her coffee. "Good morning." He assigned a supplementary reading list. Leela turned a page. Supplementary, as if 300 pages wasn't already, she stopped, looked up, looked at Elara with the specific attention she'd been deploying increasingly over the past few weeks. The look of someone running a quiet comparison between the person in front of them and the version of that person they kept as reference. "You slept." "I always sleep." "You slept like a person and not like someone who spent the night solving a problem in their head." A pause. "You look almost normal." "Thank you," Elara said, with the flatness that meant she understood it was a compliment even if it hadn't quite arrived as one. Leela smiled and went back to her book. "The reading list is actually interesting, is the thing. He's got 3 sources on pre-urban supernatural geography in the Northern Territories, which is either a very specific academic interest or..." "Leela." "Right," she turned another page. "I'm just saying, he knows things in a specific way, the way people know things when they are there." Elara set her cup down. "He's a history professor." "Historians know things because they read about them." Leela looked up again. "He knows things the way you know your own house, like the information is in his body rather than in his head. You can tell the difference if you're paying attention." She was not wrong. Elara had sat in Selim's lectures exactly twice during her first year, before she had settled into a different module on the same day. She remembered the specific quality of his attention, the way he delivered information with the ease of someone describing their own neighborhood. Unhurried. The details are too particular for someone who had only ever read about them. She had filed it at the time as a particularly gifted lecturer. She filed it differently now. "What did he say?" she asked. "Last night, you said he said something weird." Leela's expression shifted not into seriousness, exactly, but into the version of herself that appeared when she was choosing her words rather than simply releasing them. "He was talking about cities, how they develop not architecturally, but culturally. How a city gets old enough that its history isn't separate from its present anymore. It's just all the same thing layered." She paused. And then someone asked if Velkern was like that, and he said, another pause, smaller. He said, "Velkern is not like that. Velkern is the clearest example I have encountered of a city that is actively aware of itself. Make of that what you will." Silence in the kitchen. "And then he moved on," Leela said, like he hadn't just said something completely unreasonable as a factual statement about a city. Elara thought about the trams 3 streets away, about the sound of Velkern's bones settling, about the thought she'd had at the kitchen table last night, the certainty of it arriving fully formed. The city breathes. She picked up her coffee. "He's probably being rhetorical," she said. "Probably," Leela agreed, in the tone of someone who had already decided they didn't believe that and was being polite about it. She had 2 lectures on Tuesdays, separated by 2 hours she usually spent in the library. The library was good. She had always liked the particular hush of it, the smell of old paper, and the specific cold that lived in stone buildings regardless of what the heating system attempted, the way sound behaved differently when surrounded by books, absorbed rather than reflected. She found it easier to think in absorbed sound, easier to keep herself in the correct proportions. She settled at her usual table on the 3rd floor, east side, window overlooking the courtyard, where the old stone fountain had been dry since before she started her degree, but no one had removed it, and opened her notes from last week, and tried to do the ordinary thing of being a student in a library on a Tuesday morning. For 40 minutes, this worked. The 41st minute arrived in the form of two students choosing the table adjacent to hers close enough that their presence immediately reorganized the sensory landscape of the room. The smell of them, coffee, something synthetic from a jacket, the particular scent of someone who had been outside recently and carried the cold air in with them. Their heartbeats, both slightly elevated in the way of people who had walked upstairs quickly. The scratch of one of them opening a notebook. A pen clicking 3 times, which was 3 times was a particular kind of irritant that lived somewhere between sound and pressure. She breathed in slowly, out slowly. Named the sounds, placed them, applied the system. The pen clicked again. She gathered her things efficiently and relocated to a single-person carrel on the north side, which was further from the window but further also from the adjacent table, and the pen and the 2 heartbeats she could still, from here, faintly track. She sat down, pressed her palms flat against the desk. The wood was cool and solid and entirely real, and she was entirely here and everything was. The carrel smelled like someone else had been sitting in it recently. Female, she thought, and then stopped and looked at the wall in front of her, because she had not previously been the kind of person who thought things like female from the ghost trace of a scent in a library carrel. Stop it, she told herself. Stop cataloging things that don't need cataloging. You are not this is not you're in the library. You're doing coursework. Stop. She stopped, or she told herself to stop, which was not entirely the same thing. She opened her notes and kept her eyes on the page and worked, steadily, through the next hour and a half. And if her awareness of the room never quite reduced to the comfortable background it had always previously been, she managed it well enough that no one who looked at her would have noticed anything at all. She was becoming skilled at that. The looking normal, the presentation of someone who was entirely untroubled by the world and all its details. It was, she thought, an exhausting skill to have developed. She saw Professor Selim between the 2 lectures, which was not something she had planned. He was crossing the courtyard below the library window. She only noticed because she had looked up at the right moment, the way you sometimes looked up from a book at the exact instant something moved in your peripheral vision. He was unhurried, which was the first thing she registered. The university at midday was a place of very specific urgency. Everyone moved with the energy of someone who was between 2 things and aware of the interval. Selim moved like someone who had made a private arrangement with time and was in no danger of being late. He was younger looking than she remembered. She had taken his lectures 3 years ago and recalled him as simply an adult, the undifferentiated adult of authority figures, present and competent and not especially examined. Looking at him now from the library window, she found herself doing the arithmetic that Leela had implied this morning and arriving at the same inconclusive result. Late 20s, visually. The kind of face that would look the same in 10 years. The kind of face that made you feel, obscurely, that it had looked the same 10 years ago. He stopped in the courtyard, looked up. Not at her specifically at the building, at the library's upper windows, a scanning kind of attention. But for a moment his gaze passed across her window and she had the distinct impression, baseless and immediate, that it paused there. That he registered her the way she had just registered him filed, noted, placed. Then he looked away and continued across the courtyard and went through the archway on the far side. Elara looked at her notes. He's a history professor, she thought again. And this time it landed less like a reassurance and more like a category she wasn't sure applied. The second lecture was worse than the first. It was the same room she always used on Tuesdays, one of the mid-sized halls in the East Building, old enough that the wooden seating had developed a collective resonance, the kind of room that held sound in the walls rather than letting it disperse. She had sat in it 100 times. It had never previously felt like a problem. Today the room was full, which it was not always. A visiting lecturer, someone from outside the university, the kind of academic event that drew people who didn't usually attend this module. More bodies, more heat, more of everything that she was increasingly, involuntarily receiving. She found a seat near the aisle and told herself this was fine. The lecturer began. She wrote notes. She kept her breathing measured and her attention directed and her pen moving, because a moving pen was evidence of a functioning mind, and a functioning mind was evidence of a person who was managing their situation effectively. She was managing her situation effectively. 20 minutes in, someone arrived late and sat in the row directly behind her. The presence of them was immediate, not threatening, not unusual, simply present in a way that her senses treated as significant without asking her permission. Their weight settled into the seat. The specific pattern of their breathing, slightly elevated from the stairs. The smell of the outside air still on their jacket rain, and something beneath the rain, green and cold, like standing in a forest at the beginning of winter. Her pen stilled. She did not turn around. She looked at the page in front of her and waited for the information to sort itself back into background, the way it usually did, the way she had learned to encourage it to do. It did not sort itself into the background. It remained present and specific, and her body kept responding to it with a quality of attention that felt less like curiosity and more like recognition. The word arrived without permission, and she set it aside because it didn't make sense. She had not turned around. She could not recognize someone she had not looked at. But her body, which had been developing opinions of its own, seemed to have a different view. She wrote a sentence, another, focused on the lecturer's voice and the meaning of the words and the shape of the argument being made. These were real things, concrete and present and requiring active attention. She attended to them actively. Behind her, the person shifted slightly in their seat. The movement was small, the ordinary small movement of someone settling in, and her awareness of it was entirely disproportionate to its size. This is not useful, she told herself, very firmly. Pay attention to the lecture. This is not useful information and you do not need it, and whatever your nervous system thinks it is doing right now is wrong. Her nervous system, which had recently stopped taking instructions, continued doing what it was doing. She got through the lecture. She would not afterward have been able to summarize it with any confidence. She had written 3 pages of notes that she suspected were accurate because her hand had continued moving, but she had not been fully present for them. She had been present, instead, for the person behind her there breathing, which had slowed and steadied as the lecture progressed. The almost imperceptible shift of their weight when the visiting lecturer made a particular point. The sense of them as a specific and specific gravity in the room, a presence with shape and mass, there in a way that the 100 other presences around her were not. When the lecture ended, she closed her notebook and stood and moved toward the door without looking back. She needed air. She needed the corridor, and then the courtyard, and then the city's cold afternoon pressing itself against her face until the room's accumulated heat and sound and specificity had dispersed enough to breathe around. She went through the door and turned left and walked quickly toward the east exit. She made it as far as the corridor before she heard it. Not far, 10 steps from the lecture hall door, in the particular quiet that lived between the end of a session and the dispersal of its crowd, that brief interval where the hall was still settling and the corridor ahead was still empty, and the world had not yet reassembled itself into motion around the next thing. 10 steps, and then it was there. A heartbeat. Behind her, closer than the distance between 2 strangers in a corridor should have produced. Not a ghost of sound, not the ambient background percussion of a building full of people. This was specific, individuals, distinct from everything around it, the way a name was distinct from a crowd of voices. Her body selected it the way it had been selecting things, lately, without her consent pulled it from the noise and held it and would not let it go. And then, below the selection, below the mechanical fact of a sound located and identified and filed something else. Something that was not a thought, not a word, not anything that arrived through the part of her that read and reasoned and took notes in lectures she could not remember afterward. It arrived from somewhere lower, somewhere older. It said, predator. She stopped walking. The corridor was quiet around her. Behind her, the lecture hall door swung open as the first of the crowd began to filter through, voices arriving back into the world, the ordinary sound of people done with sitting still. Normal, all of it entirely normal. She did not turn around. She was not sure what she would see if she did, or what she would do with the seeing. She was not sure what her body would do, which was a sentence she had not previously needed to consider, and which arrived now with a weight she felt in her chest rather than her mind. She stood in the corridor for 3 seconds that felt considerably longer. Then she walked to the east exit and through the door and out into the gray afternoon air, and kept walking and did not stop until the university's iron gates were behind her, and Velkern's cold had pressed itself against her face, and the sound of the street had risen around her into something large and various and impossible to select any individual thing from. She stood on the pavement, outside the university gates, and breathed. In, out, in. Whatever had been behind her in the corridor she had not seen. She did not know what it was. She did not know if it was anything, or if this was another entry in the catalog of her body doing things without her permission for reasons she had not yet been given access to. But she knew with the same groundless certainty that had been accumulating for weeks, the same kind of knowing that didn't come from reading or thinking or any process. She could name she knew that whatever word her nervous system had reached for in that corridor was not wrong. Predator. Someone behind her had been tracking her, and some part of her, the part that had been waking up slowly and without her consent for months, had known it before she had taken a single conscious step toward understanding why. The city moved around her. Students, pedestrians, the Tuesday afternoon machinery of Velkern in its mid-sentence hour. Ordinary, all of it is ordinary. She adjusted her bag on her shoulder. She walked home. She did not look back. Chapter 3. Partial shift. She did not tell anyone about the corridor. This was not a difficult decision. There was no one she could tell who would have received the information usefully. No framework available to the people in her life for a sentence that began with, "I heard a heartbeat behind me and my body called it predator." She had tested the sentence in her head several times over the following days, shaped it in different ways, looked for a version that might land somewhere other than concern or gentle suggestions about sleep and hydration. There wasn't one. So she kept it. She kept it alongside the other things she was keeping. The nail on Tuesday evening, the trams she could hear from her bedroom, the coffee that was too vivid, the library carrel that smelled like someone female had recently sat in it. She was building, without having decided to, a private catalog of evidence. She did not yet know what the evidence was for. She suspected she was about to find out. In the meantime, she attended her lectures. She ate meals at the villa with her family and was present at them in the ways that were required. She studied. She slept in measured intervals and woke before her alarm and ran through her morning system and managed the sounds and the smells and the particular too-muchness of a world that seemed to have decided, without consulting her, to become more. She was managing. She was, by any external measure, entirely fine. On Friday night, the manager stopped working. It started, as it always started, with something small. Her mother, at dinner, mentioned a letter from the university's research committee about her grandfather's archive, a formal request to review and potentially transfer certain materials to the university's special collections. Standard procedure for academic families. It happened periodically, the slow institutional digestion of private scholarship into public record. Her mother mentioned it with the brisk practicality of someone who intended to manage it efficiently and had already decided how. Elara said nothing. She helped clear the table and washed her hands at the kitchen sink and looked out the window at Velkern's evening lights on the wet streets below, and the feeling that moved through her was not grief exactly, not anger exactly, but something with the texture of both a heat that started in her chest and spread outward along her arms, her hands, the particular architecture of feeling that she had not been able to regulate properly for weeks. The water from the tap was cold. She turned it colder, pressed her wrists against it. The heat did not reduce. It shifted deeper and became something that was less about the letter and the archive and more about a pressure she had been sitting on for days, the accumulated weight of noticing and cataloging and managing, and not saying, and not knowing, and not being able to make any of it make sense in a language available to her. She turned off the tap, dried her hands. "I'm going to read for a while," she said, to no one in particular, and went upstairs. Her bedroom at night was the quietest place in the villa. East-facing, away from the street, the window overlooking the small walled garden at the back of the property, where nothing grew in October except the old stone wall itself and the ivy that had been consuming it steadily since before she was born. She had always liked this room for its quiet. She liked it less lately, when the quiet meant that everything her senses produced had nothing to compete with. She sat on the edge of her bed, did not open a book, did not turn on more lights. The heat in her chest was still there. She breathed around it carefully, the way she had learned to breathe around everything measured, deliberate, giving it space without feeding it. She was good at this. She had been good at this her whole life, the management of internal weather, the quiet industry of feeling things at a careful distance from herself. It was not working tonight. Tonight the heat had opinions. It pressed against the inside of her sternum like something trying to determine the structural integrity of a wall. It moved down her arms, her forearms, settled into her hands with a specificity that made her look at them, both of them, laid open on her thighs in the dim room, perfectly ordinary in the low light. She thought about the letter, the archive, her grandfather's journal on the shelf downstairs, still unopened, his handwriting on the spine patient as a held breath. She thought about the corridor at the university, the heartbeat, the word her body had reached for without asking. She thought about the trams, 3 streets away, and the coffee, and the nail on Tuesday that had caught against the wood and was gone before she could be certain of it. She thought, something is happening to me. Something has been happening to me for a long time, and I have been managing it and nomming it and keeping it in neat rows. And at some point, the rows are going to stop being enough, and I do not know what happens after that. Her hands hurt. She looked down at them. It was not like anything she had a word for. It was not pain, precisely, though it lived in the same neighborhood, a deep pressure in her fingers, in the beds of her nails, that was less like injury and more like the feeling of a joint popping, that specific relief-adjacent wrongness of something moving that did not usually move. She watched her hands in the dim light, and the watching was the most frightening part, the complete absence of her own consent in what was happening, her body making a decision she had not been consulted on. Her nails lengthened. Not quickly, not the way things happened in films, not a dramatic revelation. Slowly, steadily, with the horrible patience of something that had always been intending to do this and had simply been waiting for the right conditions. The shape of her fingertips changed, the nails darkened slightly at their bases, sharpening at their tips, curving in a way that human nails did not curve. She turned her hands over, turned them back. They were hers, and they were not hers, and the distance between those two facts was approximately the width of everything she had believed about herself. She made a sound. She would not, afterward, be able to describe it as not a word, not a cry, not anything with intention behind it. It was the sound of a person whose body has stopped being a familiar place. Then the heat in her chest moved differently, moved upward. Her vision shifted. This was worse than the hands she could look at, could hold at a distance from herself through the mechanism of looking. This she could not look at because it was happening inside the instrument she used to look at. The room did not go dark. It went differently. The low light that had been low light became something she could see in with a clarity that the light level did not justify. The shadows behind the wardrobe acquiring definition, the grain of the wooden floor becoming legible, the small details of the room arriving in her vision with an uninvited precision. She could see too well. She could see the way something else saw. Stop, she thought. Stop, stop, stop. Her body did not stop. Her body was not, at this precise moment, listening to her. The heat spread across her shoulders, her jaw, and for several seconds that felt considerably longer, she was aware of her own skeleton in a way she had never previously been aware of it, as if her bones had briefly held a different opinion about their arrangement, as if they were considering, and then reconsidering, and then settling back into the shape she knew. The feeling of being, for a handful of seconds, something other than the shape she had always been. It receded, not all at once incrementally, the way a fever broke, the heat drawing back from her jaw, her shoulders, her hands. The room returned to ordinary darkness. Her nails, when she looked at them, were her nails. She was sitting on the floor. She did not remember moving from the bed to the floor. She was sitting with her back against the side of the mattress, both hands pressed flat against the floorboards, and she was breathing in the specific way of someone whose body has been working very hard at something and has only just stopped. The room was quiet. The villa was quiet. Outside, very faintly, 3 streets away, the last evening tram. She looked at her hands on the floor. Ordinary, hers. She looked at them for a very long time. She sat on the floor until her breathing was even. Then she sat there a while longer. The first thing she did, once she was certain her legs would hold her, was get up and check herself in the wardrobe mirror. This was not vanity. It was the same impulse that made her press her fingers against the sheets every morning, the need to verify the known edges. The mirror showed her what it always showed her, her own face. Pale from the last 20 minutes, her eyes slightly too wide in the way of someone who has received a significant piece of information and has not yet finished processing it. Ordinary eyes. The right color, the right shape, nothing wrong. She looked at them carefully, looked at her hands, reflected. I looked back at her eyes. Then she sat back down on the floor deliberately, on purpose, not because her legs had failed her, and thought about what had just happened with the specific, careful attention she brought to problems that needed to be understood before they could be managed. It happened when the feeling got large enough. That was the common element across all of it. The nail on Tuesday, the heat tonight, the fractional sharpness she sometimes felt in her fingers when her emotions spiked past a certain point. It was not random. It was responsive. Something in her responded to internal pressure by attempting to become, briefly and incompletely, something other than what she had believed herself to be. She needed to know if she could make it happen deliberately. This is a terrible idea, said the part of her that was still operating on the assumption that terrible ideas could be declined. She ignored it. She had always been more interested in understanding than in comfort. She sat on the floor of her bedroom, and she found the feeling of the heat, the pressure, the thing she had been managing and numbing and keeping in neat rows, and instead of breathing around it, she breathed into it, toward it. She stopped maintaining the careful distance and let it be close, let it be large, let it occupy the space it had been trying to occupy for weeks. Her hands changed. Faster this time, because she was not fighting it. The nails, the darkening, the curve of them there and real, and hers in some way that did not fit the category of hers she had previously been using. She held them up in the dim room and looked at them, and the looking was different from 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago, she was terrified. Right now, she was terrified, and something else was adjacent to recognition. She pressed one carefully against the floor beside her. It left a mark in the wood, a real mark, a physical fact, evidence. She pressed her thumb over it afterward, and the mark did not disappear. She let the feeling go. Her hands returned. She sat in the dark with the small mark in the floorboard and understood, with the complete and irreversible quality of understanding that could not be walked back, that this was not imagination, that it had never been imagined, that she had been managing and cataloging and nomming something real for months, and the reality of it had simply been waiting, with the patience of something that knew it had time, for her to run out of alternatives. She was not imagining things. She did not know what that meant yet, but she knew that. She heard Lila on the stairs. Not the door, the stairs, which was earlier warning than the door would have provided, and she was grateful for it in the sharp, specific way of someone who has just been given 3 seconds to manage a situation that would have been very difficult to explain. She got off the floor. She was on her feet and sitting on the bed with her hands in her lap, and her expression arranged into something that she hoped communicated tired, rather than I have just spent the last 40 minutes discovering that my body can do things that bodies cannot do by the time Lila's knock came. Yeah, she said. The door opened. Lila stood in the gap with the particular posture of someone who had come to say something specific and was now recalibrating based on what they saw. She looked at Elara. She looked at the room, the dim light, the wardrobe door still slightly open from when Elara had checked the mirror, the general quality of a space where something had recently occurred. I was going to ask if you wanted tea, Lila said. Yes, Elara said. That would be good. Lila did not move. She was doing the thing she did, the accumulation, the quiet nodding of details that she would not necessarily address immediately but would not lose either. Her eyes moved to Elara's hands, folded together in her lap. Elara did not move them. Moving them would have been more conspicuous than leaving them still. "You've been up here a while," Leela said. "I was reading." A pause in which they both acknowledged, without saying so, that there was no book visible anywhere in the room. "Right," Leela said. "Tea, I'll put the kettle on." She pulled the door closed. Her footsteps went back down the corridor toward the stairs, and Elara listened to them until they reached the kitchen below, and the sound of the kettle began, and only then let herself breathe properly. Let her shoulders drop. Let the performance of ordinary collapse back into the reality of someone sitting on the edge of a bed, in a room where something had happened that she could not explain, and a small mark in the floorboard that she was going to need to cover before anyone noticed. She looked at the mark. Real, physical, undeniable. Not imagination, she thought again. This is not imagination, and I have no idea what to do with that. Downstairs, the kettle reached its pitch and clicked off. The sound of Leela moving around the kitchen, the specific percussion of her cabinet and cup, and the particular way she handled the teapot that their grandmother had left, and that no one was allowed to use except that Leela always used it, and somehow this had never produced consequences. Elara got up. She found a book from the shelf beside her bed and set it on the floor near the wardrobe, its spine facing up, positioned to cover the mark without looking like it was covering the mark. She looked at it for a moment. It was not a sophisticated solution. It would do for now. She went downstairs, sat at the kitchen table, accepted the tea that Leela put in front of her with the studied casualness of someone who had decided, for tonight, not to ask the questions she had assembled. They sat together for a while. The kitchen was warm. The villa made its sounds around them pipe, creak. The distant city, and Elara held her cup in hands that were ordinary and hers and gave nothing away, and felt the knowledge of the last hour sitting in her chest like something with weight and permanence, like something that had moved in and was not planning to leave. She looked at her hands around the cup. Leela, not looking up from her own cup, "You don't have to tell me tonight." Elara looked at her. "Whatever it is," Leela turned the cup in her hands. "You don't have to tell me tonight, but I want you to know that when you're ready." She started again. "I'm not going to be weird about it, whatever it is. I just want you to know that." Elara looked at her sister across the kitchen table. 18 years old and already the specific kind of person who said the right thing without needing to know what the right thing was for. The specific kind of person who made space without being asked to. "I know," Elara said, and meant it, and said nothing else because tonight she didn't have the words and Leela had just told her that was allowed. They drank their tea. The city breathed outside the window. In the floorboard of Elara's bedroom, under a book she had placed with deliberate casualness, a small mark in the wood waited to be explained. She would need to explain it. She would need to explain all of it, eventually to herself first, and then possibly to someone who had answers she didn't. But not tonight. Tonight she drank her tea and sat with her sister in the warm kitchen of the house she had grown up in and let the knowledge settle into her the way all real things settled. Permanently, without ceremony, already part of her before she had finished understanding what it meant. This was not my imagination. Whatever came next would have to begin from there. Beneath the skin, the anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 4. The smell of something wrong. She spent the weekend rearranging her understanding of herself. This was not a dramatic process. It did not involve long walks in the rain or sleepless nights staring at the ceiling, though there was one sleepless hour on Saturday that she would not have described as productive. Mostly it involved sitting with the knowledge the way you sat with any new information that required integration carefully, without forcing it, giving it time to find where it fit among the things she already knew. What she already knew, she was 21 years old. She had grown up in this house, in this city, in this family, in this body. She had a history degree she was halfway through and a minor in archival studies, and a sister who noticed everything and a mother who managed everything and a grandfather whose journal she had not opened, and whose archive the university now wanted to review. What she now also knew, her body could do something. She did not have a name for something. She did not have a category, a framework, a single piece of inherited context that would let her place it. She had the mark in the floorboard, which she checked twice over the weekend and which remained stubbornly, helpfully real, and she had the memory of the shift sitting in her chest like a stone she had swallowed present, heavy, impossible to pretend wasn't there. She did not attempt the shift again over the weekend. She was not ready to do it deliberately twice, not yet she needed to understand the first time before she added more data. But she noticed, now that she was paying a different kind of attention, the places where the edge of it lived in her daily experience. The warmth in her hands when her emotions moved past a certain threshold. The way her vision sharpened briefly when she was startled just for a second, just enough to catch details the light level shouldn't have allowed, before it settled back. The constant low-frequency awareness of her own body that had always been there, but that she was now interpreting differently. Not malfunction, response. She did not know what she was responding to. But the word felt more accurate than the alternatives, and accuracy was, in the absence of understanding, the thing she could at least aim for. On Sunday evening, she moved the book and looked at the mark on the floorboard for a long time. Then she put the book back and went downstairs and found Leela on the sofa and sat beside her and watched whatever Leela was watching without asking what it was, and let the ordinary evening be ordinary, and felt the stone in her chest sit quietly and did not try to move it. Monday came. She went to the university. She managed. She noticed him before she saw him. This was becoming a pattern. She was learning to read the way her senses snagged on something before her conscious attention had caught up, the way her body registered information that her mind was still in the process of receiving. She was walking the main corridor of the East Building on her way between the library and the seminar rooms, a route she took several times a week, unremarkable in every dimension. And then something changed in the air. Not dramatically, not in any way she could have pointed to and named. The corridor was busy at this hour late morning, the between-lecture traffic of students moving in both directions and the ambient information of it was the usual managed noise she had been navigating for weeks. But something in the noise shifted. Something resolved out of the background the way a specific sound resolved when you had learned to listen for it. She slowed her pace without deciding to. He was standing to one side of the corridor, beside the old notice board that no one read, holding a coffee cup with the easy stillness of someone who had no particular need to be anywhere and had therefore chosen here. Medium height, dark-haired, dressed in a way that was entirely ordinary and somehow did not look at the clothes correctly, the posture too composed, the whole arrangement of him slightly too deliberate to be accidental. He was looking at the notice board, or performing the action of looking at it, and he was not looking at her. He was not looking at her in a way that felt like a decision. She kept walking. She was good at moving through situations that required management while looking like someone for whom no management was required. She passed within 4 feet of him, and her senses did what they had been doing for months, receiving him the way they received everything now, thoroughly, in layers, without her permission. The wrongness was not in any single thing. It was in the accumulation of small details that did not add up to the person the surface suggested. The temperature of the air near him, slightly cooler than the corridor around him, the way certain rooms held cold regardless of the heating. The quality of his stillness, which was not the stillness of someone at rest, but the stillness of something that had decided, for now, not to move. The smell of him was the detail that lodged in her chest and stayed there, because the smell was wrong in a precise and specific way she could not have articulated. Clean, yes, and unremarkable on its surface, but underneath it an absence where something should have been. She did not know, yet, what the something was. She knew that its absence was a fact. She reached the end of the corridor, did not look back. Behind her, she was entirely certain, he had not looked up from the notice board. She filed it, added it to the catalog, keep walking. She learned his name by accident, the way you learned most things at a university, through the ambient information of being in proximity to other people who were talking. The seminar that afternoon was small, 12 students in a room that felt smaller than its dimensions for reasons she had given up trying to attribute purely to architecture. She arrived early, which she always did early meant a choice of seat, and a choice of seat meant she could position herself with a wall at her back and a view of the door, which was a preference she had developed recently and not yet examined the implications of. She set her things down, opened her notes. The door opened, and he came in. She knew it was him before she looked up. The same shift in the room's information that she had felt in the corridor, that slight resolution, that snagging of her attention on something her instincts had already classified before her mind had caught up. She looked up, and it was the person from the corridor, and the person from the corridor was now in her seminar, which was an uncomfortable development she absorbed without changing her expression. He chose a seat on the other side of the room, not across from her, directly, slightly off, angled, the seat of someone who was not performing indifference but also was not seeking proximity. He set down a notebook, uncapped a pen, and directed his attention toward the front of the room with the composed ease of someone for whom this was entirely unremarkable. The student beside her leaned over. "Do you know if Vale usually comes to this one? I've never seen him here before." "No," she said, because she didn't. "Dorian Vale," the student clarified, as if she had asked. "He's in my Tuesday philosophy seminar. Brilliant, apparently, but a pause in which the student seemed to be searching for a word. Odd, you know, in a way that's hard to put your finger on." She looked at the student, then at Dorian Vale, who was reading something in his notebook with the complete self-containment of a person who was not aware of being discussed, except that she did not believe, with any part of the instinct she was learning to trust, that he was unaware of anything occurring within 20 feet of him. "I don't know him," she said. "Right," the student settled back. "He's just one of those people who you notice, you know, and then you can't quite say why." "Yes," she thought, "I know exactly what you mean." The seminar began. She took notes. She did not look at Dorian Vale again, or she looked at him only twice, once when the seminar leader asked the room a question, and his answer came back precise and well-considered, and delivered with the unhurried quality of someone who had thought about this before and was choosing today to share it. And once, near the end, when she looked up from her notes and found that he was not looking at the seminar leader, and was not looking at his notebook, and was not looking at her. He was looking at the window. His expression was the same as it had been when he'd come in, composed, pleasant, the social surface of a person present and engaged. But his eyes, directed at the glass and the gray afternoon beyond it, had the quality of someone looking at something she couldn't see. She looked back at her notes. The wrongness was not in what he did. It was in the gap between what he did and what it felt like. Like a painting of a window, technically correct in every dimension, producing the right impression from a distance, and only failing when you got close enough to notice there was no depth behind it. She wrote a sentence in her notes, then another, did not examine the feeling further. Not yet. The incident happened after. She had packed up her things and left the seminar room with the unhurried efficiency she brought to exits, and the corridor outside was doing its between-session thing, the brief, disorganized confluence of people leaving one room and arriving at the next, the particular noise of a building in transition. She moved through it easily. She had become good at moving through crowds without touching them, taking the slight gaps, reading the flow, navigating the human geography of a busy corridor the way she navigated everything now, with more information than she had asked for and an increasing facility for using it. She was 3 steps from the stairwell door when the group came around the corner. 4 students, second years by the look of them, moving in the easy cluster of people mid-conversation who had not yet developed the spatial awareness to notice that the corridor had other occupants. They were loud in the way of people who were not being loud on purpose, simply present at full volume, and they were carrying the accumulated smells of a group who had been together in a warm room for an hour coffee, several different coats, the whiteboard marker smell that clung to everyone who sat near the front, and beneath all of that, something that made Elara's senses do the thing they did, the involuntary sharpening, the uninvited attention. She stepped to one side. They passed. One of them, a boy near the back, not looking where he was going, already turning to say something to the person behind him, walked close enough that the draft of his movement reached her, and she caught the full weight of the group's collective scent, and among it, very clearly, the thing that had snagged her attention. She stood very still. Behind her, someone else had come out of the seminar room. She knew without turning the corridor's information rearranged itself around a new presence, that specific coolness, that quality of stillness that moved when it decided to move. One of the second years, already halfway down the corridor, said something to the others and laughed. The words came back to her clearly, because her hearing was what it was now, and distance was not the buffer it had once been. Smells weird in that corridor. Does anyone else like a wet dog, or is that a cat? Does someone have a cat in their bag? That's... Laughter, footsteps. The group moved on. The corridor settled back into its ordinary noise. Elara stood beside the stairwell door and did not move for 2 seconds. That felt like considerably more than 2 seconds. The warmth in her hands was there, the familiar pressure, the edge of something she was now capable of reading accurately. She pressed her fingers against the strap of her bag and breathed and told the warmth, firmly and without room for negotiation, that this was not the time or the place, and it was going to have to wait. The warmth subsided. Slowly, she breathed it back. Behind her, very quiet, almost not there at all. One syllable. She did not know what it contained except that it was not surprising. She pushed through the stairwell door and went down the stairs and out into the cold afternoon without looking back. And if her heart was beating faster than the stairs required, the city at least was large enough and loud enough that no one who happened to be paying attention could have heard it. No one except possibly him. She walked for a long time before she went home. Not a planned walk, not the deliberate, route-specific walking she did sometimes when she needed to move through something. Just movement, the way water moved when you disturbed it, finding the path of least resistance through the city's afternoon geography. She went through the market streets without buying anything, through the small park beside the old civic building, where the stone benches were occupied today by pigeons, and a man reading a very large newspaper, through the quieter residential streets on the far side of the mid-district, where the buildings were older, and the streets narrower, and the city felt, for a few blocks, almost like what it must have been before it became what it was. She thought about the second year's voice, the casual, laughing observation that something in the corridor smelled like a wet dog, or a cat. The imprecision of it, they had not known what they were smelling, had not had the category for it, had filed it under the nearest available heading and moved on. That was what you did when you encountered something that didn't fit. You found the closest label and applied it and let the discomfort resolve. She had been doing that for months. She understood the impulse very well. What she was now understanding walking through the narrow streets, with the cold pressing itself against her face, and the city's bones doing what they did beneath the surface, was that the smell the second year had noticed had not been a dog, had not been a cat, had been her, or something about her, something that her body was producing now that it had not been producing before. Something that had been readable, apparently, to at least one person in that corridor. She thought about the sound behind her. One syllable, not surprising. He already knew, she thought. Whatever he is, and she was now prepared to acknowledge, with the part of herself that had been keeping the catalog, that whatever he was not simply a student with a slightly off quality that was hard to put your finger on. Whatever he is, he already knew. That sound was recognition, not discovery, recognition. Which meant he had been recognizing her for longer than today. The thought arrived, and she let it sit and walked for another 2 streets before she was ready to examine it fully. Long enough for the first spike of unease to settle into something more manageable, not calm, but the territory adjacent to calm, the place where things could be thought about without the thinking itself becoming a problem. She stopped at a corner. I looked up at the building opposite, the old stone, 4 stories, the iron grills on the lower windows, the kind that were decorative now but had not always been. Velkern's bones, right there on the surface. What she knew, Dorian Vale had been in her seminar today for the first time. He had chosen a seat at an angle that gave him sight lines she had not initially registered as deliberate. He had said almost nothing all session, and everything he had said was precisely judged. He smelled wrong in a way she now understood was not a malfunction of her perception, but an accurate reading of a genuine wrongness. He had made a sound in the corridor that contained recognition, and he had not followed her, and he had not spoken to her, and every one of those choices felt, in the way that things felt when she had stopped arguing with her instincts, like choices rather than accidents. What she did not know, what he was, what he wanted, whether the recognition meant she was in danger or something more complicated than danger, which was beginning to seem like a relevant distinction. What her instincts said, which she was increasingly inclined to trust, not an immediate threat, present, watching, interested in a way that was not the same as hostile, though she was aware that interested and safe were not synonymous and had never claimed to be. She turned and walked toward home. She needed to open her grandfather's journal. She had been not opening it for weeks now, giving herself reasons that had felt like patience and were possibly avoidance. The journal had been waiting with the patience of something that knew it had time, and she had been managing, and the managing had just, today, produced its first clear evidence that it was not sufficient. Someone in her university had recognized something about her. Someone who smelled wrong and moved with the stillness of something that had decided, for now, not to move, and who had been in her peripheral awareness since before she had a name for him, because her body had known, before she did, that he was the kind of thing that needed knowing about. She walked faster. The cold came with her. Velkern moved around her in its late afternoon register, loosening into evening, the lights coming on in the upper windows of the buildings as the sky went from pale gray to the particular dark gray that came before dark. She needed information. She needed context. She needed someone or something that knew more than she did about what was happening to her, about what she was, or what she was becoming, or what she had apparently always been and simply not known. The journal, and if the journal was not enough, she would find something else. She was discovering, considerably more willing to look for answers than she had been 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago, she had been managing. 4 weeks ago, she had been telling herself the trams were coincidence, and the coffee was just vivid, and the nails were just tiredness, and the heartbeat in the corridor was just her own nervous system misfiring. Today, someone had looked at her and made a sound that meant, "I know what you are." And she had walked away, not because she was afraid, or not only because of that, but because she was not ready. Because you did not have a conversation that started with "I know what you are" until you had at least a working theory of your own. Get a working theory, she told herself, then have the conversation. She went home. The villa received her with its familiar weight and warmth. She hung up her coat. She did not stop in the kitchen. She went directly to the archive room, to the third shelf from the bottom, and she picked up her grandfather's journal, and she carried it upstairs. She sat on her bed. I looked at his name on the spine. She opened it. Chapter 5. Rules You Were Never Told. She had been reading the journal in the mornings, before the house woke up. This was the hour she trusted most, the interval between her alarm and the first sounds of the villa stirring, when the light was still deciding what it intended to be, and the city outside had not yet committed to its daily noise. She made tea, carried it upstairs, and sat at her desk with the journal open, and the silence around her thick enough to read in properly. Not thick in the way of absence, thick in the way of a room that was paying attention. Her grandfather's handwriting required adjustment. He wrote in the manner of someone who had learned to compress sentences that did not waste their length, words chosen with the care of a person who treated language as a finite resource and spent it accordingly. She had needed 2 mornings just to calibrate to the rhythm of it, to stop reading him at the speed she read everything else and slow down to the speed he had written. Once she had the rhythm, he was very easy to hear. That was the quality she had not expected, the sense of him as a voice rather than a text. She had known him as a child in the way children knew grandparents as a presence, large and specific, defined by gesture and smell, and the particular weight of his attention when he turned it on her. He had died when she was 11. She had not known him as a thinker, as a person who sat at a desk in the early morning and wrote things down with this particular careful intensity. Reading him now felt like meeting someone new who was also, somehow, someone she had always known. The journal, did not proceed in the way she had expected. She had anticipated documentation dates, observations, and the systematic record of a researcher building a case. There was some of that, but more often the journal moved the way thought moved, associatively, doubling back, arriving at the same place from different directions, as if testing whether the destination held from every angle. He was a man who had seen something and was working out, across hundreds of pages, what it meant and whether he could trust that he had seen it. She recognized this. She had been doing it herself for months. The entries from the early years were tentative, careful qualifications around every observation, the language of a person who was afraid of being wrong and more afraid of being thought credulous. He noted things he had seen in the city. Small things, mostly. A figure in the outer ring that moved in a way that resolved when he looked directly into something ordinary. A conversation overheard in the university archives that stopped when he entered and started again after he left, in a language he did not recognize and had never been able to identify. The way certain streets in Velkern felt at night was not dangerous, not threatening, but aware. As if the stone remembered something the people walking on it had forgotten. I'm not certain I trust my own perception. This is the epistemological problem at the center of all of it. I have no external reference point. There is no one I can ask whether they also see what I see, because to ask is to either confirm that I am correct, in which case the answer changes things permanently, or to confirm that I am not, in which case the asking has cost me something I cannot recover. So I write it down instead. Writing is asking the page, and the page keeps confidence. She read this passage 3 times. She understood it completely. Later entries were less tentative. The qualifications dropped away gradually, not replaced by certainty exactly, but by a different relationship to uncertainty, the posture of someone who had decided that not knowing was a condition to be inhabited rather than a problem to be solved. He wrote about Velkern the way she was beginning to think about it, as a place with depth, as a city that had more floors than were visible from the ground level. The city does not hide this. That is what I have come to understand after many years of thinking it did. It does not hide. It simply does not explain. The information is present for anyone with the right instrument to receive it. Most people do not have that instrument. Most people are not looking. The city has no opinion about this. It simply continues to be what it is, whether or not anyone is paying attention. She sat with that entry for a while, her tea cooling beside her, the morning light arriving through the window in its apologetic Velkern way. The right instrument, she thought. She was beginning to understand what he had meant by that. She did not reach the entry she suspected was waiting for her, the one that was specifically about the pattern, about what the city produced and why. She could feel it ahead of her in the pages, the way you felt a significant moment approaching in a book you had not yet read. She was not ready to arrive at it. She was still learning the shape of his thinking, the way he moved toward a conclusion, so that when she reached it, she would understand it in the language he had built to contain it. She closed the journal, went downstairs, let the villa wake around her, and did not say anything about what she had been reading, which was becoming a comfortable habit. She heard about the lecture secondhand, which was how she heard about most of Selim's lectures through Leela, who reported them with the energy of someone filing a grievance and the detail of someone who had been paying complete attention. He spent 40 minutes on the mythology of threshold spaces, Leela said, from the other end of the sofa, not looking up from the notes she was annotating with the aggressive underlining of someone who disagreed with them. Liminal zones, places that belong to more than one category simultaneously. He had 3 case studies, and 2 of them were Velkern. That seems like a reasonable focus for a Velkern University course, Elara said. The third one was a city in the Northern Territories that was abandoned 400 years ago under circumstances he described as administratively complex, and then didn't elaborate on. Leela put a large star next to something. I asked him what administratively complex meant in the context of a city that no longer exists. What did he say? He said, Miss Vance, that is an excellent question, and the complete answer to it would require a seminar series I have not been given funding to run. What I can tell you is that the circumstances involved a failure to maintain the distinction between categories that the city's governance had previously managed successfully. When categories collapse, the results are rarely tidy. Leela looked up. And then he moved on, like that was a normal thing to say about an abandoned city. Elara set down her own book. What categories? He didn't say. A pause in which Leela's expression communicated several things simultaneously, the primary one being, I am aware that I should find this frustrating, and I do find it frustrating, but I also find it the most interesting thing that has happened this week. He does this. He says something that requires a follow-up question, and then the follow-up question leads to a place where he says something that requires another follow-up question. And at a certain point, you realize he's built a corridor and you're walking down it and you don't know where it ends. Do you mind? Leela considered this with the honesty she applied to questions about herself. No, she said. I think I'd mind if I thought he was doing it to avoid the questions, but I don't think that's what it is. I think he's doing it because the answers are too large to give all at once. Like he's trying to build up to something and he needs you to be able to hold it before he hands it over. She went back to her notes. Elara looked at her for a moment at 18 years old, annotating mythology scholarship with aggressive stars, describing a professor's pedagogical method with more accuracy than most graduate students managed. She pays attention to everything, Elara thought. She always has. I have been treating that as a quality to work around. I am beginning to think it is a quality I am going to need. She went to the following week's lecture herself. Not enrolled, she sat in the back, which was permitted for university students attending modules outside their own, provided the room had capacity. It had capacity. She chose a seat at the end of the last row and arrived early enough that she was settled and unremarkable by the time the room filled, and she watched Professor Selim arrive with the specific attention she had been developing for things that mattered. He entered without performing, set his bag on the desk, removed a single sheet of notes that he glanced at once and did not look at again, and turned to face the room with the ease of someone who had been doing this long enough that the room was simply where he happened to be standing at the moment. He was wearing a dark jacket that was either very good quality or very old or both, and he looked, in the daylight of the lecture hall, exactly as he had looked through the library window, younger than the sum of his. The face and the manner did not match in a way she could not quite resolve. He began without a preamble. Last week we discussed threshold spaces, he said, and several of you submitted follow-up questions that I intend to address today, including Miss Vance's question about categorical collapse, which I will get to and which deserves more than the abbreviated answer I gave it in the session. He said this without looking at Leela, who was 3 rows from the front and whose posture communicated vindication. Today's topic is the sociology of concealment, not political concealment, not personal concealment, but the specific social mechanisms by which a community maintains knowledge that it has collectively decided cannot be made general. He paused. I looked at the room. Every society does this, he said. Every human community that has ever existed has maintained categories of knowledge available to some and not to others, and has always developed, without exception, a set of mechanisms for keeping those categories distinct. Initiation rituals, professional secrets, the difference between what is said publicly and what is understood privately. These mechanisms are not aberrations. They are features. They serve a function. Elara wrote this down. She was aware, doing it, that she was not taking notes on a lecture. She was taking notes on something that was addressing her directly through the medium of a lecture. The interesting question, Selim continued, is not why communities conceal. The interesting question is what they choose to conceal, and what that choice reveals about what they fear. Concealment is always about fear, not malice. The fear that some knowledge made general would change the conditions of ordinary life in ways that ordinary life is not equipped to absorb. He moved to the board, wrote 2 words, capacity and consequence. You conceal from people who do not yet have the capacity to hold the information without the consequence becoming unmanageable. He turned back. This is not condescension. This is structural. A city cannot function if its entire population is simultaneously managing the same crisis. Knowledge is distributed according to the ability to bear it. This has always been true. The only question is who decides the distribution and whether they are correct about the capacities involved. He looked at the room. His gaze moved across it with the unhurried quality she had noticed from the library, the gaze of someone reading a room rather than performing for it. It reached the back row. It did not stop at her. It continued. But in the fraction of a second that it passed across her face, she had the distinct and baseless impression that he had noted her presence with the same completeness with which she had noted his field, placed, registered without acknowledgement. She looked at her notebook. He continued the lecture. She continued taking notes that were not quite notes, and when the session ended, she left before most of the room had finished gathering their things, and she did not look at him again as she went. She did not need to. She had what she had come for. Leela had office hours with Selim that afternoon, which she had mentioned 3 times in the preceding week, with the energy of someone who had prepared for a conversation and wanted credit for the preparation. Elara waited outside. This had not been planned. She had walked with Leela to the building and had intended to leave, and then had not left, and was now sitting on a bench in the corridor outside Selim's office with her bag in her lap, and no particularly good reason to be there, except that she wanted, in some way she had not fully examined, to be close to what was being said. She could not hear through the closed door. She noted with the portion of herself that catalogued these things, glad about that. Some conversations should require proximity to be audible. She waited. Leela emerged 17 minutes later with the expression of someone who had received more than they had brought. She sat down on the bench next to Elara without a preamble. They sat together for a moment in the corridor's particular quiet. "Well," Leela said. "Well," Elara agreed. He knew about the journal. Elara went still. "What?" "I mentioned I didn't say it was yours. I said I'd been reading some old academic writing that took Velkern's quote, folk mythology, seriously as a historical record, and he said." Leela stopped, organized herself. He said, "I imagine that writing has a specific texture. People who have seen things tend to write about them differently from people who have only read about them. The vocabulary is the same, but the confidence is different. They don't qualify their direct observations the way people who are working from secondary sources do, because they are not uncertain about what they saw, only about what it meant." A beat. And then he said, "I would be interested to know who's writing your reading if you feel comfortable sharing it. People who document that particular subject in Velkern tend to move in the same circles, even across generations. The archival community is smaller than it appears." Elara looked at the closed door at the end of the corridor. "I didn't tell him," Leela said. "I said I wasn't sure of the author. He accepted that." A pause. "He didn't believe it." "How do you know?" "Because when I said it, he did the thing he does, the expression. That means he's decided to let you keep a piece of information you've offered him, because pushing for it now would cost more than waiting. He's very readable once you know what you're looking for." Elara thought about the lecture, the gaze that had passed across her without stopping. "What else?" she said. Leela turned to face her more fully. "I asked him about the threshold spaces, the categorical collapse. He said," she paused again, and this pause was different, the pause of someone who is deciding how to deliver something rather than how to remember it. He said, "Categories do not collapse on their own. They require pressure from both sides simultaneously, something from within a category pushing outward and something from outside it pushing in. When that pressure exceeds the structure's capacity to maintain the distinction, the boundary fails. This is not always catastrophic. Occasionally it is simply necessary." And then he looked at me and said, "Tell your sister I said hello." Silence in the corridor. "I didn't tell him I had a sister," Leela said. "In that conversation, I might have mentioned you in a previous session, but I don't think I used your name." Elara looked at the door. The door looked back or didn't, which was the same thing. "Right," she said. "Right," Leela agreed. And then, with the precision of someone who had been waiting to ask this for weeks and had decided that this was finally the moment, "Are you going to tell me what's going on?" Elara looked at her, her sister who paid attention to everything, who had been making space, patiently and without pressure, for weeks, who had told her, "You don't have to tell me tonight," who was telling her now, with the question's timing rather than its words, that tonight had arrived. "I don't know enough yet," Elara said. "To tell it properly, I don't have the whole shape of it." "Tell me the shape you have." A long pause. The corridor was quiet. Somewhere below them, the building's daytime population was thinning toward evening. "Something is happening to me," Elara said. "Something I can't explain with the categories I currently have. And I think," she stopped, started again. "I think grandfather knew. I think he spent 30 years writing down the shape of it in a journal that's been sitting on a shelf in our archive, and I think that man," a small gesture toward the door, "knew him or knew of him. And I think the city is larger than I understood it to be, and I have been inside the larger version of it for months without knowing." Leela took this in, with the stillness she used for things that required it. "Okay," she said, not the okay of someone who had understood everything. The okay of someone who had understood enough and was prepared to wait for the rest. "Okay," Elara said. They sat together in the corridor for another minute. Then they got up and collected their things and walked out of the building into Velkern's early evening, which received them in its usual way, gray and present and entirely itself, the city's permanent atmospheric confidence in its own existence. She read for 2 hours that evening. The journal had a quality she was only beginning to fully understand. It did not simply record. It accumulated. Each entry added something to the ones before it, a detail, a qualification, a connection her grandfather had noticed between two observations made months apart, so that the experience of reading it was less like reading a document and more like watching a mind develop a thought across years. She could feel the thought getting larger as she went, could feel him getting closer to something. The handwriting changed as the journal progressed. Not dramatically, he remained legible, remained careful. But the compression that had characterized the early entries loosened slightly in the later ones, as if he had stopped being afraid of how much space his observations were allowed to take up. He had decided, somewhere in the middle of the journal, to stop writing as if someone were going to judge him for what he had seen and start writing as if someone needed to know it. That shift was the thing she felt most clearly. The moment he had decided this was for someone. "I have been thinking about who reads this after me. The honest answer is that I do not know. It may be no one. It may sit in the archive and accumulate dust and eventually be transferred to some institution that will catalog it as personal papers and shelve it where no one thinks to look. This is the most likely outcome, and I have made my peace with it. But I find that I write differently when I imagine someone reading. I write with less hedging. I stop performing the appropriate uncertainty and start simply saying what I know. So I am going to do that from this entry forward. I am going to write as if I am writing to someone who needs this, because the alternative is to write as if no one does, and that has started to feel dishonest. Velkern is not what it appears to be. I think you already know this, if you are reading with the kind of attention this requires. The city has more floors than are visible from the surface, and the floors are inhabited, and the inhabitants have been there longer than the buildings that now stand above them. This is not a metaphor. I want to be clear about that. I have spent too long speaking in metaphors about things that are simply true, and I am tired of it. The city is alive in a way that the word alive does not quite capture, because alive implies a single coherent organism with a single coherent intention, and Velkern is more complicated than that. It is a system. It has components that are in tension with each other, and it has been managing that tension for a very long time, and sometimes not often, but sometimes it produces something that is a response to the tension rather than a product of it. I believe I have been watching for one of those responses. I believe it is coming. I do not think it will be me. I am too old and too human and too much a product of the ordinary layer to be what the tension requires. But I think it will be someone in my line. I think the city chooses along lines when it chooses. I cannot explain why I think this. It is the one conclusion in this journal I cannot support with evidence. It is the one conclusion I am most certain of. She stopped reading. She sat at her desk in the quiet of the villa at night with her hands flat on the journal's open pages, and looked at the words her grandfather had written in the careful, compressed script of a man who had decided eventually that someone needed to know. Someone in my line. The entry had no date. She looked at the handwriting, the slightly looser quality of the later entries, the compression gone. This was the version of him that had stopped performing appropriate uncertainty. This was him simply saying what he knew. He thought it would be someone else, she thought. He thought he was leaving this for a stranger with his blood. He didn't know it would be the girl who used to fall asleep in his armchair while he read. She closed the journal. Outside, Velkern moved through its late evening, the sounds of it arriving through the window at the specific volume that was becoming, incrementally, the only volume she knew. The city was what it was regardless of whether she was paying attention. Her grandfather had written that. The city has no opinion about this. It simply continues to be what it is. She opened the desk drawer and put the journal inside it, and closed the drawer, and sat for a moment with her hands in her lap. She needed more information. She had known this for weeks, had been accumulating it in the only direction available to her backward, through her grandfather's pages, and it was not enough. The journal was telling her the shape of things, but not the substance. It was a map drawn by someone who had looked at the territory from the outside and could describe the contours, but had never set foot on the ground. She needed someone who had set foot on the ground. She did not yet know who that was. She suspected she was going to find out not by looking, but by being found that the process she was in the middle of had a momentum that was carrying her toward something whether or not she navigated deliberately. She was beginning to make her peace with that. She turned off the desk light, sat in the dark for a moment. Then she got up and went to bed and lay in the specific quiet of her room and listened to the city breathe outside the window with the attentiveness that had become, without her deciding it, the most natural thing she did. In the morning, she would go back to the university. She would navigate the building along the routes she had chosen. She would manage the input and attend her lectures and be, in every visible way, entirely ordinary. And she would wait. Because something was coming toward her, she could feel the approach of it the way she felt most things now, with a sense that was not sight and not sound and not any of the five she had been taught to trust. Something was coming, and it would arrive in its own time, and when it did, she intended to be ready. Or as ready as a person could be for something they had no category for yet. She closed her eyes. 3 streets away, the last tram of the night. She heard it. Beneath the Skin, The Anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 6. The First Break. She knew, the way she had been learning to know things, that the day was going to be difficult before it had properly started. Not a premonition, she did not trust premonitions, which required a relationship with the future she had never been able to establish. It was something more physical than that. The specific quality of her own state when she woke, the senses already high, the input arriving at a volume that the morning system could reduce but not fully quiet, the feeling of being slightly too much herself for the container of an ordinary day. She had learned to read this. She had learned, in the weeks since the floorboard, a provisional fluency in the language her body had been developing without her. Today it was saying, "Be careful." She ran through her system twice, named the sounds, placed them, held the known edges with both hands, checked her hands ordinary, hers, made tea, ate something, moved through the morning sequence with the careful deliberateness of a person navigating a space they know is not entirely stable. Leela was quiet at breakfast, which was unusual enough that Elara noticed it. Leela did not withdraw, it was not in her register, just thoughtful. She was turning something over, the way she turned things over, internally, thoroughly, without announcing the process. She looked at Elara once across the table with an expression that Elara could not fully read and then went back to her coffee. "I'll be home late," Elara said. "Okay," a pause. "Text me." "I always text you." "Text me anyway." Elara looked at her. Something in the quality of Leela's attention this morning, the specific weight of it, the way it was directed with more deliberateness than usual. She had been paying attention, these past weeks, and she had been accumulating, and Elara had the sense of standing near the edge of a conversation that was going to happen very soon whether she was ready for it or not. "Okay," she said, "I'll text you." She gathered her things and went out into Velkern's morning, which was gray and cold and present in the way it was always present, And she walked to the tram stop and stood in the drizzle and told herself, be careful today. The morning's first lecture was manageable. She had been calibrating manageably with increasing precision over the past month, knew the specific threshold between input she could work within and input that required active management, had developed the small techniques for keeping herself on the right side of it. The first lecture stayed on the right side. She took her notes. She followed the argument. She was, for 90 minutes, simply a student in a lecture hall doing the things students did. And the relief of that simplicity was something she had learned to receive without examining too closely. Between lectures, she went to the library, found her Carol. I worked. The library was still her best environment, the absorbed sound, the cold, the smell of paper and stone. She had stopped using the Carol on the north side, where she had registered someone else's ghost scent and had a moment of knowing things she should not have known. She used a different one now, the east side window overlooking the courtyard. She had checked it carefully the first time. It smelled only of the building. She had sat in it every day since with the specific gratitude of someone who has found one reliable thing. She was halfway through her second set of readings when she became aware that the room's quality had shifted. Not dramatically. A change in the ambient sound caused a conversation at the desk near the stacks, slightly louder than the library's usual register. She noted it, applied the system, and continued reading. The conversation continued, grew. She noted it again with slightly more effort and continued reading. The third time, she noted it, she had stopped reading without realizing. She looked up. 2 students at the desk nearest the stacks, a man and a woman, were not quite arguing in the way that people in libraries did not quite argue. Voices low but carrying, the specific suppressed energy of a disagreement that had been running for longer than this room. She recognized one of them. Not well the recognition of someone you have shared a module with for a year without ever speaking, a face that belonged to a context rather than a relationship. He was in 2 of her seminars. She had noted him the way she noted most people, efficiently, without particular interest, stored in the catalog under unremarkable. She returned to her reading. The conversation at the desk became, by degrees, something louder. Not loud, the library enforced itself as a social contract, and they were both observing it, barely. But the quality of it changed, and the change was something her senses received before her conscious mind processed it. An elevation in both their heart rates, a sharpness entering the air that she associated now with emotional pressure. Her own awareness of the room ratcheted up a degree without her permission. She kept her eyes on the page. Then the man said, at a volume clearly not intended to travel, but which reached her with the effortless clarity of everything that reached her now. It's the Vance archive. Obviously it's relevant. That family has been documenting this for 30 years, and no one will look at it because it's not peer-reviewed. She stopped breathing. Which is exactly my point, the woman said, lower, faster. You can't just walk into someone's private family archive and... The university has a right to those materials under the... You don't know that. You don't know what's in it or whether any of it is. Elara put her pen down. The movement was precise and deliberate, and she was aware, doing it, that she was managing something that did not want to be managed. The heat was there, the familiar heat, the one that lived in her chest and moved outward when the pressure got large enough. She had not felt it suddenly since Friday night. She had not felt it in public before at all. Her name, her family's name. Her grandfather's archive, which she had been reading by morning light in the quiet of the villa, contained his careful compressed handwriting, which was the first true thing she had found in months. Someone else knew about it. Someone was treating it as data. She stood up. She did not plan to. Her body made the decision and informed her afterward, which was a pattern she recognized, and which meant she needed to leave this room immediately. She gathered her bag with the controlled efficiency of someone working very hard at controlled efficiency, and she moved toward the door, and she was almost at it when the man from the seminar turned and saw her and said, with the specific guileless confidence of someone who had not yet learned that some conversations should not be continued. Oh, Vance. Actually, you might be able to help with this. We're trying to get access to your grandfather's. No, she said. One word. She heard what it sounded like when it left her mouth, and it did not sound like her voice. It was hers, the right pitch, the right register, but underneath it was a quality she had not put there intentionally, a depth that had not been in her voice before the past few months, something that lived below language and communicated in a frequency that language was just the surface of. The man stopped mid-sentence. The woman looked at Elara. Something in her expression changed, a micro-expression, a fraction of a second of the specific look that people got when their body received information their mind hadn't processed yet. Wariness, arriving before the reason for it. Elara went through the door. The corridor outside, the library, was empty. She walked down it without knowing where she was going, which was not something she usually did. She navigated deliberately, had always navigated deliberately, had always known her destination before she moved toward it. Right now, her only destination was away from the library and away from the conversation, and away from the name of her grandfather spoken in that tone, the tone of someone treating a life's work as a resource to be accessed. She made it to the stairwell at the corridor's end. The door closed behind her, and the sound of the building dropped away, and she stood in the stairwell's specific quiet stone, cold, the kind of echo that meant the space was empty above and below, and the heat in her chest was not small anymore. It was not something she could breathe around. It was large and immediate, and her hands were already wrong. She could feel it before she looked at them, the pressure in her fingers that she had learned to recognize as the beginning of something that would not stop on its own. She pressed her back against the wall, pressed her hands flat against the stone behind her, cold and solid and real, the most real thing available. Not here, she told herself. Not here, not in the building, not where anyone can come through that door. You have the system. Use the system. She used the system. She named the sounds, her own breathing, the building's hum, somewhere above her a door opening and closing on a floor she was not on. She found the edges of the known and pressed against them. She breathed with the deliberateness of someone for whom breathing had stopped being automatic and became a practice. The heat did not reduce. It had never been this large in a space she could not control. In her bedroom, alone, she had managed it because the environment was hers, the walls were known, the exit was hers to choose, the only witness was herself. Here the walls were stone and belonged to the university, and the door behind her could open at any moment with anyone on the other side. Her vision shifted. The stairwell's dim light reorganized itself into the too clear register she had experienced on Friday night, the shadows acquiring definition, the texture of the stone wall beneath her palms becoming legible in granular detail. Her hands against the wall were almost right. Almost. She made a sound she would not afterward be able to describe. And then, the air changed. It was not a sound. It was not a smell, though there was a smell of cold air and forest and something clean that did not belong in a university stairwell. It was something that arrived the way her instincts had been arriving all year, below language, below the threshold of the senses she had been taught to trust, in the register that she had been learning was older than all of them. Her body went still. Not calm, the heat was still there, the shift still pressing at the surface, but the frantic quality of it changed. The signal that had been escalating without direction found something to orient to, the way a compass needle found north. Not peace, not safety, but a point of reference. Something in the stairwell that her instincts had classified, instantly and without consultation, as significant. She was not alone. She had not heard anyone enter. She did not know when it had happened, but the stairwell was occupied in a way it had not been occupied a moment ago, and the quality of that occupation was unlike the quality of Dorian in the atrium, unlike the heartbeat in the lecture hall corridor. Not a predator, not a threat. Something else entirely, something her catalog did not yet have a word for. She kept her hands flat against the wall, kept her eyes on the stone in front of her, focused on her breathing. From somewhere behind her and slightly above a few steps up, she thought, near the first landing a voice said, "Breathe. You're not losing it, you're just not trained." Low, even, the voice of someone who was not alarmed by what they were seeing and had decided that the most useful thing they could offer was the information that alarm was not the appropriate response. Not soothing, she would have rejected soothing, would have felt the condescension in it. This was not soothing. This was a statement of fact delivered by someone who was certain of it. She breathed. In, out, in. The heat retreated. Incrementally, reluctantly, the way it always retreated, not gone but reduced, pulled back to the level where it was something she was containing rather than something that was containing her. Her hands against the wall were ordinary. Her vision was ordinary. The stairwell was dim and cold and empty except for her and whoever was on the landing above. She turned around. She was standing on the half landing, 4 steps up, which was far enough to be a deliberate distance and close enough that the distance was a choice rather than an absence. Elara's first impression was not of features or height or any of the categories she usually organized people into. Her first impression was of quality, the specific quality of someone for whom stillness was not the absence of movement, but a thing in itself, inhabited and chosen. She stood on the landing the way the stone stood, without effort, without performance, simply there in the way of something that had decided exactly where it was and had no confusion about it. Dark clothing, functional rather than considered. Her build was the kind that suggested physical capability without announcing it, not slight, not imposing, somewhere in the range of someone whose body was a tool she kept in good condition, because it was useful rather than because she had feelings about it. Her face was contained in the way her stillness was contained, not closed, not cold, but managed. The face of someone who did not give things away accidentally. Her eyes were the thing Elara noticed last, which was unusual. She usually noticed eyes first. These eyes she noticed after everything else had been registered, because they required a different category from the rest of her. They were doing something that the controlled surface of her face was not quite managing to keep out of them, looking at Elara with an attention that was more than assessment, something that had recognized something before the mind had finished deciding what to do with the recognition. It was there for a moment. Then it was managed, filed, put away behind the contained expression. "Your hands," she said, not a question. Elara looked down. Her hands were ordinary. She looked back up. "They were not ordinary 60 seconds ago," the woman said. Still even, still factual. Elara said nothing. She was operating in the specific mode of someone who had run out of prepared responses and was waiting for more information before constructing new ones. The woman came down the 4 steps with the particular quality of her movement, unhurried, precise, each step placed with the unconscious exactness of someone who had always known exactly where their body was in space. She stopped at a distance that was further than conversation usually required and closer than strangers usually stood, and the specific calculation of it not near enough to threaten, not far enough to be indifferent, felt deliberate in a way Elara's instincts failed immediately. She reached into her jacket, produced a card, hold it out. Elara took it. I looked at it. An address in the outer mid-district, near the edge where the city's built environment began to thin toward the outer ring. A name beneath it, Virek. "When you're ready to understand what's happening to you," the woman said, "come there, not before you're ready, but don't wait until you can't manage it alone either, because you're getting close to that point." A pause, small and precise. Sooner rather than later. She turned to go. "Who are you?" Elara said. The woman looked back over her shoulder. Something in the look, not warm, not cold, occupying a temperature that did not have a common name, that was more like the temperature of something that had decided to be honest rather than comfortable. "Someone who recognized what you are before you did," she said. "That's enough for now." She went up the stairs. Her footsteps were almost silent, not quite, because she was not trying to be silent, but close enough that Elara's recently recalibrated hearing had to work slightly to track them. Up 1 flight, 2, the sound of a door, and then the stairwell was empty. Elara stood at the bottom of it with the card in her hand. The heat in her chest was gone. Not faded, gone, cleanly, with the totality of something that had been resolved rather than suppressed. She had not done that. She knew she had not done that. She had been 30 seconds from losing control in a university stairwell, and the arrival of this woman, the specific quality of her presence, the voice that had delivered information instead of alarm, had changed the entire register of the moment. "You're not losing it," the voice had said. "You're just not trained." She looked at the card, the address, the name. Virek. She put the card in her jacket pocket and pressed her hand flat over it for a moment, feeling the small rectangle of it through the fabric. Real. Physical. Evidence of something that was happening, that had always been happening, that she was finally going to stop managing alone. She went back through the stairwell door into the corridor, found the east exit, walked out into Velkern's afternoon air, which was cold and gray and entirely itself, and stood on the pavement and breathed it in and let the city be large and various around her until she was certain her hands were her hands and her voice was her voice, and she was, in every way that mattered, present. Then she took out her phone and texted Leela, "I'm okay. On my way home soon." Leela's response arrived in under a minute. "Okay, there's soup." She almost smiled. She walked to the tram stop. In her pocket, the card pressed against her palm through the jacket fabric, small and certain, all the way home. Chapter 7. Kaela Virek. She did not go the next day. She had told herself, on the tram home with the card in her pocket and Leela's soup waiting and the stairwell still present in her body as a kind of residue, that she would go soon. That the decision had essentially already been made and the going was just a formality to be scheduled. That she was not, under any interpretation of the available evidence, the kind of person who received a card with an address on it from someone who had just stopped her from losing control in a university stairwell, and then filed it under things to think about later. She filed it under things to think about later. Monday, she had reasons. The archive committee had sent a formal letter requesting a meeting with her mother about the transfer of her grandfather's materials, and her mother had read it over breakfast with the particular expression of someone who was going to handle this efficiently, and found the efficiency straightforwardly unpleasant, and Elara had spent the morning in the quiet company of that, and had not been in a condition to do anything that required being ready. Tuesday, she had almost gone. She had taken a different tram line, the one that went toward the outer mid-district rather than the university, and had ridden it 4 stops before getting off at an intersection she didn't need to be at and walking to the nearest cafe and drinking a coffee she didn't particularly want while looking at the card on the table in front of her. The address was specific. The building would be there. She had put the card back in her pocket and taken the next tram to the university and attended her lectures, and told herself that Tuesday had simply not been the right day. Wednesday, Thursday. On Friday morning, she woke up and the senses were high again, not as high as they had been the day of the stairwell, but elevated in a way that the system could reduce and not eliminate, the way a headache could be managed but not ignored. She lay in bed and ran through the names and the distances and felt the city outside the window doing what it always did, breathing its particular breath, and she thought, "You said sooner rather than later. And you are, by any reasonable measure, approaching later." She got up. She did not eat breakfast. She told Leela, who was awake and watching her with the specific alertness that meant she had already decided not to ask, that she had an errand in the mid-district and would be back by noon. "Okay," Leela said. "I have my phone." "I know." Elara looked at her for a moment. Leela looked back with the expression that meant, "I know what this is and I am not going to make it harder by nomming it. Go." She went. The address on the card was a building in the district's transitional zone, the area where the mid-district's commercial density began to thin and the streets widened slightly, as if the city were taking a breath before the outer ring's different kind of space began. She had walked past it, she realized, on the longer routes she had been taking since adjusting her university navigation. It presented itself to the street with the practiced unremarkability of something that did not want to be examined. A stone facade that matched the neighboring buildings well enough not to draw the eye, windows that were present without being informative, a door that was neither welcoming nor forbidding. A small plaque beside the door said Virek Security Consultancy, in the kind of font that communicated professionalism and nothing else. She stood on the pavement across the street for a moment. Security consultancy, she thought. That is either what it is or the most efficient possible surface to put over what it is. Possibly both. She crossed the street. She stood at the door for approximately 4 seconds, which was long enough to register that she was doing the thing she had been not doing all week, and that the not doing was over, and then she pushed it open. The interior was exactly as considered as the exterior, a reception area that communicated competence without warmth, the kind of space that had been designed by someone who understood that the first impression of a room should answer questions rather than raise them. A desk, staffed by a person who looked up from a screen with the practiced attention of someone whose job was to assess arrivals quickly and accurately. Behind the desk, a corridor, closed doors. "Elara Vance," she said to the person at the desk before they could ask. "I have a card." She put it on the desk. The person looked at the card. I looked at her. Something in their expression shifted not from surprise, but the adjustment of someone updating an expectation. "I'll let her know you're here," they said. "Please sit down." There were chairs against the wall. She sat in one and did not take out her phone and did not look at her hands and listened to the building, its sounds, its smells, the specific quality of the air which carried layers she had not expected. Stone and wood and something that was outdoor rather than indoor, cold green, the trace of a forest that should not have been detectable this far into the city's built fabric. She was still cataloging it when the corridor door opened. Kaela Virek's office was not what she had constructed in a week of not going. She had imagined, in the intervals when she had allowed herself to imagine, something that matched the building's careful unremarkability, efficient, neutral workspace of someone who did not put personal things in professional spaces. She had been half right. The desk was uncluttered. The shelving held files and references in the organized manner of someone who knew where everything was because they had decided where everything should be. The two chairs across from the desk were functional. But the shelving also held, in the spaces between the files, small things that were not functional. A piece of bark, smooth-edged, the size of a palm. A stone with a specific grain that caught the light from the window. A single dried leaf preserved under glass that she could not identify from where she was sitting. The room was the room of someone who lived close to the natural world and had brought small pieces of it indoors not for decoration, but because the alternative, a room entirely without it, was not something they were prepared to accept. On the shelf behind the desk, at eye level from where Kaela would sit, a photograph faced the wall. Elara noted it, did not comment on it, filed it. Kaela was standing when Elara came in, not performing the standing, not doing the thing people did when they wanted to establish hierarchy through the timing of sitting. Simply standing at the window that looked onto a narrow interior courtyard, arms at her sides, watching something in the courtyard below with the quality of attention she brought to everything, complete and unhurried. She turned when Elara entered. Her expression was exactly what it had been in the stairwell, contained, assessing, and underneath the containment the very specific thing she had briefly seen and then watched Kaela manage back behind the surface. Recognition. Something that looked at Elara and had a response it was choosing not to perform. "You took a week," she said, not accusation, observation. "I know," Elara said. A small pause in which they both acknowledged that nothing further needed to be said about that. Kaela moved to the desk, not sitting yet, standing behind it, which maintained the window's distance between them. She gestured to the chairs across from it. Elara sat. Kaela sat. The desk between them was not particularly wide. "Ask," Kaela said. "You've been composing questions for a week. Start with whichever one is most important." Elara looked at her. "The precision of the instruction does not tell me what you know or we should start from the beginning, but ask. Start with the most important one," was the approach of someone who had done this before and had learned that the first question a person asked told you more about them than 10 answers would. She is assessing me, Elara thought, and she is not hiding that she is assessing me. That is a choice. "What am I?" she said. Kaela looked at her for a moment. Something in the look, a quality of attention that was doing several things simultaneously, the way complex attention did. "A shifter," she said. "Leopard, from the pattern of what I saw in the stairwell. Unregistered, which means you've been shifting without training, which means the instability you've been managing is structural rather than exceptional." Unregistered means what exactly? It means the system that governs what you are doesn't know you exist. Which is a problem not because you've done anything wrong, but because unregistered shifters are assumed to be unstable by definition, and an unstable anomaly in the city draws attention that neither of us wants right now. Elara noted neither of us without commenting on it. What kind of system? Governance. There have been structures for a long time that manage the coexistence of supernatural species within human cities. Velkern is one of the older managed systems. Packs are registered entities. Alphas are accountable. The system requires categories because categories are what make management possible. And I don't fit a category. You fit a category, Kaela said. Leopard shifter. That's a known category. What's not categorized is the magical interference threaded through your shift pattern. Myra, our healer, would need to assess you properly, but from what I observed in the stairwell, your magic and your shift are not separate systems. They're woven through each other. That's why you can't control one without the other interfering. You saw all of that in a stairwell in 30 seconds. I saw enough of it, Kaela said. Not modest, not boastful, accurate. Elara looked at her hands in her lap. Ordinary, hers. The things she had been cataloging for months, reduced in this room to leopard, unregistered anomaly. The categories were not comfortable. They were, she recognized, true. What do you want? She asked. The question she had been carrying all week, the one under all the others. Kaela's gaze was steady. For you not to lose control in a university stairwell again and expose yourself to people who don't know what they're seeing. A beat. And to understand what you are, because you are something I haven't encountered before, and I find that relevant. Relevant? Elara filed the word, and the quality with which it had been delivered was not the word Kaela had reached for first, she thought. The word Kaela was chosen after the first one. What do I want? She said. I imagine, Kaela said, with the precision of someone who had been thinking about this rather than assuming it, that you want to understand what's happening to you. What you are and what it means, and whether you can manage it without it managing you. I imagine you've been trying to answer those questions alone for months and have arrived at partial answers that aren't sufficient. Yes, Elara said, simple, the simplest word available. Then we want compatible things, Kaela said, which is a workable place to start. The practical conversation took longer than the first one. Kaela laid out what Virek Pack could offer. Training, context, the stabilization work that Elara's uncontrolled shifts had been moving toward requiring for months. Access to Myra's medical knowledge and Isolde's understanding of the magical interference. A structure, in place of the improvised system she had been running alone. In exchange, cooperation, transparency about what she experienced, and the manner which Kaela explained with the same factual evenness she applied to everything would need to be where the training happened, at least initially, because the stabilization process required a controlled environment and a specific kind of proximity. Proximity to the pack, Elara said. A pause, small, the same length as the pause in the stairwell, Elara thought, when she had asked and Kaela had answered yes. To me, specifically, Kaela said. Your instincts have already identified an anchor point. That's what happened in the stairwell, not just calm, but orientation. Your system found a reference and stabilized against it. My system found you, Elara said, saying it plainly because plain was the language this room seemed to run on. Yes, equally plain. Is that, she paused, normal? It happens between alphas and unstable shifters. The alpha resonance provides a point of orientation that the shifter's instincts can calibrate to. It's a known mechanism. A pause that was different from the others fractionally longer, and in the fraction of it, something moved across Kaela's expression that was there and gone before Elara had finished identifying it. In your case, it appears to be functioning more immediately than is typical. Which is consistent with everything else about you. That is not quite standard. Elara looked at her. Kaela looked back, and the containment was intact, and underneath the containment was the thing she had seen in the stairwell, the managed recognition, the response being held at a careful distance from the surface. She noticed it in the stairwell, Elara thought, the moment my system oriented to her. She felt it too, and she has been deciding what to do with that all week, the same as I have. She arrived at the same place I did, compatible things, workable places to start. The dependency, Elara said. If my instincts orient to you as an anchor, what does that mean long-term? It means we manage it carefully, Kaela said. The goal of the training is for your own instincts to become stable enough to hold themselves. The dependency is a transitional mechanism, not a permanent state. She said this with the confidence of someone who had decided this was the accurate thing to say. She said it without quite meeting Elara's eyes on the last sentence. Elara noted that too, filed it, said, "What's the catch?" I said there wasn't one. You said the exchange was cooperation and transparency. That's not the same as saying there's no catch. The smallest thing that happened in Kaela's expression was not a smile, nothing as generous as that, but the very slight shift of someone who had received an answer they had not fully anticipated and found it, despite themselves, interesting. The catch, she said, is that the training is not comfortable and the pack dynamic is not simple, and you will be asked to trust people you don't know yet with information that is very new to you. That's the catch. There's no hidden cost. I don't operate that way. Elara looked at her for a moment. In the courtyard outside the window, a bird she couldn't identify moved through the narrow slice of gray sky, and the office held the particular quiet of two people who had been careful with each other and had arrived somewhere real despite the carefulness. Okay, she said. Okay, Kaela said. Neither of them said, this is the beginning of something. The room said it for them. They agreed on a time for her to come to the manor. The logistics were brief. Kaela had a quality for logistics, for reducing the complicated to its functional components and addressing each one without waste. Saturday morning, early enough that the forest approach to the manor would be in daylight. What to bring, which was not much. What to tell her family, which was, as much or as little as she was comfortable with. I won't tell you how to manage your human relationships, Kaela said, but I'd recommend not lying more than necessary. Lies require maintenance. That's practical advice, Elara said. I'm a practical person. She stood to leave. Kaela stood with her not to escort her, just standing, the room reorganizing itself around the transition. Elara picked up her bag, looked one more time at the shelves, the bark, the stone, the dried leaf under glass, the files in their ordered rows. The photograph facing the wall. She did not ask. She had decided, sometime in the middle of the conversation, that there were things in this room she was going to learn in the right sequence or not at all, and the photograph was one of them. She turned toward the door. Elara, Kaela said. She turned back. Kaela was standing behind her desk in the gray light from the courtyard window, and she was looking at Elara with the expression she had been managing carefully all conversation, but managing it slightly less now. In the last moment before the door, the way control sometimes eased in the moment of departure, when the effort of maintaining it could be briefly reduced. Something in it that was more than professional assessment. Something that was looking at Elara, and had a response to what it saw that it was still deciding what to do with. You did well, she said. In the stairwell, most people in your position at your level of instability would not have held it as long as you did. Elara looked at her. You were there. Yes. How long have you been there? A pause, long enough to know you were managing it before I spoke. Elara absorbed this. You were waiting to see if I needed you. The containment was very much back in place. I was assessing the situation, Kaela said. You were waiting to see if I needed you, Elara thought again, and did not say it a second time. She filed it the way she filed everything, carefully, completely, in the part of the catalog that was accumulating information about Kaela Virek specifically. Saturday, she said. I'll be there. I know, Kaela said. The same two words she had used when Elara gave her name in the corridor. Delivered the same way, not prediction, not presumption, just certainty. The certainty of someone who had assessed the situation and arrived at a conclusion, and was not in the habit of doubting conclusions that had been properly reached. Elara went through the door. She walked home through the mid-district in Velkern's midday gray and felt the city differently. Not the senses, those were what they always were now, receiving everything at the volume that had become their new register. Not the input, the interpretation. She moved through the same streets she had always moved through, and the layer beneath the surface was present to her in a way it had not been before this morning, not because anything had changed in the city, but because something had changed in her relationship to it. She had a word now, several words: shifter, leopard, anomaly, anchor. The words were not comfortable. They fit, which was different from comfortable. She walked past the market stalls and the bakery and the small gated parks, and she thought about the conversation, not the content of it, which she had catalogued completely and would return to, but the quality of it. The negotiation that had been a negotiation precisely because neither of them had conceded anything without receiving something. Kaela had not performed with authority or warmth or welcome. She had simply been in the room with Elara, entirely present, and had said what was true and waited for Elara to say what was true in return. It was the most honest conversation she had had in months, possibly longer than that. She turned up the hill toward the upper ring and thought about Saturday and thought about the manor and thought about the specific quality of what had happened in the stairwell when the air had changed and her system had found something to orient to. The settling. The point of reference, arriving before she had seen its source. Her instincts had made a decision before she had. They had identified something and moved toward it, and she had spent a week resisting the movement, and she had gone anyway. Compatible things, she thought, a workable place to start. At the villa, Leela was in the kitchen with a book and the studied casualness of someone who had been waiting and had decided to perform not waiting. She looked up when Elara came in, took her in the expression, the way she was holding herself, whatever it was that Leela read in these assessments that she could not fully articulate but was consistently accurate about. "Well," she said. Elara sat down at the table. "I have somewhere to be on Saturday morning." "Okay. I'll tell you more when I have more." A pause. "I promise." Leela looked at her for a moment, set her book down. Get up and put the kettle on with the particular decision of someone who has assessed what the moment needs and provided it without being asked. "Saturday," she said. "Saturday," Elara agreed. They had tea. The villa was warm around them. Outside, Velkern carried on in its ancient, unremarkable way, breathing its particular breath, keeping its layer beneath the surface available to anyone with the right instrument to receive it. Elara's hands on the cup were ordinary, hers. On Saturday, she would find out what else they were. Beneath the Skin, The Anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 8. The Manor. The manor was not what she had built in her head, which was its first surprise. She had imagined something that matched Kaela's office functional, considered the architecture of someone who valued precision over warmth. What the outer road delivered, as she came around the last curve of the forest approach, was something different. The manor was large in the way that spoke of age rather than statement, not designed to impress, but to last, the kind of building that had been added to and modified across generations until it had become less an architect's vision and more a record of continuous habitation. Stone that had darkened with decades of weather. Windows that were numerous and irregular, placed where the rooms inside had needed them rather than where symmetry would have put them. The forest came close on 3 sides, the tree line pressing against the property's edge with the easy familiarity of something that had always been there and intended to remain. The whole of it was embedded in its landscape in a way that the city's buildings were not. Velkern's architecture sat on top of the ground. This sat inside it. Her senses received it before the rest of her had finished processing the visual. The air here was entirely different from the city's air, layered in a way that the urban environment with all its complexity was not. Cold, green, alive with the specific depth of old-growth forest, the smell of it arrived not as a single note, but as something she had to learn to read in sequence. Earth first, then bark, then the particular mineral cold of the stream she could hear, but not yet see somewhere to the east. And underneath all of it, woven through it like a structural element, something that her instincts received as territory, as a place that knew it was a place and had been claimed as such for a very long time. She stood at the edge of the drive for a moment and breathed it in. This is where they live, she thought, not where they work, where they live. The front door opened before she reached it. Kaela at the manor was measurably different from Kaela in the office. Not dramatically different, she was still contained, still precise, still the person who occupied space with the quality of something that had decided exactly where it was. But in the office, the containment had been the primary thing, the thing Elara's attention had met first and had to work around to find anything else. Here it was secondary. Here the primary thing was a specific physical ease, the ease of someone in the environment their body understood best, where the management required to exist in spaces built for other purposes could be, if not abandoned, then significantly reduced. She was wearing different clothes, not formally different from the same functional dark that she seemed to default to, but less structured than the office jacket, a worn quality to the fabric that suggested use rather than wear. She had been outside this morning. Elara could smell the forest on her from 8 feet away, cold green and the particular mineral note of the stream, and her instincts received it with the orientation response that was becoming familiar, that settling, that finding of a point. "You found it without difficulty," Kaela said. "Your directions were specific." "They usually need to be." She stepped back from the door to let Elara in. Not a gesture, simply a movement, the practical rearrangement of the doorway to allow passage. But as Elara came through, Kaela moved with her in a way that was so small it almost wasn't a movement at all. A fractional shift of position, adjusting the angle between Elara and the interior of the entrance hall, placing herself between the newcomer and the space beyond, with an instinct so quiet it had not announced itself as instinct. It had simply happened. Elara clocked it the way she clocked everything, said nothing. She didn't decide to do that, Elara thought. That was not a decision. That was something older than decisions. "The others are in the main room," Kaela said, already moving down the entrance hall. "I'll introduce you. Then Myra wants to assess you before anything else, which I'd recommend agreeing to because she's going to want to do it eventually and earlier is more useful." "You're not asking if I'm comfortable with that." "I'm telling you what I'd recommend," Kaela said without looking back. "The asking is implied." Elara followed her into the manor. The main room was large and used in the way that rooms were used when many people lived in a space and had made their individual peace with the community. Books on every horizontal surface, some of them clearly mid-read and others clearly theoretical, the ones that had been there long enough to belong to the room rather than to a person. A long table that served, from the evidence of what was on it, as dining surface, work surface, and the place where things were put down without an immediate plan for putting them somewhere more permanent. A fireplace that was doing its work at the far end, and in front of it a configuration of furniture that had been arranged and rearranged over time into its current form, the specific organic layout of seating that gets moved to accommodate real use rather than planned according to what looks right. 3 people looked up when they came in. The first was already moving before the others had fully registered that someone new had arrived up from the chair she'd been folded into with the ease of someone whose body operated on springs, crossing the room with the energy of someone who had been waiting for this to be the moment and was genuinely pleased it had arrived. "Elara Vance," she said, not a question. Arriving at a distance that was closer than most people stood on a first meeting, but so naturally inhabited that it didn't read as intrusion. She was Elara's height, dark-haired, with a face that was doing several things simultaneously: warmth and curiosity, and a quality of attention that was different from Kaela's but equally thorough. Where Kaela's attention was assessed, this woman's received. She was taking Elara in the way you took in something you were genuinely pleased to encounter. "I'm Sira. I know everything about you that Kaela was willing to tell us, which is less than I wanted to know, and more than she usually shares with anyone, so." Elara looked at Kaela. Kaela's expression communicated, "This is accurate, and I have made my peace with it." "It's good to meet you," Elara said, which was true, and which she said with the directness of someone who meant it, and found it slightly surprising that they meant it. Sira smiled. The smile was the smile of someone who had many of them available and deployed them with genuine rather than performed generosity. "It's good to meet you too. I mean that. We've been..." She glanced back at the room, at the others, at Kaela. Let's say we've been aware that something was coming and it's better to see something than to keep being aware of it. Sira, Kaela said. One word. The one-word delivery of someone who was not issuing a reprimand, but was nodding that a boundary of information had been reached. I'm being welcoming, Sira said to Kaela, unbothered. You're being thorough. Same thing. She turned back to Elara. Come sit down. The other two are going to be careful with you for a while, which is their way, and Isolde's at the back of the house and will find you when she's ready, which is her way. So let me be my way about it and make you some tea and we can talk like people. Elara liked her immediately, which was not something she was accustomed to doing with people she had known for 40 seconds. She filed this too, in the part of the catalog that was specifically about the manor, and followed Sira to the fireplace end of the room. The man by the table watched her cross the room with the specific quality of attention that she was beginning to recognize as common to everyone here. Thorough, unhurried, arriving at conclusions rather than impressions. He was older than Sira, late 20s, the kind of build that suggested he'd been in physically demanding situations long enough that his body had incorporated the experience into its resting state. His face had the arrangement of someone who had decided some time ago that expressions were a resource to be spent carefully. He looked at Elara for a moment. Then he looked at Kaela, a single look that contained a full exchange, and then he nodded once in Elara's direction. Riven Hale, Kaela said to Elara. Second, you'll work with him on tactical structure once the stabilization is further along. Good to know, Elara said to Riven. Riven said, which she was already reading, correctly she thought, as, I have noted you and will form an opinion over time and the opinion will be honest. The man on the other side of the room, standing near the window with a mug of something and the settled posture of a person who had been standing in that particular spot for long enough that the spot had become his, looked at her when she entered and looked away when she'd been looked at. Not dismissal. The specific economy of someone who gathered information efficiently and did not perform the gathering. Dax, Kaela said. Dax raised his mug slightly in her direction. Elara raised an eyebrow back, which seemed to be the right register. Myra was the last, coming in from a side door with the quiet of someone who moved through spaces without disturbing them. She was older than the others' mid-30s, the kind of stillness that came from having been observant for long enough that the observation had become restful rather than effortful. She looked at Elara with eyes that were doing something clinical underneath their warmth, the professional attention of someone whose job was to look at people and understand what was happening in them. I'd like to assess you after the introductions, she said without preamble, if that's agreeable. Kaela mentioned, Elara said, yes. Something in Myra's expression settled not on relief exactly, more the look of someone who had prepared for a negotiation and found it wasn't necessary. Good. It won't take long. I mostly need to understand the baseline. She doesn't have a baseline, Kaela said from across the room. That's the problem. She has one, Myra said. It's just not standard. She looked at Elara with specific attention again. Nothing about you is going to be standard, I expect. I find that interesting rather than inconvenient for what it's worth. That's worth something, Elara said. Myra smiled, small, genuine. Good, sit down, drink whatever Sira's making. I'll find you in 20 minutes. Isolde found her, as Sira had predicted, when she was ready. Which was 40 minutes later, not 20, during which Elara had drunk her tea and talked with Sira about the city and the manor, and the way the pack operated as a structure, and the way it operated as something more organic than a structure, both of which Sira described with the particular fluency of someone who had thought about it enough to be able to explain it to people who were new to it. It was, Elara thought, a practiced fluency. Sira had done this before, welcoming people into the context, and translated the pack into something approachable. She was good at it in a way that suggested both talent and genuine investment. Myra's assessment had been as brief as promised and more thorough than brief should have allowed. She had held Elara's wrists, her hands, had asked questions in the manner of someone who already had hypotheses, and was testing them specific, technical, occasionally in terminology that Elara did not have yet, and which Myra translated without condescension when asked. At the end, she had said, "As I thought, the magical system and the shifting instinct are not separate. Isolde will need to look at it before I can say more, but I've read about something like this. It's old. You're not the first." "But you haven't seen it before," Elara said. "No, but old is useful. It means there's precedent. It means someone has managed it before." A pause. "It also means the management requires specific conditions. That's Kaela's part." She had left it there. Elara had sat with it, in the chair by the fire, while Sira talked, and the room settled around her into its normal patterns, the pack moving through the space with the ease of people who had long ago negotiated the terms of sharing it. She realized, sitting in someone's home. Not a training facility, not an office. A home where people lived and had their morning coffee and left books in mid-read on the furniture and knew exactly which chair in front of the fire was best for the afternoon light. The realization had a specific texture. She was still sitting with it when Isolde came in through the door at the back of the room. She was younger than Elara had expected from the way the others had mentioned her mid-20s, slight, with the particular quality of someone whose awareness of a room did not proceed through their eyes in the way that other people did. Her head moved differently when she entered, not the scan of someone looking, but a turn that seemed to be reading something in the air, taking in the room through a sense that Elara did not have language for yet. She turned toward the fire, toward Elara. She did not look at her. She looked at the space Elara occupied. "The magic is very loud in you," she said. Her voice was calm in the specific way of someone who had arranged a permanent relationship with calm because the alternative was unsustainable. "It's not disordered. I want to be clear about that. It's woven. I've read about this configuration, but I haven't encountered it." Myra said the same thing. "Myra and I arrived at it from different directions." Isolde turned her head slightly, the gesture of someone tracking something moving at the edge of perception. "Your magic knows what it's doing. It's your understanding of it that's behind, which is fixable." A pause. "May I?" Elara looked at the hand Isolde had extended toward her, not reaching for her, simply offered, the gesture of someone asking permission to read something. She put her hand in Isolde's. What happened was not visible. Nothing changed in the room, nothing moved. But Elara felt something of a quality of attention directed at the place where her magic and her instincts were woven together, the place she had been managing and misunderstanding for months. A light turned on something that had previously been navigated in the dark. It was not comfortable. It was accurate. She held still, through the discomfort of being read precisely, and waited. Isolde released her hand. "Kaela's anchor will hold it," she said. "Once the training builds enough stability into the weave itself, you'll be able to hold it yourself. But that takes time." "How much time?" Isolde tilted her head. "Depends on you." She said it simply, without implication, as a fact. The capacity is there. It's the understanding that needs to catch up. She moved away toward the shelves at the room's edge, her attention already on the next thing. Elara sat with the warmth of the fire and the weight of the afternoon and the specific feeling of a person who has had several significant things confirmed in the space of a few hours and has not yet finished absorbing any of them. Kaela showed her the manor in the late afternoon, when the light through the windows had taken on the particular quality that old buildings produced in autumn. Gold and specific, each beam carrying dust in a way that made the light feel substantial. It was a practical tour of the training rooms, which were in the manor's west wing and were exactly that. Functional, clear-floored, with the specific smell of a space used for physical work. The communal areas. The guest quarters, which Kaela showed her with the neutrality of someone presenting an option rather than making an assumption. The forest boundary, which they reached through a door at the manor's back that opened onto a wide stone-flagged area before the tree line began. Elara stood at the edge of it. The forest pressed close to the territory she had smelled on the approach, alive with the layered complexity that her senses had been learning to read. Something in her shifted toward it without asking, the instinct that was leopard moving in the direction of a landscape that was, in some register she had not yet named, legible. She was aware of Kaela standing slightly behind her and to the left, watching her receive it. "It's a lot," Elara said. The forest is always a lot the first time. Kaela's voice was closer than it had been a moment before she had moved, fractionally, without announcing it. Your instincts are going to want to go into it. That's normal. We don't train in the forest until the shifts are stable, so that's a later thing. I know. She did know. She also felt, with clarity, the pull of the tree line, the specific call of a landscape that her body read as native in a way the city never had been. I'm not going to run into the forest. I know, Kaela said, exactly the way Elara had said it with the same weight. They stood at the forest's edge for a moment. The light was going gold across the tops of the trees, and the air was very cold and entirely clean, and Elara breathed it and felt the manner at her back, the warmth of it. The fire, Sira's voice somewhere inside, the sounds of the pack in its late afternoon arrangements, and the forest at her front, old and patient and waiting, with the patience of something that had time. A branch came down somewhere in the tree line. Not close 50 meters, the crack of dead wood giving way, followed by the landing of it and the sound of a startled bird. Kaela moved. It was very small. It would have been invisible to someone who was not paying the specific quality of attention that Elara paid to everything now. A shift of half a step, her body rotating slightly, redistributing its weight, placing itself between Elara and the direction the sound had come from. Not a defensive posture. Nothing so dramatic. Just a repositioning. The specific repositioning of something that had identified a potential variable and had arranged itself, without conscious decision, in the way of it. She stopped the movement almost before it had completed. Elara watched her realize she had done it. She watched Kaela decide not to acknowledge it. Dead wood, Elara said, neutral, giving her the exit. Kaela said. She had moved back to her original position. Her voice was exactly as even as it always was. You didn't decide to do that, Elara thought, for the second time that day. In the doorway it had been small enough that she might have missed it. At the forest's edge it had not been large, but real. The specific reality of a response that had not come from the managed surface but from somewhere below it, where things happened before they were available for management. She looked at the tree line. Thank you, she said, for today. A pause in which Kaela received this and processed what to do with it, which was, Elara had noticed, always a beat longer than it would be for someone who gave thanks away more easily. You haven't done anything yet. I've done enough for a Saturday, Elara said. The rest can wait. Something in the air between them is the quality of having been at the forest's edge together, having been through the afternoon together, the specific gravity of two careful people who had been careful at each other all day, and had, in the small accidental moments, been something else. Come on Saturday, Kaela said. Come every Saturday. Come more often if the stability requires it. We'll build the rest from there. Every Saturday, Elara agreed. They went back inside. The fire was still going. Sira had made more tea and had apparently also acquired opinions about the biscuits that accompanied it, which she was sharing with Dax, who was listening with the expression of someone who had long ago made peace with the fact that Sira would have opinions about most things, and that the opinions were usually worth hearing. Elara sat down in the chair that had been hers for the afternoon and picked up her cup and felt the manor close around her like a room that had decided she could be in it, and she thought, this is a lot. This is all of it, all at once, and it is a great deal. And then she thought, yes, and nothing. She drank her tea. She stayed until the light was fully gone from the windows, and the fire needed another log, and Riven put it on without being asked, and only then gathered her things and said her goodbyes to a room that said goodbye back with the ease of a place that expected to see her again. Kaela walked her to the door. Next Saturday, Kaela said. Next Saturday, Elara said. She walked back down the forest drive to the road, and the cold came up around her, and behind her the manor's windows were lit against the dark, warm and specific and entirely real. She did not look back. She didn't need to. She could feel it there. Chapter 9. Rules of the Pack. The second Saturday, she arrived 20 minutes earlier than the first. She had not planned this. She had left the villa at the time she had planned to leave it, and walked to the tram at the pace she usually walked. And the tram had been on time, and the connection had been uncomplicated, and she had arrived at the end of the Manor's Forest Drive with 20 minutes that she had not accounted for. She stood at the edge of where the road became the drive and looked at the building through the trees and had a brief, honest conversation with herself about what the 20 minutes meant. It meant she had wanted to be here before she admitted she wanted to be here. That was the most accurate interpretation of the available evidence. She walked up the drive. Kaela opened the door before she reached it, which she was beginning to understand was simply how the door operated when Kaela was in the building. Not surveillance, not performance, just the specific awareness of someone whose relationship to their own territory meant that arrivals were registered before they announced themselves. "You're early," Kaela said. The tram was on time. A pause in which Kaela received this with the expression she wore when she had decided to accept an explanation she did not fully believe. "Riven is in the briefing room. He wants to do the structural overview before we start the physical work today." The structural overview. "The rules," Kaela said, "how the system works, what you're in the middle of without having been told." She stepped back from the door. "He finds it more respectful to be direct about it than to let you discover it gradually. I agree with him." "That's also my preference," Elara said. "I know," Kaela said, which was the third time she had said those two words, and the third time it had carried the weight of someone who had been paying attention and had arrived at conclusions. "Come in." The briefing room was exactly that. Not an office, not a meeting room, a space that had been arranged for the specific purpose of delivering and receiving information, with the functional clarity of someone who believed that the environment shaped the quality of the thinking done inside it. A long table. A board on the wall with a map of Velkern, and its surrounding territory marked in a way that she could already read differently from how she would have read it 6 weeks ago. The city's layers visible in the markings: Upper Ring, Mid-District. The Outer Ring's territory in a notation that was clearly not for public consumption. Riven was standing at the board when they came in. He looked at Elara with the assessment that was his default register, and then at Kaela with the single look that contained a full conversation, and then he pulled out a chair at the table. "Sit down," he said, not unfriendly. The tone of someone who found efficiency more respectful than warmth and had made that choice a long time ago. She sat. Kaela sat at the corner of the table, not between them, not at the head, a position that was present without being intermediary. Riven remained standing, which she was already reading as simply how he preferred to think. "I'm going to give you the system as it is," he said. "Not the history of why it developed this way, which is long and only partially relevant. The operating structure, what it means for you and what it means for this pack. Questions at the end or as they come, your choice." "As they come," she said. He nodded once. "Velkern has operated under a managed supernatural governance structure for approximately 300 years, with modifications. The structure is maintained by a council, representatives of the major species groups operating in the city. Shifters, witches, and the extended-lived. Vampires are represented but non-participatory by long-standing arrangement, which is a political history you don't need right now." "Filed," she said. "Packs are registered entities within that structure. Registration means accountability. The Pack's alpha is responsible for the conduct of every Pack member to the council. In exchange, the Pack has recognized territorial rights, legal standing in supernatural disputes, and access to shared resources. Myra's medical network, Isolde's veil work, the governance system's protection mechanisms. And unregistered. Unregistered means none of that. No standing, no protection, assumed unstable by definition." He said it flatly, not unkindly, just accurately. "A lone shifter operating in Velkern without registration is a liability in the system's terms, not because they've done anything wrong, because the system requires categories to function, and a shifter outside a category is a variable it can't account for." "Right," Elara said, "so I'm a liability." "Currently," Riven said, "that's the starting point." The next part took longer. Riven was thorough in the way of someone who had learned that incomplete information, caused more problems than the time a complete briefing required. And the thoroughness meant that by the time he reached the specific nature of Elara's situation, she had been sitting with the structural overview for 40 minutes and had asked 11 questions, all of which he had answered without editorializing. "Your case," he said when he arrived at it, "is categorically unusual." "I'm going to write that on something," Elara said. Riven paused. I looked at her. Something shifted in his expression, not quite a smile, but the very slight adjustment of someone recalibrating an expectation upward. He continued. "Leopard shifters are an uncommon but registered category. The Velkern system has protocols for lone shifters presenting without pack affiliation integration procedures, assessment periods, eventual registration either as an independent or under a registered pack. That's the standard path." "But," she said. "But," he agreed, "the standard path assumes a standard presentation. Yours is not standard. The magical interference woven through your shift pattern does not correspond to any registered category in the system's current documentation." He paused, not for effect, simply because the next sentence required accuracy. "You are not the first person to present this configuration. You are, however, the first one the current governance system has encountered. The historical records which Selim has apparently been maintaining, for what it's worth, suggest there have been others, in earlier periods. But the system's institutional memory doesn't extend that far, and what records exist are not in a format the Governance Council currently recognizes." Silence in the briefing room. "So to summarize," Elara said, "I am a leopard shifter with magical interference of uncertain origin, unregistered, in a city with a 300-year-old governance system that has no category for what I am. And the only historical documentation of anything like me is being maintained by a possibly immortal history professor who speaks in implications." Riven looked at her. "Yes. And the system's response to variables it can't categorize is to classify them as unstable liabilities." "Correct. That's a very efficient way to make someone's problem into everyone else's problem," she said. "Has anyone told the system it's doing that?" The adjustment in Riven's expression was larger this time. Still not a smile. The territory adjacent to a smile, occupied by someone who had decided smiling was not the appropriate response, but had noted the provocation. He looked at Kaela. Kaela was looking at Elara with an expression she had not yet catalogued, something that was more unguarded than her usual register, something that had arrived in the moment of the summary and had not quite been managed back behind the surface yet. It was not quite fun. It was something that looked like recognition of a different kind from the stairwell, the specific look of someone who has encountered a quality they were not expecting and has found it, without planning to, significant. She managed it. I looked back at Riven. "No," Riven said to Elara. "No one has told the system that. The system is 300 years old and has strong opinions about its own adequacy." "Of course it does," Elara said. "Old systems always do." Riven sat down, which she understood was not a concession, but a recalibration he was settling in for the next phase of the conversation, which was going to be different from the first phase. "The practical implication," he said, "is that we are operating under a registration hold while the situation is assessed. Kaela has notified the council that Virek Pack has taken on a case of unusual complexity and requested additional assessment time. The council has granted it, provisionally, because Kaela's record with the system is sufficient to extend that credit." "How long is provisional?" "Long enough," Kaela said, first time she had spoken since the briefing began. "Don't worry about the timeline. Worry about stabilization." "I can do two things," Elara said. "I know," Kaela said. "Worry about stabilization first." Kaela left them briefly some operational matter that required her attention, delivered through the door by Dax in the specific shorthand of people who had worked together long enough that whole sentences had been compressed into phrases. Riven remained. He was looking at the map on the board with the expression of someone who was not really looking at the map. Elara looked at him. "You have something else," she said. He glanced at her. The recalibration again, she was reading him faster than he had expected. The council assessment is straightforward, he said. Kaela will manage it. That's not the thing I want you to understand. What's the thing you want me to understand? He was quiet for a moment. Riven's silences, she was learning, were not the silences of someone choosing words. They were the silences of someone making decisions. This one was making a decision about how much to say and to whom. This pack has been stable for 4 years, he said. Before that, it wasn't. Kaela rebuilt the structure, the protocols, and the registration standing, all of it, from a situation that was a pause, significantly worse than what it is now. She waited. She did that by being very careful, he said, about what she took on, who she extended the pack's accountability to. The council respects Virek pack because Kaela has not, in 4 years, made a move that wasn't calculated and correct. He looked at her. You are the most uncalculated thing she has done in 4 years. Elara looked at the map, at the outer ring territory markers, at the position of the manor in relation to the city's layers. Is that a warning? She said. No, Riven said. It's context. I want you to understand what it means that she brought you here, what it costs in the currency that matters to how this pack operates. He stood. She doesn't do things that cost more than they're worth. She hasn't in 4 years. He left it there and went to the door, and Elara sat with it the briefing and the thing after the briefing, which was its own kind of information, delivered in Riven's currency of clarity as respect. The most uncalculated thing she has done in 4 years, Elara thought. She turned it over, set it next to the doorway, the forest edge, the managed expression that hadn't been fully managed when Elara had made her summary. Placed it in the catalog under Kaela Virek, which was becoming the most detailed entry she had. The training session, that afternoon, was not the shift. She had understood, from Kaela's explanation and Myra's assessment and Isolde's reading, that the shift was the eventual destination rather than the starting point, that what needed to happen first was the instinct regulation work, the mapping of her own edges, the building of enough internal structure that when the full shift came it would have something to hold it. This session was that. The preliminary, the work before the work. The training room in the West Wing was cool and high-ceilinged, and smelled of the forest through its single open window, which Elara had moved to close, and Kaela had stopped with a gesture. Leave it. You need the scent for grounding. The city's smell is too compressed. The forest gives you range. She left the window. Kaela explained the first exercise with the economy she brought to everything practical with no surplus words, each instruction building precisely on the one before it. The goal was not to suppress the instincts. Suppression was what she had been doing alone for months, and it was, Kaela said without inflection, the wrong approach. The goal was to understand where the instinct sat at its resting state, and to hold that resting state deliberately rather than accidentally. You've been treating it as something that happens to you, Kaela said. It isn't. It's something you do, even when you're doing it without deciding to. The first step is understanding the difference. How do you know what I've been doing? Because the stairwell was suppressed, Kaela said, simply. I could see the effort of it. You were holding it down, not holding it still. Those are different things. Elara looked at her. Show me the difference. Kaela moved. It was a small movement, she settled, her weight redistributing in a way that was almost invisible, her breathing shifting by a single register. She did not look different, but the quality of her presence in the room changed entirely from present and managed to something that was simply and completely there. Every element of her collected to a point that was neither tense nor relaxed, but occupied. That, Kaela said, that's held still. Elara looked at her for a long moment. Look at the quality of her. Then she turned away and tried to find it in herself and found, instead, the familiar architecture of suppression, the pressing down, the management, the effort of keeping the edges inside the expected shape. I can feel the difference, she said. I can't do the second one yet. You won't be able to today, Kaela said. There was nothing disappointing in it. Today is just learning what you're looking for. The knowing comes before the doing. They worked for an hour. Kaela moved around her, not touching, not directing physically, but adjusting the parameters of the exercise from different positions in the room, her presence shifting around Elara's awareness like a variable being tested. Elara tracked the shifts without deciding to. Felt the orientation response activate and deactivate as Kaela moved, the specific settling and unsettling of her own instincts responding to the anchor point's position. It was, she thought, like learning to hear a note you had always been able to hear, but had never been able to name. "You're tracking me," Kaela said, not accusation, observation. "I know. That's normal at this stage. Your instincts will do it until they're stable enough not to need to." A pause. "It's useful for training, less useful as a long-term operating mode." "Noted," Elara said. "Can you do the exercise without tracking me?" She tried. She found the instinct pulling toward the anchor point like a compass needle that kept finding north regardless of which direction she faced, and she worked around it, worked with it, and managed something that was approximately the exercise for approximately 40 seconds before the tracking reasserted itself. "Better," Kaela said from across the room. "That was 40 seconds. 40 seconds more than 0, Kaela said. "That's how it works." The session ended when the light from the training room's open window had gone from afternoon to early evening, which was later than Elara had intended. She was not tired in the way that physical exertion produced tiredness. She was tired in the specific way of someone who had been paying very precise attention for a sustained period, the mental fatigue of concentration that had been required to stay inside the exercise, rather than defaulting to the suppression pattern she had been running for months. Her instincts were, she thought, going to be very annoyed with her tomorrow. She found Sira in the kitchen, which was where Sira appeared to gravitate in the later hours of the day, in the way of someone who found communal cooking more companionable than solitary anything. "Stay for dinner," Sira said, without looking up from what she was doing, which involved a level of confident improvisation that suggested she had never used a recipe in her life and had strong opinions about people who did. "Don't say you have to get back. Kaela said you didn't have plans and Leela can survive one dinner without you." Elara stopped in the doorway. Kaela said. She mentioned it, in passing, in the way she mentions things that she wants to happen but won't directly suggest, because directly suggesting things is apparently not how she operates. Elara thought about this for a moment, about the way Kaela had said the tram was on time in the doorway this morning, with the expression of someone accepting an explanation they didn't fully believe, about the 20 minutes she had not accounted for. "All right," she said, "I'll stay." Sira's satisfaction at this was not performed. "Good. Sit down. Tell me about the briefing. Riven does the structural overview like he's delivering a legal document. I always think people need a human translation afterward." "It was thorough," Elara said, sitting down at the kitchen table. "He's always thorough. Was it useful?" "Yes," she paused. "He told me I'm categorically unusual. I said I was going to write that on something." Sira stopped what she was doing, turned around, looked at Elara with the expression of someone receiving a piece of information that was delightful and unexpected simultaneously. "You said that to Riven." "He'd just told me the governance system had no category for what I am," Elara said. It seemed like the appropriate response. Sira turned back to the counter. Her shoulders were doing something that suggested she was laughing without making the sound of laughing. "What did he do?" "He kept going, but there was a pause." "There was a Riven pause," Sira said, with the authority of someone who had been cataloging Riven pauses for years. "That means he thought it was funny. He doesn't laugh out loud, but he has a pause that means he would if he were different." She turned around again. "Kaela was there." "Yes." "What did she do?" Elara thought about the expression that had arrived on Kaela's face in the moment of the summary and had not been fully managed before Kaela looked at Riven. The unguarded quality of it. The recognition was different from the stairwell recognition. "She was quiet," Elara said. Sira looked at her with the specific attention she deployed when she suspected someone was being more careful with their words than the situation required. She did not push it. She turned back to the counter and said, casually into the middle distance, "Kaela has a laugh. She doesn't use it much, but she has one. I haven't heard it in a while." She let the sentence be what it was. Elara let it sit. Dinner was loud in the way of a house with 5 people who had established patterns of occupation and no longer needed to negotiate the small territories of the kitchen. Riven arrived and was given a task without being asked and executed it without comment. Dax set the table with the economy of someone who had been doing it long enough that it required no thought. Myra brought something from the back of the house that turned out to be a contribution to the meal. Isolde sat at the end of the table and followed the conversation in the way she followed everything, not with her eyes, but with the quality of her attention, which caught more than eyes usually did. Elara sat in the middle of it and felt it settle around her, the warmth and the noise and the specific texture of people who had chosen each other and had been choosing each other long enough that the choosing had become simply the way things were, and she thought about what Riven had said in the briefing room. The most uncalculated thing she has done in 4 years. She looked across the table at Kaela, who was listening to something Dax was saying with the quality of attention she gave everything full, unhurried, present in the way of someone who had decided that the person speaking was worth the complete version of her attention. She built something here, Elara thought, from something that was significantly worse. She built it carefully, one calculated thing at a time, and it is warm and functional and real, and she brought me into it without calculating it, and I do not yet fully understand what that means, but I am beginning to understand that it means something. She looked at her plate. More, Sira said from across the table, already reaching for the dish. Yes, Elara said, thank you. She stayed until the dinner was done and the kitchen had been returned to its between-you state, and the manor had settled into its evening quiet. Kaela walked her to the door, not a ritual yet, but twice was a pattern, and patterns were what she had been learning to read. Same time next week, Kaela said. Earlier, Elara said, if that's workable. A pause, the expression that was not quite anything she had a name for. It's workable, Kaela said. Elara went down the drive. Behind her, the door closed on the warmth and the light of the manor, and the forest came up around her on both sides, and the cold was clean and specific and entirely real. She had 40 seconds, she thought. Tomorrow she will find 50. Beneath the Skin, The Anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 10. Stabilization. 3 weeks of Saturdays, and then Wednesdays too, and then Tuesday evenings when the training required more frequency than the weekends alone could provide. She had not tracked the escalation consciously. It had happened the way things happened when they were working incrementally, each addition feeling like the natural next step rather than a change in the arrangement. The 40 seconds had become 3 minutes, and then 7, and then, on the 4th Saturday, something that Kaela had timed at 11 and had noted without commentary, which was how Kaela noted things that were significant without wanting to make them a moment. Elara had noticed the not making it a moment and had filed it in the catalog. The catalog was very full now. She had been here long enough and often enough that she had moved from building a profile to simply knowing the specific way Kaela's attention shifted when something required a tactical response versus a personal one, which were nearly indistinguishable from the outside, but had a tell she had learned to read in the quality of her stillness. The way she used silence as punctuation, specifically timed, the pause before a correction was different from the pause before an agreement in a way that had taken 2 weeks to decode. The fact that she always knew where Elara was in the training room without looking, which Elara had confirmed by testing it, and which Kaela had not acknowledged being tested. She was learning Kaela the way she learned the city, by accumulating detail without announcing the learning. She suspected Kaela was doing the same thing. The training had built something in her that she was only beginning to understand, not the shift itself, not yet, but the architecture beneath it. The instinct held still rather than held down, and the difference was not subtle once you had felt both. Held still was inhabitable. Held down was a siege. She had been conducting a siege against herself for months, and now she was learning what it felt like to simply be where she was, and the relief of it was sometimes, in the middle of a training session when she was not thinking about the relief, large enough that she had to manage that too. Kaela, on a Tuesday evening 2 weeks ago, had watched her manage it and had said nothing. And the nothing had been the specific nothing of someone who understood exactly what they were watching and had chosen to give it space rather than name it. On the 5th Wednesday, she came to the manor, and something in the training room was different. She knew it the moment she came through the manor door. Not a thought, not a decision. Something below the level of either the specific quality of the air in the entrance hall, the way the training room at the end of the corridor felt different from the corridor itself, the particular register of Kaela's presence in the building, which she could locate now without trying the way she could locate the stream east of the manor without seeing it. Something was different today. Something in the conditions of the morning had shifted. Kaela was waiting at the training room door rather than inside it, which was the first deviation from pattern. She looked at Elara when she came in, and the look had a quality to it that was different from the assessment she usually deployed. It was not reading her, it was confirming something it had already read. "Good morning," Elara said. "How do you feel?" Kaela said. She checked, the instinct at its resting state present, clear, the quality she had been building for weeks. The tracking that her system ran on Kaela's position, active, oriented, steady. The part of her that was leopard and the part of her that was magic, woven together, both of them more available than they had been yesterday, a door slightly more open than its usual opening. She checked all of it and gave it an honest assessment. "Clear," she said, "cleaner than usual." Kaela held her gaze for a moment. "Yes," she said, "I thought so." They stood in the corridor outside the training room, and something moved between them in the space of not speaking the mutual recognition of a condition that neither of them had scheduled, and both of them had arrived at. An alignment, the way weather aligned. Not chosen, not forced, simply the convergence of the right elements at the right moment. "Myra and Isolde are in the building," Kaela said. "I asked them to stay close this morning." "You knew," Elara said. "I thought it was possible. I didn't know until I saw you in the hall." A pause. "You don't have to do this today if you're not ready. The conditions are good, but conditions will be good again." Elara looked at the training room door, at the clear quality of the morning, at the steady presence of Kaela in the corridor beside her, which her instincts received as north constant, reliable, the point everything oriented to. "I'm ready," she said. She knew she was. Her body had been telling her for 3 days, and she had been waiting for it to be confirmed by something she trusted more than her own instinct. And the confirmation had arrived this morning, in Kaela's eyes, in the entrance hall. They went in. Kaela explained what she needed from her, in the fewest words, the explanation aloud. "Stay with my voice. Not my words, my voice. If you lose the words, the voice will still be there, and that's what matters. Don't fight what happens. The instinct knows what to do. The only thing that can interfere is you deciding it's wrong. And if something goes wrong..." "I'll be here," Kaela said. "And Myra is in the next room. Nothing is going to go wrong that we can't manage." She said it with the confidence of someone who had prepared for contingencies rather than someone who was performing reassurance. "You've done this before," Elara said, "with someone else." "A beat. I've anchored unstable shifters through first shifts before," Kaela said. "Not with this configuration, not with the magic woven through it. This is not identical to what I've done before. But close enough that you know what you're doing." "Close enough," Kaela said. And then, which was unusual, something that was almost an addition to the sentence that followed the sentence she had intended to end on. "I'm not going to let anything happen to you." It arrived without performance, without the weight of a declaration. Just a fact, delivered in the same register she used for all facts, which meant it had not been prepared in advance and had not been chosen from a set of options. It was simply the true thing, and she had said it. Elara looked at her, filed it. I looked away. "Okay," she said. "Tell me where to stand." She had thought, from the partial shifts, that she knew what it would feel like. She had been wrong in the specific way you were wrong about things you had only experienced incompletely, not entirely wrong. The shape of it was familiar, but the scale was different in a way that made the familiar shape unrecognizable. The partial shift was when a door opened a crack. This was the door coming off its hinges. It started in her hands and moved. Not slowly, the partial shifts had been slow, effortful, the body moving against its own resistance. This moved the way water moved when a dam gave way, all at once, in every direction simultaneously, and the only thing to do was not fight the current. Stay with my voice. Kaela's voice was there. Not narrating, she was not describing what was happening or instructing her through it. She was simply speaking, low and even, the specific cadence of someone who understood that the content mattered less than the frequency, that what a voice did in this register was not communicate but anchor. Words arrived and passed through, and what remained was the quality of them, the steadiness, the particular note of Kaela that her instincts had been cataloging for weeks and had filed under. North. Reference point, held still. She let go. The shift completed. The world was not the same world. She had expected this from the partial shifts, the heightening of the senses, the clarity, the way detail arrived with the specificity of something that had been blurred before and was now in focus. She had not expected the scale of it. Every partial shift had been a tuning of an instrument that was already playing. This was the instrument at full volume, and the difference was not quantitative but qualitative, the senses not sharper but deeper, not louder but more, as if she had been receiving a frequency through a single channel and had suddenly received access to all of them simultaneously. The training room, the grain of the wooden floor under her paws, each plank a different age, different density, readable. The window's cold air arriving in layers she could parse individually: forest, frost, the stream east of the building, something beneath the frost that was the earth turning toward winter. Kaela's presence, not just located but specific, the particular quality of her that Elara had been learning in the human register, now available in a register she had no language for, something that was warmth and steadiness, and the smell of cold stone, and the forest and underneath, both of those something that was simply Kaela, distilled. Kaela's voice still. She held it, 4 seconds 5, the shift stable, the magic and the instinct running together rather than against each other, the weave that Isolde had described holding its shape. She held it and it held, and she understood, in the full shift register where understanding was not a thought but a physical fact, what she was, what she had always been, the body she had been born with, finally operating as it had been built to. Oh, she thought, oh, this is what I am. Then the shift back, which was harder. The return was not the reversal of the arrival. It required a different kind of intention, and she felt the magic resist slightly, the weave wanting to stay in the configuration that had completed rather than return to the partial state it had been managing. Kaela's voice shifted register still even, but more directed now, each word placed with the precision of a hand guiding rather than simply steadying. She came back. The training room arrived around her. Floor, cold, solid. Her hands are both ordinary, hers. She was on her knees on the wooden floor, and she was breathing hard, and the world was the ordinary world again, and the loss of the other register was something she had not expected to feel as loss. Kaela was in front of her. She had not heard her move. She became aware of her the way she became aware of most things in Kaela's presence, not through a specific sense, but through the orientation response, the compass finding north. And then she looked up, and Kaela was crouching in front of her at eye level on the training room floor with the quality of someone who had moved fast and had been here for a moment already. Her hand was on Elara's jaw. Not holding, not directing her head in any particular direction. Simply present the palm and the side of her fingers against the line of Elara's jaw and cheekbone, the specific warmth of it in the cold training room, a point of contact that was grounding in the most physical sense. Here is something real, here is something present, here is the ordinary world and you are in it. Elara's breathing was still uneven. She focused on it in, out, the deliberate rhythm, and she was aware of the hand the way she was aware of Kaela's presence in a room, completely and in detail, and she was aware that neither of them was speaking, and that the not speaking was the right thing for this moment. Her breathing steadied. Kaela's eyes were level with hers. Dark and very still, and doing the thing that her eyes occasionally did, the thing that the managed surface of her face usually prevented from reaching them, the response that lived below the containment. It was there now, unguarded in the way of something that had not had time to arrange itself before it arrived. looking at Elara on the floor of the training room with an expression that was not professional assessment, and was not the careful distance she maintained, and was not any of the things she deployed when she was managing the situation. It was a concern, real and specific and personal, the concern of someone for whom the person in front of them matters in a way that the job description does not fully account for. Elara's breathing completed its steadying. Kaela's eyes focused. The expression was managed, not gone, not fully, but brought back behind the surface in the way she brought things. Her hand on Elara's jaw was still there for one more second. Then it was removed. Not quickly, not as if it had been a mistake she was correcting. Simply removed with the same deliberateness with which it had been placed. She did not stand up. She stayed crouching at eye level, the training room floor between them, close in the way that the situation had required, and the situation no longer quite required, but which she had not yet moved away from. "You're back," she said. "I'm back," Elara said. A silence that was not empty. "It worked," Kaela said. "It worked. How do you feel?" Elara considered the question with the honesty she had been practicing in this room. "Like I've been somewhere I didn't know existed and come back, and the coming back is the harder part." Something moved in Kaela's expression. "Yes," she said. "The return is always the harder part. That improves with practice." "Everything improves with practice," Elara said. "You say that a lot." "Because it's true a lot." The not-quite smile that was the closest she usually got. Elara watched it arrive and be contained and felt, for the first time with the full clarity of the completed shift still present in her body, the weight of what had been in Kaela's eyes 30 seconds ago. The concern, the specific personal quality of it. She was frightened, Elara thought, not about whether it would work, about me. She was here on the floor in front of me, and she was frightened about me specifically, and she has managed it back behind the surface now, but it was there. I saw it. She looked at her hands in her lap, ordinary, hers. "The dependency," she said, not as an accusation, as an honest nomming of the thing in the room. Kaela was quiet for a moment, still at eye level, still not retreating to the professional distance. "Yes," she said. "It's real." "It was always going to be real," Kaela said. "I told you that in the office. The anchor mechanism is not," she stopped. Started again with the precision of someone choosing words that are true rather than words that are comfortable. "It's not a neutral process. What your instincts built toward mine over the past weeks, that's structural now. It will reduce as your stability increases, but right now it's there." "And yours," Elara said. A beat that was longer than Kaela's beats usually were. "The anchor mechanism runs in both directions," she said. "That's also standard." She said it with the confidence of someone who had decided this was the accurate thing to say, with the specific quality she had used in the office when she hadn't quite met Elara's eyes. Elara looked at her, at the managed surface and what she had seen beneath it 30 seconds ago. She did not push it. She had learned, in the weeks of Saturdays and Wednesdays and Tuesday evenings, that some things in this room were going to be arrived at in sequence or not at all, and that pushing before the sequence was ready cost more than waiting. "Okay," she said. "Okay," Kaela said. She stood, extended a hand, not the hand that had been on Elara's jaw, the other one, offered with the practical directness of someone helping someone off the floor. Elara took it, stood. The contact lasted the duration of standing and was released with the same cleanness that everything between them was released, deliberately, without drama, present and then not present. Elara stood in the training room on steady legs and felt the shift's residue in her memory of what the full register had felt like, the other world that lived inside this one, and understood that she was not going to be the same person she had been this morning. She was not sure yet what person she was going to be instead. But the training room was real, and Kaela was real, and the cold from the open window was real, and those were enough to start from. Myra's assessment was brief and thorough, and arrived with the warmth of someone who was professionally satisfied and personally relieved. "The we've held," she said, her hands on Elara's wrists in the way she took readings. "Better than I expected. The magic didn't fight the shift, it ran with it. Isolde said it would, Elara said. Isolde was right, she usually is. Myra looked up. You'll be tired this afternoon, not from the shift, from the return. The reverse integration takes more out of you than the shift itself does. Rest, don't push it tonight. I have a lecture tomorrow. Then sleep well before the lecture. She released her wrists. You did well. That's a harder first shift than most, with the magic woven through. You held it cleanly. The holding had been Kaela's voice. She did not say this. She understood it and did not say it, because some truths were more useful and kept internal until she had finished understanding what they meant. Isolde came in after Myra left and found Elara in the chair by the training room wall where she had been sitting, since standing had become slightly more effort than sitting, and stood in the middle of the room for a moment in the way she stood in rooms, reading something in the air. The weave is different, she said. Different how? More coherent. The full shift settles it running completely, tends to do that. It gives the system a reference point for what it's supposed to feel like. She tilted her head. The anchor is also stronger. That's expected. She paused. How are you? The question had a quality that was different from Myra's professional checking. Isolde asked it the way she did everything from the specific vantage of someone whose perception of people was not limited to what was visible. I don't know yet, Elara said honestly. I think I need the rest of the day to find out. That's a good answer, Isolde said. The ones who claim to know immediately are usually the ones who haven't looked yet. She moved toward the door. Stopped. The voice, she said without turning. The anchor voice, that's what you followed through the shift. It was not a question. Elara said nothing. It tends to become significant, Isolde said. In the memory of the shift, you'll find it's difficult to fully separate them afterward. The shift and the voice. A pause. I'm not saying this to make anything complicated. I'm saying it because it's useful to know. She left. Elara sat in the chair and thought about what it was useful to know, and what she was going to do with it, and how much of what had happened this morning she was going to be able to put back in its correct category, and how much was going to require new categories entirely. A significant amount, she suspected. A significant amount was going to require new categories. She found Kaela in the corridor outside, which she had not expected. She had expected the office, the operational distance. Kaela was standing at the window that looked onto the narrow courtyard, the same window she had been at in the office on the day Elara first came. The posture was the same. Whatever she did at that window, the courtyard received it without comment. She turned when she heard Elara in the corridor. Looked at her with the assessment that was her default, and underneath the assessment the thing that had been in her eyes on the training room floor, managed now but present, a color in the expression that had not been there before this morning. Myra cleared you, she said. She said rest this afternoon. Then rest this afternoon. She looked at Elara for a moment. You'll need to come more often now. The first shift is a threshold. Once you've crossed it, the instability pattern changes. The partial shifts will be harder to maintain without the full shift as a reference, which means the training schedule needs to be more frequent. Yes. Elara looked at her. How frequent? Every other day, ideally. Every day if the instability requires it. She said it in the tone of someone delivering a logistical fact who is aware that the logistical fact has implications they are not addressing. That's the dependency in practical terms. Until the weave is stable enough to hold itself without the anchor present, you'll need proximity more often than once a week. Proximity to you specifically, Elara said, as she had said it in the office. The same words, the same register, returned because the situation had arrived at the same point. Yes, Kaela said, as she had said it then, and then, which was different from then. I'm aware of what that means for both of us. The corridor was quiet. The courtyard outside the window held its November gray. Between them, the space was the space it always was, the professional distance, the careful arrangement, and inside the space, something that was becoming harder to categorize as simply professional. We'll manage it carefully, Elara said, returning her words from the office. Something moved across Kaela's expression. Not the almost smile, something less practiced than that. Something that arrived before the almost smile could be assembled. "Yes," she said, "we will." She looked at the courtyard. Elara looked at the side of her face and thought about voices and shift memory and the specific warmth of a hand placed with deliberateness and removed with the same. "Same time Thursday," Kaela said. "Same time Thursday," Elara said. She walked to the manor's front door and let herself out into the cold, and the forest was around her on both sides of the drive, and somewhere behind her in the building, the pack moved through their afternoon in the warm, organized way of people who had built something together and lived inside it. And she walked to the road and stood for a moment in the particular November silence of the outer ring's edge. She could not fully separate the shift from the voice. Isolde had told her this would happen, and it had happened, and she stood at the road's edge and held the knowledge the way she had learned to hold things, completely, without flinching, until she understood what it meant. She was not certain she understood yet. She walked to the tram stop, got on the tram, watched Velkern reassemble itself around her as the outer territory gave way to the mid-district, gave way to the upper ring's quieter streets, and the city was the city she had always known, and was also, layer beneath layer, something else entirely. She was something else entirely, too. She was beginning to think that might be enough. Chapter 11. Human Anchor. The villa smelled different when she came home. Not actually different, she knew this. The rational part of her that had been learning to translate between what her senses received and what was objectively true. The villa smelled exactly as it always had. Old stone and wood polish, and the particular warmth of a house that had been inhabited continuously for 3 generations. The accumulated domestic smell of meals and books, and the specific cleaning products her mother had always used and probably always would. The villa smelled like home. What was different was the register she was receiving it in. The full shift had changed something in her calibration, not dramatically, not in a way she hadn't been warned about, but perceptibly. The world was more itself than it had been this morning. Everything was arriving with a specificity that the partial shifts had suggested, and the full shift had delivered. And the villa, which she had lived in for 21 years and which had been the primary sensory landscape of her entire life, was now available to her in a depth she had not previously had access to. She stood in the entrance hall and let it arrive. Leela's coat on the hook, she was home. Her mother's study door closed, which meant she was working and had been for a while, the particular quality of a room sealed against disturbance. The kitchen. Something had been made earlier, tea and something warm, the residue of an afternoon. The archive room. Old paper and the specific cold that lived in that room regardless of season, and underneath it the journal in the desk drawer where she had put it. Its smell familiar now in the way that important things became familiar. Her grandfather's handwriting, patient and waiting. She hung up her coat, went upstairs, lay on her bed and looked at the ceiling and rested in the way Myra had told her to rest, which was not sleep but the deliberate horizontal of someone giving their system time to integrate what it had done. The shift's residue was still present in her body, not uncomfortable, more like the particular fullness of having been completely somewhere and come back. The memory of the other register, the depth of it. The voice, she thought, still there at the edges of the shift memory, still separable from the shift only if she worked at the separation. She did not work at the separation. She let it be what it was and looked at the ceiling and rested. Dinner that night was the 3 of them, which it usually was on weeknights. Her mother at the head of the table with the particular quality of presence she brought to family meals fully there. The work of the day put down with the deliberateness of someone who had decided that this hour was for this, and had maintained that decision through the years of competing demands that the university and the archive committee and the slow business of being a Vance in Velkern had made against it. Elara Vance was a woman of maintained decisions. Elara had inherited this. She was learning, inherited several things she had not previously identified as inheritance. Leela across from her, talking about something Selim had said in the week's seminar with the running energy of someone who had been storing the account and was now releasing it. Elara listened. Not performing listening, actually listening, the way she listened to everything now, with the full register attention that had become her default, and that she was slowly learning to modulate so it did not read as intensity. The villa was warm. The food was good. Her mother asked 2 questions about her coursework, and she answered both accurately, and her mother was satisfied and moved on. The ordinary machinery of a family dinner, entirely familiar, turning over with the reliability that it had always had. She sat inside it and felt, for the first time, the specific quality of the fit. It had always fit. She had grown up in this room, at this table, with these people, and the fit had been so complete that she had not needed to think about it. It was simply the shape of her life, as unexamined as the shape of the villa's rooms. Now she could feel the shape. Now she could feel herself inside it, and she was aware that the shape had not changed, and she had, incrementally and without planning to, and the fit was different for it. Not worse, not wrong, but different in the specific way of something you put on after a long time away from it and find is the same garment you left and fits you slightly differently than you remembered. She loved this room. She loved these people. She understood with a clarity that the full shift had contributed to someone for whom this room was not the only room anymore. That was not a loss. It was geography. She contained both. Leela refilled her water glass without being asked, which was something Leela had been doing lately, the small attention, the quiet practicalities, operating in a register slightly more careful than her usual one. Elara noticed, said nothing, let it be what it was. They washed up together, which was the established post-dinner arrangement when their mother retreated to the study for the evening's second round of work. Leela washed, Elara dried. The kitchen in its post-meal state, warm, comfortable, the particular domestic piece of a task with a clear endpoint. They had done this 1,000 times. The rhythm of it was entirely in the body, requiring no attention, which meant attention was free to go elsewhere. Leela's attention, as it frequently was on Elara. Not openly, she was not starring, was not performing observation. She was washing dishes with the competent efficiency of someone who had washed dishes many times and was also, simultaneously, conducting a careful assessment of the person beside her. The assessment was visible not in where she looked but in how she didn't look, the quality of her not looking. The specific way her attention, which Elara could now feel with a precision that was new, was directed at Elara's peripheral form with the steadiness of something that had been building an account for a long time and was very near the point of having enough. Elara dried a bowl, dried another, waited. Leela handed her a plate. Their fingers did not touch in the transfer. Leela adjusted the angle in the last half-second, a movement so small it barely registered, the specific unconscious adjustment of someone who had noticed that the person beside them was more aware of contact than they used to be and had quietly, without making it a moment, accommodated that. She noticed that, Elara thought. She noticed that and she adjusted for it, and she did not say anything about it. How long has she been noticing things and adjusting for them and not saying anything about them? She looked at the side of Leela's face. 18 years old, washing dishes, conducting a careful assessment of her sister with the patience of someone who had decided that the right time would arrive and had made peace with waiting for it. Selim set an extension for my paper, Leela said, into the middle distance. The one on threshold spaces. He said the argument needed more room than the word count allowed. That's generous. He said the argument was correct and deserved to be made completely rather than compressed into incorrectness. A beat, which is either a compliment or an implication that I'm long-winded. I've decided it's a compliment. It's a compliment, Elara said. He also said, Leela paused, handed her another plate. He said the best arguments are the ones that require more space than their author expected, because it means the author discovered something during the writing that they didn't know when they started. Elara dried the plate, set it down. I think he was talking about the paper, Leela said. Mostly. Mostly, Elara agreed. They finished the washing up. Leela drained the sink, dried her hands, and then stood at the counter for a moment with the quality of someone who has arrived at a decision and is enacting it before the moment closes. She turned to face Elara. Mum asked me where you've been going, she said. The evenings, the extra days. I told her you're doing a research placement. University adjacent, flexible hours, Dr. Someone or Other's project on urban environmental studies. She said it with the specificity of someone who had constructed the story carefully and was delivering the complete version so Elara would know exactly what had been said. I told her it was unpaid but useful for your postgraduate options. She found that plausible and didn't ask further. Elara looked at her. It's a good cover story, Leela said, not defensively, just accurately. Specific enough to be credible, vague enough not to need maintenance. You can build on it if you need to. You did that without asking me. You weren't here to ask, a pause, and I knew you'd need it so. So, the complete sentence in one word. I saw what was needed, and I did it because you are my sister, and that is what I do. Elara looked at her for a long moment. At the careful face of someone who was 18 and had been doing more than her share of the quiet work for weeks and had not once asked for acknowledgement or explanation in return, had simply held the space and managed the cover and adjusted the angle of the plate handoff without comment. Thank you, she said. Leela nodded once, the nod of someone receiving thanks for something that was not a favor but a fact of how they operated. I left the details in a note in your desk drawer, she said, in case you need to refer to it. Of course you did. Urban environmental studies, Leela said, turning back to fold the dish towel. Dr. A. Ray's, remember that. Dr. A. Ray's, Elara said. Got it. Leela put the dish towel on the rack, picked up her book from the counter where she had left it. I'm going to read, she said. Don't stay up too late. You look like someone who did something significant today and needs to sleep. She went. Elara stood in the warm kitchen and felt the shape of the thing Leela had just done, its specific texture, the cover story with its careful details, the note in the desk drawer, the plate angle, the weeks of careful not asking, the accumulation of it. The practical love of it, which was the form love took in someone who showed up rather than spoke. She knows something, Elara thought. She doesn't know what, but she knows something is happening, and she has decided that her job is to make it possible rather than to understand it. That is a remarkable decision to make about a person you love. She turned off the kitchen light, went upstairs. She went to the archive room before bed, which she had not done in several weeks. The journal was upstairs in her desk drawer, but the archive room had its own pull-the-room where she had stood on so many mornings looking at the shelf, where she had picked up the journal and put it down and picked it up again, where the accumulated research of 3 generations sat in its layers of organized and not quite organized and waiting. She stood in the doorway and let the room's smell arrive, old paper and cold, and the specific density of information that had never been fully sorted. She was different from the person who had stood here 2 months ago. That person had been managing something she did not have language for and had looked at this room as a possible source of that language. She had found it partially, in the journal, in the shape of her grandfather's thinking. She had found more of it at the manor, in Riven's briefing and Myra's careful hands and Isolde's readings and Kaela's voice in the training room. The room looked the same. She looked at it differently. She went to the 3rd shelf from the bottom, not for the journal that was upstairs. She was looking at what was around it, the books and documents that had always shared the shelf. The water-damaged civic records, her grandmother's correspondence, an academic monograph with a broken spine that she had never opened because the title had suggested dry scholarship, and she had always been working on something more immediately relevant. She took the monograph off the shelf. The title, read now with the sensory attention she had and had not had before, Threshold Peoples of the Northern Territories, a survey of liminal identities in pre-modern supernatural governance, published by a press she had heard of, authored by someone named Vyern A.C. She looked at the name for a long moment. Vyern, she thought, Selim Vyern, A.C. The initials could be anything, could be a coincidence, could be a common enough name in certain circles. She opened it to the author's note. The photograph that sometimes accompanied such notes was absent. The biographical line read, A.C. Vyern is an independent scholar of supernatural history operating primarily in the Northern Territories. This volume represents 30 years of field documentation. 30 years. The publication date was 40 years ago. She closed the monograph, hold it for a moment, set it carefully on the table rather than returning it to the shelf, which was a decision she noted herself making, keeping it accessible, keeping it in reach, the same decision she had made about the journal. She turned off the archive room light, went upstairs, took the journal from the desk drawer and set the monograph beside it, and looked at both of them in the low light of her desk lamp for a while. Her grandfather had documented the same layer she was now living inside. Selim possibly had written an academic survey of the people the system had no category for. Both of them work toward the same understanding from different angles. Both of them leave records. For someone who needed them, she thought, in the way her grandfather had written, as if for someone who would come after and would need to know. She put both books in the desk drawer, set her alarm, lay down in the dark. 3 streets away, the last tram. She heard it. She let it be ordinary. She woke before the alarm and lay still and ran the morning system and found that it required less effort than it had the day before. Not dramatically less, but perceptibly. The full shift had done something to her calibration that the training had been working toward the instinct at its resting state being more accessible, the holding still requiring less of the active effort that had made the early weeks so exhausting. She lay in the gray early light and felt the villa around her and the city beyond it, and let both of them be present without needing to manage the presence, and the letting be had a quality it had not previously had. She got up, made tea, stood at the kitchen window and watched the street below go through its morning sequence. The Vance Villas street in the upper ring, quieter than the mid-district at this hour, the particular unhurried quality of a neighborhood that conducted mornings with the assumption of time. The woman 3 doors down who walked her dog at 7 without fail. The older man collected his newspaper from the step and read the front page on the pavement before going in, a habit she had observed her whole life without ever learning his name. The gates and the ivy, and the stone and the specific light, gray and apologetic and entirely Velkern. She had grown up on this street. She had walked it 10,000 times. She had never previously been able to hear the footsteps of the woman 3 doors down from inside the kitchen with the window closed. She could now. Each step, slightly dragged on the left, was an old injury, she thought, or a compensated habit. The dog's nails on the pavement, the specific rhythm of a small animal moving at a speed determined by its nose rather than its destination. She watched the street and listened to it and felt, in the way she had been feeling things since the shift with a completeness that included, rather than alarmed her the specific texture of the life, she had been living in this house on this street in this city for 21 years. Its weight, its reality. The way it was hers in a way that did not change because she was also now something the street did not know she was. Both are true, both are real, the container and the contained. I am Elara Vance, she thought. I live in this house on this street, and my mother is upstairs, and my sister is asleep, and the woman 3 doors down walks her dog at 7 every morning, and her left foot drags slightly, and I can hear it. All of that is true at the same time. The tram arrived 3 streets over. She heard it and knew it as ordinary, and received it as more than ordinary, and let it be both. Leela was up early, which was 2 unusual mornings in a row, and meant something was turning over. She was at the table with coffee and the monograph that Elara had left on the archive room table last night, which she had apparently found on her way through and had apparently been reading for long enough to be 40 pages in. She looked up when Elara came in. I looked at the monograph, back at Elara. Vyern, she said, as in. I don't know, Elara said honestly. Possibly. The publication date is 40 years ago. I noticed. Leela looked at the monograph again, the expression of someone who had been given a piece of information that fit into a space she had been keeping clear for exactly this kind of piece. Threshold peoples, she said, not a question, reading the title, placing it. Yes. That's what he lectures on, Leela said. The threshold, the in-between, the categorical collapse. She closed the monograph carefully, set it on the table with a precision that suggested she had decided it was important. He's been doing this a long time. A long time, Elara agreed. Leela picked up her coffee, was quiet for a moment in the specific way of someone who has several things to say and is deciding which one to lead with and whether to lead with any of them. The notes in your drawer, she said. Dr. A. Ray's Urban Environmental Studies. I've also told Aunt Marin that you're doing intensive field work and may be difficult to reach for the next few months, in case she calls when you're not here. She accepted that she always assumes the worst about academic schedules. Elara set down her cup. You extended the cover story without me asking. Aunt Marin calls on Thursdays. You're at the Leela stopped. I looked at her coffee. You're often not here on Thursdays. The pause where the word had been. The specific shape of it, not the manner, not Kaela's name, not any of the details Leela did not have. Just, you're often not here on Thursdays. She had constructed the cover story to fit a pattern she had observed without being told about it. She had mapped the absences and covered them precisely, without asking what they were. Leela, Elara said. I'm not asking, Leela said immediately. I told you when you're ready, I'm not asking. She looked up. Her eyes were doing the thing they did when she was managing something with a specific quality of care. But I want you to know that I've been paying attention, and I'm covering what needs covering, and whenever you decide the time is right, she stopped. I'll still be here, that's all. Elara looked at her sister, across the kitchen table. The cover story in the drawer. The note. Aunt Marin. The plate angle. The weeks of careful not tasking. The monograph on the table, 40 pages in, the Viren name circled in whatever internal catalog Leela kept. All of it assembled quietly, patiently, by someone who had decided that the most useful thing she could do was hold the shape of Elara's ordinary life in place, until Elara was ready to tell her what was filling the space the ordinary life was making room for. She is doing for me what I have been doing for myself, Elara thought, making the conditions possible, keeping the edges held. And she is doing it without being asked and without knowing what for, and she has decided that those are not reasons to stop. Thank you, Elara said, for the second time in 12 hours. With the full weight of it, this time not just for the cover story, for all of it, for the accumulated practical love of someone who showed up in the only way available to her when she did not yet know what she was showing up for. Leela nodded, picked up the monograph, opened it back to her page. 40 years ago, she said, and the writing style is the same as the lecture notes I've been transcribing all semester. A pause. I'm just nodding that. Noted, Elara said. She poured her coffee, sat down. Outside the window, Velkern's morning arrived in its usual gray and present way, the city going about the business of being itself, layer upon layer, breathing its particular breath, making room as it always had, as it apparently always would for everything it contained. She was one of the things it contained. That was, she thought, a beginning. Beneath the Skin, The Anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 12. The Professor's Warning. Leela went to office hours on a Thursday with the monograph under her arm and the specific quality of someone who had decided that a conversation was going to happen and had prepared for it. She had read it twice. The first time quickly, the way she read things, she was excited about skimming the structure, finding the argument's spine, getting the shape of it before she went back for the content. The second time slowly, with the pencil she used for marginalia that she intended to dispute. She had disputed several passages. She had underlined several others. She had written ACV. In the margin of the author's note, and then, below it, same voice, same specificity, same two particular historical references, and had looked at that for a while before closing the book and going to sleep. By Thursday, she had a list of questions. Some of them were about the monograph. Some of them were about the monograph's author. One of them, the one she had written last and had not shown Elara, was about what a threshold people actually was, and whether the term was historical only or whether it was current, and whether, and this was the one she had written and looked at, and decided to bring to office hours rather than to the kitchen table, whether it was possible for threshold peoples to exist in a modern city without the city knowing about them. She knocked on Selim's office door at 4:15, which was within his posted hours, and therefore not an ambush, technically. "Come in," he said. She came in. His office was the kind of room that told you things about its occupant before the occupant spoke. Books in every available space, organized in a system that was not alphabetical and not chronological, but which had its own internal logic. She had been in here enough times to recognize that the arrangement corresponded to something, that books that appeared adjacent to each other had a relationship that the system encoded. The desk was always clear of everything except whatever he was currently working on, which today was a set of documents she could not read from the door. The window behind him looked onto the courtyard, the same courtyard she had seen Elara watching from the library window, months ago, on the day she had first started suspecting that something was going on. He looked up when she came in. I looked at the monograph under her arm. Something happened in his expression, very small. The kind of thing she had been learning to read over a semester of watching a face that gave almost nothing away and therefore made her almost visible in high relief. A fractional adjustment does not surprise exactly, more the specific expression of someone who has been waiting for something and has been waiting long enough that the arrival requires a moment of recalibration. He managed it quickly. "Miss Vance," he said, "sit down." She sat, put the monograph on the edge of his desk between them, face up. I watched him look at it. "Where did you find that?" he said. "My family's archive," she said. "Third shelf from the bottom, between the civic records and my grandmother's correspondence." She paused. "It's been there a while." "Yes," he said, quietly. The yes of someone confirming something they had not expected to be confirmed today. "The author's note says 30 years of field documentation," Leela said. "The publication date is 40 years ago." She looked at him. "I've been transcribing your lecture notes all semester. The voice is the same." Silence in the office. Not the silence he usually deployed, the thoughtful silence, the deliberate pause. This one was different. This was the silence of someone who had prepared for many versions of this conversation and had not prepared for it to start here, with the monograph on the desk and the voice already identified, and a Vance sitting across from him who had done the arithmetic before she knocked. He looked at her for a long moment. She looked back and did not fill the silence, which was, she had learned, the most effective thing you could do in this room. "You," he said finally, with the quality of someone making a genuine observation rather than a pleasantry, "are going to be a significant inconvenience to several people's carefully maintained arrangements." "I'll take that as a compliment," Leela said. "It is one," he said, and then, which was the first time he had said anything to her that was completely unhedged, "Yes, the author is me. The field documentation spans considerably longer than the publication implies, and the archive in which you found it was not placed there accidentally." She had known this was coming, and had known it from the moment she read the marginalia she had written and recognized that she was right, and she still felt the specific landing of it, the weight of a fact confirmed. "You put it there," she said. "I placed it where it would be available to someone in your family who was looking for it," he said. "I did not specify which generation or which member. I have been patient." "How patient?" "Considerably," he said, and then the oblique returned, not retreat exactly, more the practiced movement of someone who had been direct as far as the moment allowed and was now managing the transition. "Tell me what you know, not what you suspect, what you know." She told him. Not everything. She did not have everything, and what she had that was Elara's to share she held back from, the way she had been holding it back for months. But what was hers? The monograph, the archive, the voice in the lecture notes, the publication date and the field documentation and the two specific historical references that she had been underlining all semester, and that had been too particular to be purely academic. She told him about the Threshold Peoples chapter, the one that described, in the precise language of rigorous scholarship, people who existed between categorical systems not belonging fully to any single framework of identity, produced by conditions of convergence, historically appearing in clusters at specific intervals in specific cities that met certain criteria. "Velkern meets the criteria," she said. "Velkern has always met the criteria," he said. "It was founded on them." The chapter says the threshold peoples don't choose what they are, she said. That the city produces them in response to something, a pressure in the system. That is an accurate summary of the argument, he said. She looked at him. Is the pressure current? He was quiet for a moment, the deliberate pause. The pressure, he said, has been building for approximately 8 years. It is now at the point where the system is beginning to respond. My sister, Leela said. He did not confirm it. He did not deny it. He looked at her with the expression that meant, you have arrived at the correct conclusion, and I am not going to be the one to say it first. She doesn't know I'm here, Leela said. I'm not telling you things she told me. I'm telling you things I worked out. I know, he said. The distinction matters. Continue. The monograph says the threshold peoples are vulnerable during the period of emergence. That the systems they don't fit in have a historical pattern of. She checked the phrase she had underlined, reclassifying them as instability rather than identifying them as response. Also accurate. Which means the governance system in this city, if it's functioning the way it apparently has for 300 years, is going to look at my sister and see a problem rather than what did you call it? A response, he said. Yes, that is the historical pattern. It is also, I would note, why certain people have spent considerable time ensuring that the people best positioned to receive the response correctly are in place when it arrives. Leela looked at him. Virek Pak, she said. The expression again. The look that was as close as he came to confirmation, when confirmation was something he had decided not to give directly. You've been doing this a long time, she said. It was not a question. Miss Vance, he said, with the dry warmth she had come to recognize as the highest register of his regard. You have no idea. He told her a story. Not about Elara, not about Velkern's current situation, not directly. He told her about a city in the Southern Territories 340 years ago that had undergone a convergence event without any of the preparatory structures in place to receive it. The city produced 3 threshold individuals in the space of 6 months, he said, which was unusual. Typically, the emergence is spread over a longer period. The system produces 1 and observes before producing more. 3 in 6 months indicated a significant pressure event. What happened to them? The city's governance structure had no category for them, he said. Which was not in itself. Fatal categories can be created. Systems can adapt. What was fatal was that 3 separate factions within the governance structure identified the emergence before any of the 3 individuals understood what they were, and each faction moved to interpret the emergence according to its own interests. Meaning what? Meaning 1, faction told the first individual that what she was doing made her dangerous, and she needed to be controlled. Meaning a second faction told the second individual that what he did made him extraordinary, and he could use it for their purposes. Meaning the third individual was told nothing at all, was simply observed and studied from a distance without their knowledge or consent. He paused, not for effect, to organize the next part carefully. None of these interpretations were accurate. All of them were deliberate. The factions were not interested in what the emergence meant. They were interested in what they could do with it. What happened to the 3 of them? Leela said. He looked at the window, at the courtyard's gray November sky. The first one spent 12 years believing she was a threat who needed to be contained before she understood that the containment was the faction's interest rather than her nature. The second one spent 8 years being used as an instrument before he understood that the purpose he'd been given was not his own. The third one, a pause that was different from his usual pauses. Longer. Something in it that was not purely academic. The third one never had the opportunity to understand anything at all. The office was very quiet. This is not a parable, Leela said. No, he said, it is not. You were there. He looked at her, the look that was as close as he came to confirmation. The point of the story, he said, moving on with the practiced transition of someone who has said as much of a thing as they intend to say, is that the most dangerous period for a threshold individual is the period between emergence and understanding. During that period, every piece of information they receive about what they are comes from outside themselves, from people with their own interpretive frameworks and their own interests. The question that matters is not whether the information is true. The question is whose truth it is serving. Leela looked at her hands in her lap, at the monograph on the desk between them. How do you protect someone from that, she said, if you can't tell them directly? You ensure the people around them are honest, he said. You ensure the information they receive from the people closest to them is not shaped by an agenda. You ensure that someone who loves them without a stake in the outcome is paying attention. He looked at her. You ensure there is a Elara Vance in the room. She looked up. That is why the monograph was in the archive, he said. Not for your sister, for you, so that when you arrive at the questions you have clearly arrived at, you would have context rather than just instinct, so that the instinct would have something to work with. They sat with that for a moment. The office held its particular quality books, and cold, and the courtyard's gray light, and the specific atmosphere of a room where significant things had been said in the way that significant things were most durably said. Carefully, in the correct sequence, without more drama than the content required. What do I watch for? Leela said. Not a general question. The specific question of someone who had accepted a role and was asking for the operational details. He looked at her with something that was, she thought, as close to approval as his expression allowed. Several things, he said, in rough order of importance. Please. First, anyone who seeks to define what your sister is before she has defined it herself. The definition of a threshold individual is, by nature, something they must arrive at from the inside. Anyone who attempts to name it from the outside, even with apparent goodwill, is substituting their framework for hers. Watch for that. Second, anyone who uses her instability against her. The emergence period involves genuine instability that is not manipulation. That is fact. But instability can be used to create dependency, to establish control, to make a person believe they are more fragile than they are. Watch for the difference between support that reduces instability and support that requires it. He paused. She was writing nothing down. She never wrote things down in his office, and had learned early that it changed the register of the conversation, but she was holding it with the attention that was her version of notes. Third, he said, and this one he delivered differently, more carefully, as if the sentence had edges. Faye involvement. If anyone in the situation speaks to your sister about what she is in a way that feels both entirely true and subtly direct if the truth seems shaped, if the information always arrives in a form that leads somewhere specific that is a signature. Faye do not lie. They are, in fact, constitutionally incapable of it, but they are extraordinarily skilled at the truth that serves a purpose. If you encounter that quality, be careful. How do I know if I've encountered it? You'll feel it as clarity, he said. Everything they say will seem obvious in retrospect, as if you'd always known it. That sensation of obvious retrospective truth is the tell. Real truth feels earned. Faye truth feels inevitable. Leela looked at him. Have I encountered it? She said. He met her gaze. Not to my knowledge, but I would not necessarily know if you had. A pause, which is itself a form of warning. She sat with that. Are you Faye? She said. He was quiet for a moment. Then, with the dry precision of someone choosing exact words, I am not Faye. I am not going to tell you what I am, because that information is not relevant to your current situation and would complicate a conversation that is going well without it. What I will tell you is that I have been in this city for a long time, and that my interest in your family is genuine rather than instrumental. You may take that as you choose. I'll take it, she said. For now. For now it is sufficient, he said. It's usually all any of us have. She was almost at the door when he said, Your grandfather brought me the first edition of that monograph in 1987. He had found an error in the footnotes of Chapter 7, and he wanted me to know about it. She turned around. He was looking at the window again, at the courtyard. He was a precise man, he said. He cared about accuracy. He also knew, I think, that bringing me the footnote error was an excuse to have a conversation he had been wanting to have for several years. He was the kind of person who needed an excuse. He had too much respect for other people's time to simply arrive and say, I know you know something and I would like to know it too. Did you tell him? Leela said. Some of it, he said. What he was ready to hold. He was ready for more than I gave him, I think, in retrospect. He was a braver man than I credited him for being at the time. A pause. I have thought about that since. The quality of the pause, its specific texture. Something that was not quite regret and was not quite grief, but lived in the neighborhood of both, was the most unguarded thing she had seen from him in a semester of watching for unguarded things. He wrote a journal, Leela said. I know, a small pause. I hope it reached the right person. It did, she said. He looked at her then. The look was confirmation without words. Good, he said, simply. The good of someone who had been waiting to hear that for a long time. She went through the door. The corridor outside was its usual self-students, noise, the particular afternoon energy of a building full of people in the middle of things. She walked through it with the monograph under her arm, and the conversation settling into her the way Selim's conversations always settled. Not all at once, in layers, each layer revealing the one below it only after you had had enough time to understand the one above. She thought about the 3 threshold individuals in the southern city 300 years ago, about the one who spent 12 years believing she was a threat, about the one who spent 8 years being an instrument, about the third one who never understood at all. She thought about what Selim had said. You ensure there is a Elara Vance in the room. I'm in the room, she thought. I've been in the room. I just didn't know what room it was until now. She walked to the tram stop, got on the tram, held the monograph in her lap and watched the city move past the windows in its layered way, the surface of it, the stone and the trams and the university buildings, and underneath it the thing she was only beginning to understand was there. Her sister was somewhere underneath. She had been the whole time. Leela was going to need to be better at this than she currently was. She was going to need to understand more, know more, be more prepared. She was going to need to read the rest of the monograph and probably several others, and she was going to need to go back to office hours with better questions than the ones she had brought today. She was also going to need to continue covering for Elara's Thursdays, which she fully intended to do, and continue not tasking until the time was right, which she fully intended to do, and continue being the thing she had apparently always been in this situation without knowing it. The person in the room. The tram stopped at her corner. She got off into Velkern's Thursday evening cold, gray, breathing its particular breath, and walked home to the villa where the archive sat in its accumulated layers of knowledge, and the desk drawer held the journal and everything was beginning, she felt, to move toward something it had been moving toward for a long time. She was not afraid of this. She realized with some surprise, the furthest thing from afraid. Chapter 13. Fracture. The training had been going well, which was the thing nobody said directly, but which was present in the room every session in the specific way of something that was true and being carefully not made into a moment. 6 weeks since the first full shift. The weave, as Isolde reported at the beginning of each week, was settling the magic and the instinct running together with increasing coherence, the anchor's work shifting from active intervention to something more like maintenance. Elara could hold a full shift for 11 minutes now without Kaela's voice being constantly present, which was progress she had been told to expect and which had arrived on schedule, which was itself the kind of information that suggested the baseline was stabilizing. The partial shifts had changed, as predicted. Easier in some registers, the instinct more available, the shift less resistant when she chose it. Harder in others without the full shift as a recent reference point, her system sometimes pushed toward completion in the middle of exercises that were not supposed to be completion exercises, reaching for the full register the way a body reached for a full breath after too long at partial capacity. She managed it. She was good at managing it. She had been managing things for a long time. What she had not been managing, and had been increasingly aware of not managing, was the specific quality of the sessions themselves. The training required proximity. This had always been true and had always been acknowledged and had always been, in the framing they had both agreed to, a transitional mechanism rather than a permanent state. The dependency was structural. The closeness was functional. The care with which Kaela placed herself in the training room, always the right distance, always precisely calibrated, always just at the edge of where Elara's instincts settled, was professional. Elara had stopped being able to receive it as only a professional. She had not said this. She was not sure she was going to say this. She moved through the sessions with the deliberateness she brought to everything, and she managed the quality of her own awareness, and she told herself that what she was experiencing was the anchor mechanic, and the dependency, and the structural intimacy of a process that required closeness, all of which was true. And she did not examine what was also true underneath all of that, because underneath all of that was something that did not fit neatly into the categories available. And then, on a Tuesday evening in November, something happened that made the not examining impossible. The session had been running well. Better than well, there was a quality to the evening's training that she had learned to recognize as alignment. The conditions converging in the specific way they sometimes did where the instinct was clear, and the weave was settled, and the distance between what she was trying to do and what her body was doing collapsed to almost nothing. She had been holding the full shift for 9 minutes, Kaela moving around the room's perimeter in the pattern that had become their established working rhythm, voice present but not directing. And when she came back, she felt clean in a way that clean had not previously meant complete, integrated, the two systems running as one. She sat down on the training room floor when the shift was resolved, breathing even, good tired the earned kind. Kaela crouched in front of her in the way she crouched after difficult sessions at eye level, close, the professional proximity that the post-shift integration required. She had a water bottle. She held it out. Elara took it. Their fingers overlapped on the handoff by approximately 1 second. Neither of them moved quickly to end the contact. It was a very small thing. It happened and resolved in the space of a breath, and the session continued with Kaela asking the standard post-shift questions, Elara answering them, both of them moving through the familiar close of a training session with the ease of a pattern repeated many times. When Kaela stood to get her notes from the table, Elara watched the movement and felt, in the watching, the specific quality that had been building for weeks, the awareness that was not purely instinct tracking, that was not purely the anchor mechanic, that was something she had run out of professional language for. Kaela came back to the center of the room and stood at the distance she always stood at, and the distance was fractionally larger than it had been before the water bottle. Elara registered this the way she registered everything Kaela did, completely, in detail, in the part of the catalog that was specifically Kaela. The distance had been adjusted, on purpose, she was certain of it. There it is, she thought, there is the pullback. She looked at her hands in her lap. I looked at the training room floor, looked up. You moved, she said. Kaela looked at her. I'm standing in the same room, she said. You're standing further away than you were before the water bottle, she said it plainly, the same register she used for facts. You adjusted the distance. You do that, I've noticed. When something gets close to a particular line, you move to a specific distance and stay there. A beat, the kind of beat that was a decision being made. I'm managing the training environment, Kaela said. Proximity during integration has parameters. The integration is done, Elara said. It was done 8 minutes ago. The distance you're at right now is not the training distance. It's the distance you use when you've decided something needs to be further away. Kaela looked at her with the expression that was entirely managed and had something moving behind the management that she was working to keep there. You're very precise about distance, she said. I'm precise about everything, you know that. Yes. Then don't perform the training rationale on me, Elara said, still even, still the register of someone making an observation rather than an accusation. I'm not asking you to stand closer. I'm asking you to stop pretending that the distance is about the training when it isn't. The room was very quiet. The window was still open. She had noticed Kaela moved to close it after sessions more often now. A new pattern, something she had not yet decoded, and the cold air from the forest came through it with the specific layered depth that she still, after all these weeks, received as more present than any other smell in any other place. What do you want me to say? Kaela said, low, not quite her usual even. Something in the register that was different was not anger, not defensiveness, but the specific quality of someone who has been careful about something for a long time and has arrived at the edge of the carefulness. "I want you to say what the distance is actually for," Elara said. "Because I know what it's not for. It's not for training. It's not for my stability. My stability is better when you're closer. We both know that. Myra's assessments show it. The distance isn't functional, so what is it for?" Kaela looked at her, the managed expression doing the work it had been doing since the stairwell, since the office, since every session in this room, holding something in place that kept trying to not be held. "It's for the integrity of the process," she said. "What we are doing here has a structure. That structure requires—" "What structure requires you to move away from me after I hand you a water bottle?" A silence. "Kaela." "Don't," Kaela said. "Don't do that." "Don't say my name like that," said quietly. Like a boundary. Like the specific boundary of someone who knows that the name said in that particular tone is going to make the management harder and is asking for it not to be made harder. Elara looked at her, at the thing behind the management, at the contained surface of someone who was working very hard at something and had been working very hard at it for a long time and was, right now, working harder than usual. She's not pulling back because she doesn't feel it, Elara thought. She's pulling back because she does. "The distance isn't protecting me," Elara said, quietly now. The argument had moved somewhere quieter. "I want to be clear about that. Whatever you think the distance is doing, it's not protecting me. I don't need the distance. I'm asking what it's protecting." Kaela held her gaze. Held it for a long time, in the specific way she held things completely, without flinching, giving it full attention while deciding what to do with it. Then she looked at the wall. "The distance," she said, "is for me." It landed in the training room, and neither of them moved. 3 words. Not a declaration, not an explanation, not anything that came with context or qualification attached. Just the true thing, stripped of the professional language she had been dressing in for weeks. Set down between them on the training room floor, with the specific weight of something that had been carried for a long time and had finally been put somewhere. "The distance is for me." Elara looked at the wall she was looking at the side of her face, the contained expression, still intact, still doing its work, but the work was different now from what it had been 30 seconds ago. Something had shifted on the inside of it. A crack, the kind that didn't close after it arrived, the kind that changed the structural load of everything around it. "Okay," Elara said. Kaela looked at her. Something in the look that was wary of the wariness of someone who has said the true thing and does not yet know what the true thing is going to cost. "Okay," Elara said again. Not agreement, not dismissal. The okay of someone who has received something and is going to hold it carefully rather than press on it. "I won't ask more than that tonight." A beat. "Why?" Kaela said. A single word, and what was in it was not quite suspicion and was not quite relief, but was the genuine question of someone who had expected a different response to an exposure and had not prepared for receiving consideration. "Because you said the true thing," Elara said, "and the true thing deserves to be treated carefully." Kaela looked at her for a long moment, the wary quality in her eyes doing something she did not manage, shifting, slightly, toward something that was less guarded than wary. The specific look of someone who has been operated on with more gentleness than they expected and is not sure what to do with the gentleness. She looked away. "The session is done," she said, back to the even register. Not all the way back there was a quality to the evenness that was new, the quality of someone reading from the same page and knowing the page has changed. "You should rest." "I know," Elara stood, picked up her bag. At the door she stopped, not turning around. "The distance is for you," she said. "I understand that, but I want you to know that I am not asking you to collapse it. I'm asking you to stop pretending it doesn't exist. Those are different requests." She went through the door. The corridor was its usual self. Cold, stone, the manor's evening sounds filtering through from other parts of the building. She walked it with the quality of someone carrying something new, not heavy, not light, but present. The weight of a true thing, newly in the room, was going to change the texture of everything that came after it. She stayed in the training room after Elara left. This was not unusual. She often stayed and reviewed the session, made notes in the log she kept of each training's progress, closed the window that she had started closing at the end of sessions, as if the cold could be shut out after the fact. Tonight she stood in the middle of the room and did none of those things and was honest with herself, which was something she had been doing less of lately, and which was its own kind of information. The distance is for me. She had said it. She had not planned to say it. It had arrived in the room the way some true things arrived past the management before the management knew they were coming, out in the air before they could be returned to their correct internal location. She had said it, and Elara had said okay, and had told her she was treating the true thing carefully and had left. The careful treatment was, somehow, harder to hold than an argument would have been. An argument she knew how to manage. She had the protocols for an argument, the structure, the de-escalation, the operational re-establishment of appropriate boundaries. She did not have protocols for being told that the true thing deserved care. She had been told to maintain distance from things that got close enough to compromise judgment. She had told herself this for 4 years, and it had been sufficient and correct, and she had maintained the distance, and it had worked. She had maintained it from Sierra's warmth and Riven's loyalty and Dax's steadiness and Myra's care, and she had loved all of them from the correct distance, and it had worked, and the pack had been safe, and the pack had been whole. She had not been able to maintain it from Elara Vance from the first moment in the stairwell, and she had been managing this fact rather than facing it, and tonight the managing had not been sufficient. Riven found her there. She had known he would have the specific awareness of when she needed someone in the room, and the specific wisdom to arrive without being asked, and to not speak until speech was useful. He sat on the bench at the room's edge. She remained standing. This was their arrangement. She called the distance, Kaela said. I gathered, Riven said. If he had passed Elara in the corridor, he would have seen the quality of her as she left. What did you tell her? A pause. The truth. Riven was quiet for a moment. Which part of it? That the distance is for me. Another pause. Riven's pauses were different from hers, less contained, more thoughtful, the pauses of someone who was genuinely considering rather than deciding how much to reveal. That's not the part I expected you to say, he said. No. How did she take it? Carefully, Kaela said, the word landing with the specific texture it had been given in the training room. She said the true thing deserved to be treated carefully. A beat. Right, Riven said, the right of someone updating a significant assessment. She's going to be. Don't, Kaela said. I wasn't going to say anything you don't already know. I know, she looked at the window, still open. She hadn't closed it. I know what she is. I've known for longer than I've admitted. A pause of her own, not the managed kind, not the decided kind. The kind that meant something true was still finding its way to the surface. She's right that the distance isn't protecting her. She's been right about that for weeks. I've been maintaining it anyway. I know, Riven said. I'm going to need to, she stopped, started again. Something is going to have to change in how I'm managing this. Yes, Riven said, simply, not pressing, not editorializing, just yes. He stayed for a while. She closed the window eventually. They sat in the training room in the specific quiet of two people who had known each other long enough that silence between them was not a gap, but a medium. And after a while, Riven went to his room, and Kaela went to her office and stood at the window that overlooked the courtyard, and looked at the dark garden below, and thought about the distance, and what it had been for, and whether 4 years of correct distance had prepared her at all for the thing she was currently in the middle of. She did not arrive at a comfortable answer. She had not expected to. She did not tell Leela. Not because it was private, though it was, and not because she didn't have the words, though the words would have been strange to assemble. She didn't tell Leela because she was still in the middle of understanding it herself, and things in the middle of being understood were not ready to be explained. She had learned this about herself over the past months. She needed to complete the internal process before she could translate it outward, needed the understanding to be settled before she could give it to someone else without it being distorted in the giving. She sat in her room with the desk lamp on, and the journal in the drawer and the monograph beside it, and looked at the wall and thought about what had happened in the training room. The distance is for me. She had been watching Kaela manage the distance for weeks, had watched it with the precise cataloging attention she brought to everything, and had understood it, and had not said anything because the time for saying anything had not arrived. Tonight the time had arrived, or something in her had decided it had, which was the same thing, and she had said it and Kaela had said the true thing, and now it was in the room and it was not going back. She feels it, Elara thought. She has been feeling it, and she has been maintaining the distance to protect herself from having to manage what she feels and do the job simultaneously. That is what the distance is for, not the training, not the process, her. She thought about what Selim had said about the southern city, about the faction that had created dependency rather than reducing it, had maintained someone's instability because it served their interests. She applied this to the training room with the honesty she applied to everything, and arrived at the same conclusion she always arrived at. Kaela was not doing that. Kaela was, if anything, pulling back to prevent the reverse, to prevent the closeness from becoming something that compromised the training rather than served it. The distance was not controlled. It was its own kind of care, which did not make it uncomplicated. Which did not make tonight uncomplicated. She opened the desk drawer, took out the journal. She had been reading it forward for months, moving through her grandfather's, thinking in the sequence he had built it. Tonight she opened it to the entry she had read first, the one she had found on the night she finally opened it. The children of the in-between places don't belong to any single thing. That is not a flaw in them. That is what they are for. She read it the way she had read it then, 3 times, slowly, feeling the weight of the sentence shift slightly with each reading. In-between places. Not one thing. Not the system's category or the pack's category or the person across the training room who had said the true thing and was going to need time with it. Not any single thing. What am I for, she thought. The journal says what they are for but doesn't say what for means in practice. I am a response to pressure. I am something the city produced. I am Elara Vance, and I am a leopard, and I am magic woven through instinct, and I am the person who called Kaela's distance in a training room and then told her the true thing deserved care. What am I for? She did not have an answer. She was beginning to understand that the answer was something you arrived at rather than something you were told, and that arriving at it took the kind of time she was in the middle of, and that the middle was where she was going to be for a while. She put the journal back, turned off the desk lamp, lay in the dark and listened to the villa and the city and let both of them be present in the full register way that was hers now, permanent, the new calibration of everything. Tomorrow was Wednesday. She would go to the manor. She would walk into the training room and Kaela would be there, and the true thing that had been said would be between them. And they would work around it, the way you worked around something that had changed the layout of a room carefully, with awareness of where it now was, neither pretending it had moved nor making it into more than it needed to be right now. It was enough. It was, for tonight, entirely enough. She closed her eyes. 3 streets over, the last tram. Ordinary. Hers. The city breathed its patient breath, keeping its layer beneath the surface, producing its responses to its pressures, waiting with the patience of something that had been doing this for a very long time and intended to continue. She heard it. She slept. Beneath the skin, the anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 14. Observation. She went to the manor on Wednesday and on Thursday and on Saturday, and she was quieter than usual at all 3, and the pack, in the specific way of people who had learned each other's registers over years of close proximity, noticed and did not comment. Not indifferent, she was aware of the noticing, and could feel the quality of each pack member's adjusted attention the way she felt everything now, with the precision that had become simply how she received the world. Sira's warmth recalibrated to something slightly less bustling, slightly more present, still warm, still Sira, but the specific warmth of someone who has recognized that right now presence was more useful than energy. Myra's assessments conducted with an additional question at the end of each, asked casually, "How are you sleeping?" Dax, who communicated primarily in economy, put a cup of coffee on the table beside her during the Saturday session's break without being asked and without acknowledging having done it. She received all of this and felt it and said nothing about it and went on being quieter than usual. The training continued. This was the thing she held on to, that the work went on regardless of the texture of the room around it, that the weave continued settling and the shift continued stabilizing, and the instinct continued becoming more fully hers to direct rather than simply hers to endure. She could hold 14 minutes now. On Thursday, she held 16. The numbers were beside the point. Myra had told her when she'd mentioned them, but the numbers were also not beside the point, because they were evidence of something building that was going to hold regardless of everything else that was in flux. She held on to that. She was good at holding on to things that were true. What she was quieter about was Kaela. They had not discussed the argument. She had not expected to discuss it immediately. She had told Kaela the true thing deserved care, and she had meant it, and care meant time, and time meant arriving on Wednesday and entering the training room and working, and not pressing the place that had opened in the room between them. They had done that. Both of them, carefully, without a conversation about the carefulness, simply operating in the register the room now had. The distance was different. Not gone, she had not asked Kaela to collapse it, and Kaela had not collapsed it. But it was different from before. The way a room was different after you had named what was in it. The same square footage, the same furniture, but the air reorganized around the new knowledge of itself. Kaela stood at the distances she stood at, ran the sessions with the precision she ran everything, and the managed surface was intact. And underneath the managed surface was the thing that had been named and was now present in a way that nameless things were not. She called the shifts more efficiently now, which Kaela noted without commentary. She recovered from the returns more cleanly, which Myra noted in her log. She was, by every external measure, making good progress. She was also, by every internal measure she had access to, in the middle of something she had not finished understanding. The distance is for her, Elara thought, on Wednesday in the training room, watching Kaela write in the session log with the particular focus she brought to the writing. It is for her, and I said I understood that, and I do understand it. Understanding it does not make the room feel less like a room where something is being managed. She brought this nowhere. She processed it in the internal space that was hers and let the sessions be what they were and trusted that the middle was what it was, and she was quieter than usual about all of it. Riven, on Thursday, fell into step beside her on the manor's main corridor after the session had ended, and Kaela had gone to the operations room for something. He walked with her toward the front door in the specific silence of someone who had decided to be in proximity rather than to speak, and when they reached the door, he said, "She's working on it." "I know," Elara said. "Working on it looks like a distance from the outside," he said. "I want you to know it's not the same thing from the inside." She looked at him. He was looking at the door, not at her delivering the information in the direction of the door, which was his way of saying something personal while maintaining the register of something operational. "Thank you," she said. "Don't mention it," he said, literally. Then he went back down the corridor and she went through the door into the cold, and she thought about what he had said and held it alongside everything else she was holding and let the walk to the tram stop be long enough to carry it in for a while. She saw Dorian on a Tuesday, which was not the day she usually saw Dorian. She had learned his patterns without deciding to learn them the same way she had learned the patterns of most things in her environment, by accumulation, the sensory data arriving and being filed without her needing to direct the filing. He was in the library on Tuesdays and Thursdays, the common room on Monday afternoons, the building's east wing on Wednesday mornings, where she had never tracked him specifically, but which her system registered as his zone. He was consistent in the way of someone who had been in the same place long enough that the place had arranged itself around them. Today he was in the atrium when she came through it, which was not his Tuesday pattern. He was not doing anything in particular standing near the east wall, looking at something on his phone with the quality of attention he brought to things he was not actually looking at. She had learned to read the quality of his not looking. When he was reading something, he was reading. When he was waiting for something, he looked like he was reading. He was waiting. She crossed the atrium without altering her pace, felt his attention register her passage, not tracking, just nodding, the specific quality of attention that categorized rather than pursued. She went through the west wing door and did not look back. He's waiting for someone, she thought. Not me, someone else. Filed. She found out later, or not later, not quite. Because it happened in the same building within the same hour, and she had the senses she had in the way that she found out most things she did not intend to find out. Through the involuntary precision of a body that received the world at a volume she had not chosen. She was in the library stacks when she heard Julian cross. Not his name, she had not learned his name yet, but would learn it later at the manor, when Riven identified the pattern she brought back. She heard him in the atrium, which was 2 floors below the stacks and separated from them by stone and closed doors, and she heard him because her senses did not observe the stone and the closed doors as the barriers they would have been 3 months ago. A voice, specific and recognizable, elevated with the energy of someone who had been holding something and had finally found the person they wanted to give it to. And underneath it, quieter, the response, a voice she knew, cold and precisely pleasant, unhurried. She stayed in the stacks. She did not move toward the sound. She listened to the quality of it, not the words. She was too far for words, just the shape of the exchange, and felt, with the accuracy her instincts had been developing for months, the specific register of what was happening below. Julian's voice, excitement, relief, the energy of someone delivering something they'd been carrying. Dorian's voice, reception. Not quite interesting, something more measured than interest, the quality of someone who already knew most of what was being delivered and was collecting the remainder with the patience of someone completing a picture rather than starting one. It lasted 11 minutes. Then Julian's voice disappeared, footsteps, exit, the specific acoustic shift of someone leaving the building. Dorian's voice, gone before Julian's footsteps had finished. She stood in the library stacks and was very quiet for a moment. He's been doing this for a while, she thought. Whatever Julian is bringing him, he's been receiving it for a while. And whatever it is, it's about something in this city that Dorian has decided he needs a picture of. She brought this to the manor on Saturday. Julian Cross had been documenting Velkern's anomalies for 14 months. He did not know she knew this. She had learned it through Riven, who had learned it through the governance system's peripheral monitoring of public supernatural exposure risk, a function the council maintained that Riven managed for Virek Pack, a quiet automated watch on certain kinds of public content that reached certain thresholds of accuracy. He's been close before, Riven said, at the Saturday briefing that had become a regular addition to the training schedule 20 minutes before the session started. Operational update, current awareness. His documentation is inconsistent. He gets near something real and then loses the thread because he doesn't have the interpretive framework to understand what he's found. He's been closer lately, Elara said. Riven looked at her. What makes you say that? The voice in the atrium Tuesday, she said. The energy of what he was delivering. People deliver small things with less urgency than that. Whatever he brought to that meeting he'd been carrying for a while, and he was relieved to put it down. A beat, Kaela from the other side of the table. You identified him by voice. I recognized the quality. I didn't know it was him specifically until Riven showed me the monitoring file. Kaela looked at her for a moment. The look that was assessed, and underneath the assessment the thing that had been named and was now present in the room's texture permanently. Your range is increasing, she said. Yes. That's the full shift settling, Myra said, from her place at the table's end. The sensory calibration continues to develop for 3 to 4 months after the first successful completion. You're in the middle of it. Useful to know, Elara said. About Julian, the person he was meeting, Dorian Vale. The table went briefly quiet in the specific way of a room reassessing a variable. The vampire, Riven said, not a question. He had the monitoring files, the name would be in them somewhere. Yes, he's been Julian's confidant for a while, I think. Whatever Julian finds he brings to Dorian, Dorian receives it. She paused. I don't know what Dorian does with it after that. Neither do we, Kaela said. That's worth knowing. Riven made a note. Elara looked at the table and thought about the 11 minutes in the atrium and the specific quality of Dorian's reception, completing a picture rather than starting one. Whatever picture he was completing, he was close to finished. What Julian had brought was footage. 3 clips, filmed on the phone he always had out, capturing 3 separate incidents in 3 separate locations across the city over the past 6 weeks. He was proud of them. His voice in the atrium had had the specific quality of someone presenting something they had worked hard for and believed in, and he had described each one with the detail of someone who had reviewed the footage enough times that the details were memorized rather than referred to. Dorian had listened. He was very good at listening. It was one of the things he was genuinely good at, not performed, the real attentiveness of someone who found information interesting in its own right and had the patience to receive it completely before assessing it. He had asked 3 questions. Julian had answered all 3 with the energy of someone who had been hopping to be asked. The footage, 2 separate incidents near the outer ring's edge, after dark, where something in the camera's frame moved in a way that did not correspond to the available light sources. One incident in the mid-district's Market Quarter, early morning, where a figure in the peripheral frame demonstrated a speed inconsistent with human musculature. Julian's interpretation. Supernatural activity, coordinated, possibly organized, escalating in frequency over the past month and a half. Dorian's interpretation, which he had not shared with Julian. The outer ring footage was consistent with a pack responding to perimeter breaches. The mid-district footage was consistent with something else entirely, the specific movement quality not of a pack shifter in controlled response, but of something operating without the discipline of a trained structure. Something that moved the way things moved when they did not expect to be seen and were not concerned about being seen. He had watched the mid-district footage 3 times on Julian's phone before handing it back. This is significant, he had told Julian, which was true. He had not said, significantly more serious than you understand it to be. He had not said, keep this private for now, don't publish. The exposure would escalate a situation that is already escalating. He had said those things in the previous meetings, in previous framings, and Julian had accepted them because Julian trusted him and because the framings were always plausible. Not yet, he had said instead. Give it another few weeks. Let the pattern develop. Julian had accepted this. He always accepted this. He was a person who wanted to be right more than he wanted to be first, which was the quality that made him, in Dorian's assessment, both manageable and genuinely useful. A person who only wanted to be first would have published weeks ago and closed the story. Julian was still looking, still documenting, still bringing Dorian pieces he had not yet assembled into the picture they made. Dorian was very close to having the complete picture. He had walked out of the atrium through the building's north exit and into Velkern's Tuesday cold, and stood on the pavement for a moment, thinking about the mid-district footage and what it meant about the pattern, and what the pattern meant about the timeline he had been running in his head since the semester started. The situation was escalating, faster than he had expected, which meant that the decisions he had been deferring about what to do with the picture when it was complete, about whether to approach the pack, about what his role in whatever was coming was going to be, were going to need to be made sooner than he had planned. He did not make decisions before he had the information they required. He had not survived as long as he had by making premature decisions. But the information was almost all there now, a few more pieces. He put his hands in his pockets and walked toward the tram stop and let Velkern's cold arrive around him in its usual indifferent way. And he thought about the anomaly he had identified in September, and the pack he had been observing since before that, and the thing in the mid-district footage that had moved without concern for being seen. A few more pieces, and then he would decide. The Saturday session ended later than usual. She had asked which was new. She did not usually extend sessions, and had always let the established time be the boundary. But the shift had been running particularly clean, and she had wanted to stay inside the running of it for a little longer, and she had said so, and Kaela had looked at her for a moment with the expression that lived below the managed surface and had said, yes. So they stayed. 17 minutes in the end, a new number. She had not mentioned it. The pack's evening had assembled itself around them in the way it assembled on Saturdays, the specific domestic gravity of a communal space where people had established their weekend rhythms, the kitchen producing smells, Sierra somewhere in the building with music on at a low volume that Elara could hear from 2 rooms away. Riven in the operations room, working. Dax outside somewhere in the early dark, which was where he often went in the evenings, the specific outdoor person need for the cold air after a day mostly inside. She sat in the chair that had become hers and looked at the fire and was quiet in the way she had been quiet all week, and the room was quiet around her in return. Myra came in with 2 cups, handed her one, sat in the chair beside her without preamble. They sat for a while in the fire's company. The monitoring file, Myra said eventually. The footage Julian has, does it bother you being documented? Elara considered this. It should bother me more than it does, she said. I think it would have bothered me more a few months ago. Now it's information I need to know about rather than a threat I need to manage. That's a significant shift. Apparently. Myra looked at her with the warmth that was also clinical, the specific gaze of someone who was simultaneously caring and assessing, which Elara had learned was not a contradiction. You're quieter this week, Myra said. I know. Not asking why, Myra said. Just nothing. Thank you for nodding, Elara said, and meant it. They sat with the fire for a while longer. Sierra's music drifted through from whatever room she was in, low and warm and not quite audible as specific notes, just presence. The manner made its sounds of old wood and the particular rhythm of a building that had been inhabited for a long time by people who had come to understand it. She thought about Riven in the corridor. She's working on it. She thought about Dorian on the pavement outside the university, making decisions. She thought about Julian's footage and the mid-district movement that Dorian had watched 3 times, and the timeline Dorian was running in his head that she did not know the shape of but could feel the edge of, the way you felt the edge of something in the dark. Things were moving. She had been inside her own middle for a week, quiet and processing, and things had been moving around the stillness of her without pausing to accommodate it. That was the nature of the situation. It did not wait for her to finish understanding her own interior before requiring her attention. It was going to need both from her the interior processing and the exterior awareness simultaneously, which was not comfortable but which was, she was learning, the condition of being the kind of thing she was. A response to pressure, in the middle of both. I'm going to come more often next week, she said to Myra. Myra looked at her. How often? Every day, if that's workable. A pause. I'll check with Kaela, Myra said, which they both understood to mean. Yes, it's workable, and the check with Kaela is the correct procedure rather than the real obstacle. Thank you, Elara said. She stayed until the fire needed another log and put it on herself, which was a small thing, and which was, she thought, the kind of small thing that accumulated over time into belonging. She had been accumulating these small things for months without nomming them as accumulation. She was nomming it now. She was here. She was quieter than usual, and she was in the middle of things, and she was here, in the chair that had become hers, in the room that had become familiar, in the company of people who noticed and did not comment. That was enough, more than enough. She went home on the last tram, through Velkern's Saturday dark, and the city moved around her in its layered way, and she left it and was present for it, and did not try to be finished with the middle before she was finished with it. The middle would take as long as it took. She could hear everything. Chapter 15. The first hunt signal. The Saturday session began differently. She arrived at the manor to find the main room configured as a working space rather than its usual communal arrangement. The long table cleared, Riven's maps and reports spread across it, Kaela standing at the board where the Velkern territory was marked in the pack's notation. Dax was already there, The specific contained quality of his attention, indicating that something operational had been discussed before she arrived. Myra was at the side table. Isolde was at the window. Sierra was not in the room, which was unusual. Sierra was always in the room at this hour. "We'll do the training session this afternoon," Kaela said when Elara came in. Not apologetic informational, the way she delivered everything. "Riven has a briefing first." "What kind of briefing?" Riven looked up from the table. "Sit down." She sat. He had 3 reports in front of him, the kind the pack produced after operational responses, structured and dense, the written record of what had happened and what had been found. She had seen the format before. She had not seen 3 of them spread side by side with the specific arrangement of someone who had been looking at them together and had found something that only became visible when they were adjacent. 3 rogue activity responses in the past 6 weeks, he said. Standard protocol each time perimeter breach in the outer territory, pack response, withdrawal of the rogue, report filed. Individually, none of them were unusual. He paused. Together, they are. "What's the pattern?" Kaela said. She had already seen this. She was saying it for the room's benefit. "Timing," Riven said. "Each incident occurred on a Thursday evening. Entry point each time was the northeastern perimeter at different locations along it, not the same point, but the same sector. Withdrawal in each case happened before the pack reached the breach site. Not because they were too slow, the withdrawal was timed to the pack's standard response interval." The room absorbed this. "They know your response time," Elara said. Everyone looked at her. She looked at the reports. "You're saying it," Riven said, "but yes." They spent an hour on the maps. Riven walked through each incident in sequence, entry point, duration, the pack's response path, the point at which the rogue had already withdrawn. The pattern became more visible with each repetition. Not 3 separate incursions, but 3 iterations of a single test. The variable being tested each time was the pack's response, and the test had been designed to produce comparable data across incidents. "They're calibrating," Elara said during the 3rd walkthrough. "Each incident gives them more precise data than the last. They came in at a different point along the same sector to see if the response path changed with the entry point. It didn't change significantly, which means your response protocol is consistent regardless of the specific entry location." "Which means," Kaela said, "they now know the protocol." "They probably knew the protocol before they started," Elara said. "What they're testing now is whether the protocol matches the practice, whether you do what your structure says you do." She looked at the map. "You do, which is a strength, but it's also legible. If they know exactly what you'll do, they know how to move around it." Riven looked at Kaela. The single look was a full conversation. "She's right," Kaela said, "which is the part I've been sitting with since I pulled the 3 reports together last night." "How long has this been happening?" Myra said. Quiet. The question of someone who needed to know for medical and operational reasons. 6 weeks confirmed, Riven said. "Possibly longer. The earlier reports don't show the same pattern, but I'm going back to look at the previous quarter." "They started when I arrived," Elara said. The room went quiet in the specific way of a room, in which someone has said a true thing that no one had been ready to say first. "We don't know that," Kaela said carefully. "The first incident was 6 weeks ago," Elara said. "I've been coming to the manor for 7 weeks. I'm not saying I caused it. I'm saying the timing is not likely to be coincidental, and we should factor that in." Kaela looked at her for a moment. Something in the look that was more complex than the usual assessment was the managed expression doing several things simultaneously. "Yes," she said, "we should." She was in the library on Tuesday when it happened. Not at the manor, she had a seminar Tuesday mornings that she had been attending with the consistency of someone who was committed to the ordinary life remaining ordinary while it remained possible. The library afterward, her carol, the familiar smell of the building, and the specific cold that lived in old stone. She was working. She had been working for 40 minutes and the work was going well, the way library work sometimes went when the conditions were right and the mind stayed on the page. Then something moved. She could not describe it more precisely than that. It was not a sound, and it was not a smell. and it was not the orientation response she had mapped and named, not the compass finding north. It was something that happened in the space the anchor bond occupied, the space that had been developing and settling for months, a shift in the quality of something she had been receiving as a constant. The way you noticed a sound by its absence rather than its presence. The way you felt a change in air pressure before your ears registered the cause. The pack had moved. She was certain of it before she had examined the certainty. The bond had a specific quality at rest, not active, not directing her, simply present the way Kaela was present in a room she was not looking at. That quality had shifted. Something in it had organized, activated, the specific change of a system moving from standby to operational. She sat very still in her library carrel and held the change and tried to read it. It was not an alarm. It was not the signal of something gone wrong. She would have felt that differently, she thought, would have felt it as disruption rather than activation. This was the pack doing something it was built to do, moving as a unit, purposeful. She checked her phone. No messages. Nothing from Kaela, nothing from Sierra, the contact that sometimes carried social information when operational information was moving through different channels. She put her phone away and returned to her work, and felt the bonds changed quality in the background of everything she did for the next hour. The way you heard a distant alarm, not urgent, not yours to respond to, but present and noted. At midday it settled back. They had gone out and they had returned, and whatever had happened, the pack was back. She packed her bag and went to the tram stop and went to the manor without having been asked to. Kaela opened the door before she reached it. She had expected this and had not expected the quality of the expression she found there, not the managed expression, not the post-operational efficiency she had seen in briefings. Something that was almost the stairwell expression, the thing that arrived before the management could intercept it. She was at the door and Kaela was looking at her with the look that was concerned and something more specific than concern, and it lasted 1 second before the management arrived. "You felt it," Kaela said. "Through the bond," Elara said. "I was in the library." A pause. "I should have told you we were responding, I didn't think." The bond would carry it. That it would carry it at that distance. She stepped back. "Come in." The main room had the specific quality of post-operational. People returned. The organized tension of deployment released into something quieter, but not yet fully rested. Sierra was on the sofa with a cup of tea and the expression of someone who had been moving fast recently and had only just stopped. Dax was at the window. Riven was at the table, already working on the report. "Is everyone all right?" Elara said. "Yes," Kaela said. "No contact. They were gone before we reached the site." "Fourth Thursday incident." Kaela looked at her. "Yes." "Same sector." "Adjusted. They came 40 meters east of the previous furthest point." Elara set her bag down, went to the table where Riven was working. "I looked at the fresh report next to the previous 3. The entry point marked, the pack's response path, the withdrawal point timed again to the pack's arrival interval." She looked at all 4 of them together. "They moved the entry point east," she said, "to test whether the response path adjusts when the entry point shifts toward the border of a different response zone." "And it did," Riven said. "Marginally. The response path adjusted by approximately 12% toward the eastern approach. So now they know the response path is adaptive rather than fixed." She looked at the map. "They're building a complete model. Each incident adds a variable they didn't have before. They're not going to stop until the model is finished." "Or until we change the protocol entirely," Riven said. "Changing the protocol gives them data about how you change," Elara said, "which is also useful to a model." The room was quiet. She had been watching patterns all semester. Not supernatural patterns, ordinary ones. The patterns of a university in motion, of a city moving through its rhythms, of people operating within systems that had their own logic once you understood the parameters. She had been doing this her whole life, the observational habit of someone whose senses received everything and whose mind had learned to sort it, and the past months had not stopped the habit, had if anything sharpened it by giving her more to observe and more precise instruments to observe with. She looked at the 4 reports on the table, and she looked at Riven's map, and she looked at Kaela at the room's edge, and she thought about the pattern the way she thought about everything. Completely, from multiple angles, without deciding what it was before she had looked at it from all of them. Rogues were uncontrolled by definition. This was not a definition she had come up with. It was the governance system's definition, the category that existed to describe shifters operating outside pack structure. Unregistered, unstable. Their behavior was characterized by unpredictability, by the absence of coordinated intent, by the specific chaos of someone operating without structure. She looked at the 4 reports. Thursday evenings, same sector, timed withdrawal, progressive data collection, adaptive entry points, a developing model. These aren't rogues, she said. The room's quality changed. Not dramatically a shift, the specific shift of a room in which something has been named that has been waiting to be named, and which changes the meaning of everything once it is. No, Kaela said quietly, they're not. Rogues don't have protocols, Elara said. These have protocols. They have a methodology. Whatever they are operating with deliberate structure, the kind of structure that takes more than instinct to maintain. They are not uncontrolled. They have chosen to look uncontrolled because looking uncontrolled keeps them in a category the governance system doesn't respond to with full attention. She looked at the reports, at the 4 neat iterations of a test being conducted with patience and intelligence. They are studying you, she said. The way you study something when you intend to do something with understanding, not casual observation, research. Research toward what end? Riven said, the voice of someone who needed the sentence completed. She looked at the map, at the pack's territory, at the manor at its center, at the routes that led from the city's layers into the outer ring and back. I don't know yet, she said, but the methodology tells you something about the intent, patient, thorough, willing to spend 6 weeks on a single pack to understand one response pattern. She looked up. Whatever they're planning it carefully, and they've been planning it for longer than 6 weeks. The debrief ran for another hour. Riven documented. Kaela made operational adjustments, protocol variations designed not to produce readable data, but to introduce enough variation that the external model couldn't close cleanly. Dax suggested 3 specific perimeter changes that were already operational before the session ended, which was Dax's relationship to decisions. He implemented them rather than discussing them at length, which the pack had long ago learned to let him do. Sierra made food, because Sierra made food when the pack had been doing something difficult and needed something warm in their hands. She brought it to the table without interrupting the work and went back to the kitchen and came back with more, and the session incorporated this the way the pack incorporated everything Sierra did, naturally, without requiring acknowledgement. Elara stayed through all of it. Not because she was needed for the operational decisions, she was new enough and not combat cleared enough that the specific decisions were not hers to make. She stayed because the room needed bodies in it, because being present was itself a form of contribution, and because she had looked at the 4 reports and said what she saw and the room had received it, and she had understood, in the receiving, that she was not a guest in this space anymore. She did not know exactly when that had happened. Sometime between the first Saturday and this Tuesday afternoon, in the accumulation of sessions and dinners and corridor conversations, and the archive room and the training room floor and one true thing said in a room that still held its shape. She was not a guest. She was something the pack had absorbed without a formal decision, the way organisms absorbed things that were useful to them. She is a little terrified of this, if she is being honest with herself, because belonging changes the stakes. Because the pack on the reports is not an abstraction, it is Riven at the table and Sierra in the kitchen and Dax already at the perimeter implementing changes, and Kaela at the board with the expression that was more complex than usual because she was holding the operational problem, and the fact of Elara simultaneously, and doing it without apparent difficulty, which was its own remarkable thing. Belonging changes the stakes. She had known this since Chapter 9's dinner, had felt the first shape of it in the specific awareness that she was worried about all of them. Now she felt it differently. Now it had specificity and weight. She found Kaela at the end of the session, when the room had begun its returning to normal riven filing, Dax back from the perimeter, Myra checking in with everyone in her quiet way. Kaela was at the window, the courtyard window that was her habitual thinking position when she was not ready to stop thinking. The bond carried it at that distance, Elara said, coming to stand beside her. Not at the professional distance. Not at the adjusted distance Kaela maintained. Beside her, which was close, neither of them moved to adjust it. Yes, Kaela said. That's new. It happens as the bond matures, the range extends. She looked at the courtyard. I should have told you we were responding. You shouldn't have had to feel it without context. I'm not upset about it, Elara said. I want to be clear about that. It was, she considered the word. It was useful. Knowing you were out and then knowing you were back, I'd rather know. Kaela looked at her. The expression that was not the managed expression, the one underneath it, more present since Tuesday, since the true thing was in the room. Something that was looking at Elara and registering what she had just said and what it meant about the distance between the training mechanism and something else. All right, she said. I'll tell you when we respond. Thank you, Elara said. They stood at the window for a moment. The courtyard below was its usual gray November self, cold and still, the light going early in the way of late autumn. They're not rogues, Kaela said, quietly, not the debrief voice, something underneath the debrief voice. No, Elara said, they're not. That changes things. Yes, Elara said, it does. They stood at the window a moment longer. The pack moved through the manor around them, the evening sounds, the fire being stoked, Sira's voice somewhere carrying the specific warmth she generated in a room without effort. Real. All of it is real. Elara thought about the 4 reports. About the 6 weeks of data, the patient methodology, the model being built with the thoroughness of something that was not going to stop until it was complete. She thought about what a finished model was for, about what came after research. They are studying us, she thought, and they have been for longer than we know. And when the model is finished, they are going to do something with it. She did not say this. Kaela was already thinking that she could see it in the quality of the window watching, the specific cast of her attention toward the courtyard that meant she was not looking at the courtyard at all. They were both thinking about it. The chapter of ordinary, of the training and the shifts and the sessions and the dinners and the slow accumulation of a life in 2 registers was not over. But something else had begun inside it. Something that had been studying them for 6 weeks had introduced itself today, not directly, but by being named, by being seen. And being seen changed what came next. She stayed for dinner. She went home at 9 on the tram, and the city was its usual self around her, layered and present and breathing. And she sat in the tram and felt the bond's settled quality and thought about the 4 reports and what they were for and what came after research. She did not have answers yet. She was beginning to understand that the not yet was running out. Beneath the Skin, The Anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 16. Not rogues. The manor breathed differently when it was half empty. Elara noticed it the same way she'd started noticing everything not as a thought, but as a change in the air. The building had a pressure to it when the full pack was inside, something warm and layered that she'd stopped registering as unusual weeks ago. Now it was thinner. She could feel the shape of the absences like missing teeth. She was in the upper hallway when the second response team went out. She didn't go to the window. She'd learned that looking didn't help. It just gave her eyes something to do while her instincts cataloged everything else. The shift of weight across the floorboards, the precise sound of the rear door engaging behind them, the way Isolde, downstairs, went slightly quieter. The manor settled into its depleted quiet. Elara sat down on the top step and listened to what was left. Isolde had set up in the main room, not at a table, but on the floor, cross-legged, with 3 objects arranged in front of her that Elara had learned not to ask about unless she had 20 minutes and a willingness to sit with being unsettled. She was doing something with her hands that had no visible effect, but the quality of the air near her kept shifting in ways that made the back of Elara's neck prickle. You can come down, Isolde said, without turning her head. Elara came down. She'd been here long enough to know not to sit directly in front of Isolde when she was working in the general vicinity of the objects. And the objects had opinions about proximity that Myra had described as not dangerous, just emphatic. She took the armchair to the left instead and tucked her feet under her and listened to the Manor's half-empty heartbeat and tried to make it feel like enough. "What are you reading?" she asked. "The attack." Isolde's hands stilled briefly. "There's a signature in the residue, not a person's signature approach. The way it was structured, like a key cut for a specific lock." Elara looked at her, meaning someone knew the lock. Meaning someone studied it, practiced on the shape of it until they understood exactly where it was. Isolde set one of the objects down, her head tilted slightly. "I've been trying to place this pattern in anything I've seen before. I can't." "Is that bad?" "It means whoever did this isn't from the known register. They have their own methodology." A pause. "It's very clean. I don't like cleaning. Clean means patience." Elara looked at the floor between her feet. Outside, the forest was doing the thing it did when the light went gray, compressing, pulling its edges in. She'd stopped finding the tree line unsettling. She'd started finding it clarifying. Tonight it felt like it was watching back. "They wanted us spread out," she said. "Yes." Isolde picked up the third object. "The attack pattern wasn't optimized for damage. It was optimized for dispersal. Get as many people moving to as many points as possible and then—" "Watch." "Watch," Isolde confirmed. They sat with that for a moment. The pack came back in 2 waves. First Dax and Myra, then Riven, then Kaela 20 minutes behind the rest. Elara heard each return as a specific change in the building, the weight resettling, the pressure returning by degrees. By the time Kaela's boots crossed the threshold, she'd stopped pretending she wasn't tracking it. She didn't examine that too closely. Kaela didn't come into the main room immediately. She went to the operations room, and Elara could hear her and Riven through the wall in the low, short cadences that meant something had happened that needed accounting for before it could be discussed. She stayed in the armchair. I looked at her hands, waited. When they came out, Riven's jaw was set in the particular way that meant he was processing something he didn't want to confirm. Kaela called the pack together, without raising her voice. They gathered the way they always did, not in any assigned arrangement, just in the same room, oriented toward Kaela the way a room orients toward a window. Elara stood at the back. She'd started doing that by accident, and then kept doing it because no one had told her to move, and because from here she could see everyone's faces when Kaela spoke. "The southeast encounter," Kaela said. "One operative outer ring, second perimeter. She didn't retreat." Riven from the side of the room. "She moved to withdraw. She waited." "She waited," Kaela confirmed. "Long enough to make contact, not verbal. She looked at me the way you look at something you're figuring out." Silence. "She assessed you," Sierra said. "She assessed the response, what I did when I saw her, what I did when she didn't run, how long before I pushed the engagement." Kaela set her hands flat on the table behind her. "She got what she came for and then she left, not panicking, not pressed, finished." Dax from the corner. "That's not rogue behavior." "No." The word landed in the room, and everyone let it stay there. Elara watched Riven pull out the report from the first 2 incidents. He laid them on the table in front of him and looked at them for a moment, not reading, the expression of someone finding a pattern they already knew was there and where hopping wasn't. "They know our protocols," he said. Kaela looked at him, or they learned them. "How long were they watching before they moved?" No one answered. That was the answer. Elara looked at the map on the wall, the outer ring marked in the pack's careful shorthand, the 3 incident points now forming a shape she hadn't noticed when there were only 2. A triangle, not a geographic accident, a deliberate geometry. She said, "They already know what they're going to do." Everyone looked at her. She didn't flinch from it. "The attacks aren't the plan. They're the prep work. They're finding out how you move, how fast, who goes where, what you leave behind when you deploy." She looked at the map, not at the room. They're stress testing the structure from the outside before they touch the inside. They already know what they're going to do. They're just checking if you'll do what they expect. The room was very quiet. She looked at Kaela. Kaela said, "Yes. Not your right or good analysis. Just the confirmation, flat and steady, the kind that means I already knew this, and hearing it named out loud changes something regardless." Sierra had her arms crossed. Her expression was the particular one Elara had started to recognize as Sierra being very carefully not afraid. Riven was looking at the map. Dax was looking at the door. Myra, quietly, "What does that mean for our response approach?" "It means our current approach is already modeled," Kaela said. "Whatever we've done in the last 3 incidents, they have it. They know our response time. They know our dispersal points. They know who goes where." She looked around the room. "Which means anything we do from here needs to account for the fact that what we've done before is already in their data." Another silence, longer this time. Isolde from the doorway where she'd appeared without Elara noticing. "The magical signature from tonight's incident doesn't match any registered entity. Whatever this is, they're not in the known record." A pause. "They've been practicing on us specifically. The approach was shaped to this pack." Riven set the reports down, looked at Kaela. "How long do we have before they stop practicing?" Kaela didn't answer immediately. She looked at the map, at the 3 points and the shape they made. "They'll move when they have a model they're confident in," she said. "They're not confident yet. Whatever variable they're still accounting for," her eyes moved, briefly, to Elara and away. "They're not done studying it." Elara understood what she'd been too careful to say. She stood at the back of the room and did not say "I know," and did not say "I'm the variable," and did not look away from the map. Nobody slept well. Elara knew this not because anyone said so, but because the manor told her the specific sounds of a building full of people lying still in the way you lie still when your mind won't. The creak of someone shifting in a chair at 2 a.m., water running in the hall bathroom, and then going quiet. Riven's boots on the stairs around 3, heading toward the operations room, the particular step pattern of someone going somewhere rather than going back to bed. She lay in the guest room that had stopped feeling like a guest room and looked at the ceiling and listened to the half-dark. Outside, the forest was very still. She'd read something once, in a book from the villa archives, about how certain animals go quiet before a larger predator moves through territory. Not from fear, from instinct. From the part of them that understood the difference between the everyday danger of being prey and the different, quieter danger of something large enough that even the predators hold their breath. The forest was holding its breath. She turned onto her side and looked at the window. The tree line looked back. Chapter 17. Too clean. The reports were worse when you looked at them together. Riven had spread them across the operations table in chronological order, weighted at the corners with the kind of methodical care that meant he'd already looked at them this way several times and was doing it again because there was something in the arrangement he hadn't finished understanding. 3 incident reports, 3 sets of entry points, response times, withdrawal patterns. Individually, they read as rogue activity, chaotic, opportunistic, the kind of thing the pack dealt with on a quarterly basis and filed under standard pressure management. Together, they read as a sentence. Kaela stood at the head of the table with her arms crossed and read the sentence twice. "Entry points," Riven said. He didn't touch the reports. He'd long since stopped needing to point. "First incident, 2 entry vectors southeast and northwest 11 minutes apart. They let us identify the first before the second activated. We split response." They saw the split. Second incident, 3 vectors 5 minutes apart, tight enough that we had to prioritize in real time. They saw the prioritization logic. Who we sent first, who we held back, what we left undefended while we moved. He paused. Third incident, single operative, stationed where she'd have the clearest sight line on whoever Kaela sent to the outer perimeter. She wasn't there to engage. She was there to watch you decide. Kaela looked at the map. At the 3 locations marked in their careful shorthand, the triangle they made when you connected them was not a perfect triangle, slightly irregular, which was somehow worse than if it had been clean. A perfect shape would have been theatrical. This was functional. They're not choosing locations for strategic value, she said. No, they're choosing for visibility. Every entry point has a line of sight to our response vector. Every withdrawal happens after they've confirmed they have what they came for. Riven set his hands flat on the table. This is not improvised. This is a methodology. How long would it take to develop a methodology this specific? Riven looked at her. To build a behavioral model of a specific pack's response protocols from external observation alone. He said it slowly, the way he said things when the answer was something he'd been sitting with and hadn't wanted to say yet. Months, minimum. You'd need enough baseline data to separate the consistent patterns from the variable ones, then enough incident data to test which pressures activate which responses. They've been here longer than any of our reports. Yes. The words sat between them. Kaela pulled one of the reports toward her. Read a line she'd already read. Put it back. They were invisible long enough to become fluent, she said. By the time they were visible, they already knew us. It was Riven who said it. He said it the way he said things he'd rather not say directly, without softening, because Riven's opinion of softening was that it cost more than the discomfort it saved. He waited until they were alone, Kaela and him, the operations room door closed, the rest of the pack dispersed to their mornings. Someone might have given them information. Kaela didn't react immediately. That was its own kind of answer. I know how it sounds, Riven said. I know what I'm saying it anyway. Walk me through it. The response protocol precision, the prioritization logic, the way they positioned the third incident operative. She wasn't guessing at your decision tree, she was stationed for it. That level of specificity from external observation alone is, he paused. Possible, it's possible, but it would require a much longer observation window than we have any indication of. Or a shorter one with a faster source. Yes. Kaela picked up the third report and read it without reading it. Her eyes moved across the words, and she thought about the people in this building, the ones she'd trained, the ones she'd chosen, the ones she'd built a structure around specifically because she trusted them to hold it. Sierra, she said. No. Dax. No. Myra, Isolde, you. Riven let the list sit for a moment. No, and I think you know that. She set the report down. Then it's an observation, extended and more systematic than we caught. Yes, that's the conclusion I keep arriving at. Then say that. I'm saying that. He looked at her steadily. I'm also saying I thought the other thing first, and I'm telling you I thought it, because you should know what the data pattern suggests even when the conclusion is wrong, if I'm thinking it. Someone else might be, she nodded, slow. Yes. She picked up the report and stacked it with the others, aligning the edges. A precise, unnecessary action, the kind of thing hands do when a mind needs a moment to finish something. I'm not going to raise it with the pack, she said. No. But it was a thought. Yes, it was a thought. The room was quiet. Outside, she could hear the rest of the house beginning its morning water, footsteps, Sierra's voice in the kitchen saying something Kaela couldn't make out but could identify by tone as Sierra being cheerful at an hour that didn't warrant it. The specific sounds of a pack that trusted itself. She'd built that, carefully, over the years. She was not going to let a thought, even a reasonable thought, even a thought she'd checked and rejected sit in the structure like rot. We say nothing, she said. We observe. If there's anything to find, the pack will show it before an accusation would. And if there's nothing to find, she looked at Riven. Then I've protected them from a suspicion they don't deserve. Riven considered this. And if the tighter atmosphere damages something anyway, trust has a texture. The pack will notice they're being watched differently even if they don't know why. Then I manage that when I see it. He was quiet for a moment. Then, all right. She walked to the door, stopped. Riven. Yes. Thank you for saying it. She left him with the reports. The pack noticed. Not the content. Riven was right that she hadn't said anything, and neither had he, and the operational security on this was exactly what it should be. But the mood in the operations room that morning was fractionally different, and the pack was not a collection of people who failed to notice fractional differences. They were people who had survived by paying attention to exactly those things. Nobody said anything directly. That was almost worse. Sierra made coffee and brought it to the operations table without being asked, and set a cup in front of Kaela with the deliberate cheerfulness of someone making an offering. Dax did a second pass of the perimeter without being assigned to it. Myra reorganized the medical supplies in the main hallway, which she only did when she needed her hands busy. Isolde said nothing and kept working, which was the most eloquent response of all. They were tightening, not against each other, toward each other, closing ranks the way packs do when something presses against the outside, even when no one has named what's pressing. The trust was intact, but it was intact the way things are when they've been tested and held, which is a different thing from when they've never been tested at all. Kaela watched them move through the morning and thought, this is what I built this for, not the individual pieces, the wholeness of it. The way they moved without instruction, filling the gaps, compensating without complaint. She had spent years constructing this, and she did not take it for granted for a single day. She also spent most of the morning not thinking about the conversation with Riven. She was mostly successful. Elara arrived mid-afternoon. She came through the back entrance the way she always did now, not because she'd been told to, but because at some point it had become the natural direction, the one that felt like arriving rather than approaching. Kaela heard her in the hallway and didn't look up from the map. Session at 4, Kaela said. I know. A pause. The sound of Elara setting her bag down on the bench by the door. You sound like you've been inside your own head all day. Kaela looked up then. Elara was leaning against the doorframe with her arms loosely crossed, not challenging, observing, in the way she observed things, with the specific quality of attention that said she wasn't going to make an assumption, but she was also not going to pretend she hadn't noticed. Operational morning, Kaela said. Elara looked at her for a moment, let it go. She came into the room and looked at the map, standing at the angle Kaela had noticed she preferred slightly to the left, where she could see the outer ring markers clearly. Her eyes moved across it with the quiet efficiency she brought to everything she chose to learn. She'd started asking better questions about pack territory 3 weeks ago and had not stopped since. Riven pulled the 3 reports together, Elara said. It wasn't a question. Yes. And? Kaela set her pen down, considered, briefly, the distance between operational detail and the thing that is actually useful to this person right now. She had been having that consideration more often lately, and she was not going to examine what that indicated. The pattern is more coherent than we'd like, she said. They know our protocols, either from long observation or she stopped. Long observation. Elara looked at her, caught the stop, filed it. She didn't ask. Kaela had a moment of something that was not gratitude and not relief, but lived in the same neighborhood as both the specific ease of someone who understood which questions not to ask and why. So we changed the protocols, Elara said. We're already working on it. And in the meantime, we know they're learning, which means we know something about how they think. That's not nothing. Kaela looked at the map, at the shape the 3 incidents made. They're systematic, methodical, patient. They built a model before they acted, and they're refining it with every contact. That takes discipline. It also takes, she paused again, reaching for the right word. Ideology. You don't operate this way unless you believe in the method, unless the patience is itself part of what you are. Elara was quiet for a moment. That's not a comforting thing to know about an enemy. No, but it's useful. If you know someone believes in their method, you know they'll stay consistent. They'll optimize within the model rather than abandon it. She looked at Elara. That's a weakness, eventually. Or it means they'll only move when their model is complete. Yes, Kaela held her gaze. Which is why we would prefer to change the things they think they've modeled before they decide it's complete. The session went well, technically. Elara was faster than she'd been last week, not in the shift itself, but in the regulation before it. The part where the instinct pressed at the edge of control, and she'd learned to hold the edge rather than fight it. Kaela had been watching this development with the specific professional attention of someone who finds genuine competence satisfying, and also with something underneath that she wasn't looking at. She corrected Elara's approach once. The brief touch on her shoulder, the adjustment of weight distribution, the removal of the hand. The same correction she'd made before, exactly the same duration. Her instincts told her it was the same. She knew better than to trust that particular report. "You're stabilizing faster than I expected," she said, when they'd finished. Elara sat on the training room bench and drank water and looked at her. "Is that good?" "It means we have some room before the dependency becomes structural. That's good." A pause, the kind that opened like a seam. Kaela had meant the emotional dependency. She hadn't said that. Elara had heard it anyway. She could see it in the particular quality of Elara's silence, attentive, careful, choosing not to pull at the thread. They had a system, she realized, an unspoken one. They were both pulling at threads and both choosing, in specific moments, to stop. The threads were getting shorter. At some point, there wouldn't be enough thread left to choose to leave alone. She was aware of this. She was not thinking about it. "What are you going to do about the protocol changes?" Elara asked. The easy shift territory they could stand on. "Riven and I will rebuild the dispersal logic, change the prioritization sequence, make the response pattern less predictable at the cost of some efficiency." She crossed her arms. "It'll mean a harder few weeks for the pack. Relearning the reflex is harder than learning it the first time." "They'll do it." "Yes, they will." She said it without weight and felt the weight underneath it anyway, the specific pride she was allowed to have in the people she'd chosen, the one feeling she never rationed. "Sierra will complain about it at full volume and then master it first. Dax will say nothing and improve daily. Riven will optimize the theory further than I asked him to." A pause. "Myra will ask 3 questions that reveal I hadn't thought far enough ahead." Elara was looking at her with that expression again. The one Kaela had categorized early on as attention and had since been forced to recategorize as something more specific than attention. "You know them very well," Elara said. "Yes. It shows the way they move around you." She turned the water glass in her hands, not drinking. It's not a hierarchy. It's not even loyalty exactly. It's more like, they trust the way you see the situation, not because you're the alpha, because you've been right." Kaela looked at her. "You've been right enough times," Elara said, "that they believe you'll be right again, and they want to be close to that, to the person who keeps reading it correctly." She paused. "That's not something you can build on purpose. That's something that accumulates." Kaela said nothing for a moment. "My grandfather," she said finally, and then stopped, because she hadn't meant to begin that sentence, and she looked at the training room wall as if that would help, which it did not. Elara waited. Kaela looked at the wall. "He had it," she said quietly. "That quality, the thing you're describing. People moved differently when he was in the room, not because he asked them to, because he'd already been right more times than they could count, and being near him felt like being near a better chance of the correct outcome." She paused. "He died when I was 14. I remember thinking not understanding it then, but thinking that the room didn't know what to do with itself after." Elara was very still. "I'm sorry," she said, simply. Kaela nodded. Once, set it down somewhere she didn't have to look at it. "The session," she said. "Of course." They put it away the way they put things away. Not closing, exactly, more like setting something carefully in a place where it would keep and could be returned to, if either of them chose to. Neither of them discussed whether they would. After Elara left, Isolde found Kaela in the corridor. This was happening with a frequency that suggested Isolde had a very accurate internal clock for when Kaela finished training sessions and was standing in hallways not doing anything in particular. "You're managing the proximity well," Isolde said. Kaela looked at her. "It's a training requirement." "Yes," a beat. The specific Isolde pause that meant she was reading something and deciding how much of it to name. "I wasn't questioning that." She turned and walked back toward the main room. Kaela stood in the corridor and looked at the training room door. She was aware that Isolde read magical structure the way Kaela read tactical maps, not as data points, but as a language, one with grammar and implication, and the spaces between things that matter as much as the things themselves. She was aware that whatever Isolde had read in the anchor bond between her and Elara over the past weeks had arrived at a conclusion that Isolde had now named, gently, once. She was also aware that Isolde naming something once was not an accident. Isolde was the most deliberate person Kaela knew. She had said it once and looked at her and walked away. That was a gift, offered with both hands and no expectation of a particular response. Kaela had not yet decided what to do with it. She walked away from the training room. Late in the evening, when the pack had settled into the specific quiet of people who needed to be where they were before they could sleep, Kaela sat in the operations room with a cup of tea that had gone cold and did not look at the map. She was thinking about what Elara had said. The accumulation. The way you can't build trust on purpose, only accrue it through being right time after time, until the people around you start moving differently and you only notice because you see it in how they treat someone you care. She stopped that sentence. She drank the cold tea. She thought about Riven's face when he'd said she's stronger than she looks, 3 weeks ago in the training room. The specific quality of it is not reassuring. Statement. The kind of thing you say when you're watching someone and you've formed an opinion they haven't asked for but are going to receive regardless. She thought about Elara on the training room floor after the first full shift. The way she'd looked up. The way Kaela's hand had been on her jaw, and the professional pretense of that had been comprehensively absent, and she'd pulled back anyway, because some pretenses are worth maintaining even when everyone involved knows their pretense. She thought about the reports spread on the table. The shape the 3 incidents made. The enemy out there, patient, building a model, waiting until they were confident they understood the structure well enough to dismantle it. The anchor doesn't just stabilize, the grandfather had written. It remembers. She didn't know what that meant. She had the uneasy conviction that Isolde did, and had decided not to tell her yet, which was its own kind of information. She picked up the cold tea and finished it. She looked at the door. She went to bed. Beneath the Skin, The Anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 18. Leela's cover. The lie had gotten complicated the way debts do not all at once, but through accumulation, each small addition seemed manageable until you looked at the total and felt something shift beneath you. Leela sat at the kitchen table on a Tuesday morning with her phone face down in front of her and a cup of coffee she'd made 20 minutes ago and not touched, and thought about the 11 separate explanations she had generated in the past 6 weeks on Elara's behalf. Study group, research retreat, library overnight, project collaboration, an internship she'd invented from whole cloth that had since developed a supervisor, a location, and a secondary character named Professor Aldi's, whom she had described as very demanding to their mother with enough specificity that she was now genuinely worried about this fictional man's management style. It had started as a cover. It had become, at some point she couldn't precisely locate, something more like authorship. She turned her phone over, looked at Elara's last message, sent at 11:47 the previous night. Back tomorrow, all okay. 3 words short of the minimum she'd have needed to actually believe the all okay part, but she'd learned to read Elara's brevity the way you learn to read a particular dialect, not what was said, but how much had been compressed into the not saying. All okay meant, nothing has gone wrong enough to tell you about. Leela had learned to accept this as the best available unit of reassurance. She picked up her coffee. It was cold. She drank it anyway. Their mother asked on a Wednesday. Not dramatically, she was not, in Leela's experience, a dramatic person. She was precise, composed, someone who had spent so long embedded in the Vance family's particular culture of controlled presentation that she had internalized it fully. She asked questions the way the villa's old architecture let in light, at careful angles, indirectly, in a way that suggested she had chosen the window placement deliberately. They were in the hallway. Leela was putting her coat on. She had approximately 90 seconds before she could reasonably leave for the university without it being obvious she was leaving for the university. "How is Elara getting on?" her mother asked. The phrasing was doing a great deal of work. Getting on, not doing, not managing, not any of the more direct options. Getting on meant, "I have noticed something and I am giving you room to characterize it before I characterize it myself." Leela buttoned her coat. "She's good, busy, you know how she is when she's working on something." "I do." A pause that was about 3 beats longer than a pause about nothing. "She seems," another pause, "further away lately than usual." "It's the project." Leela picked up her bag. "Once she's into something, she goes all the way in. She'll surface." Her mother looked at her. Not accusingly. Not even skeptically, exactly. Just with the specific attention of a person who has known you your whole life and is reading the gap between what you're saying and how your shoulders are sitting while you say it. "Is she all right?" her mother said, simpler, underneath the phrasing. Yes came out of Leela's mouth as smoothly as any of the other things she'd said. And it was true she believed it was true, mostly, with the kind of mostly that she'd been living inside for 6 weeks now, and she held her mother's gaze while she said it and waited for the conversation to be over. The conversation was over. Her mother nodded once and went back to what she'd been doing. Leela walked out the front door and stood on the step for a moment in the gray morning air. The lie had come easily. That was what she was sitting with, not guilt exactly, but something adjacent to it, the fluency of it. She'd said yes with her whole body, effortlessly, and it had landed, and she was good at this, had been getting better at this for 6 weeks, and at some point good at this had stopped being a neutral fact and started being something she had opinions about. She put her hands in her pockets. "I walked to the university. Elara came home Thursday." Not staying, she'd said that in the message, home for the day, which Leela had translated correctly as, "I need to exist in a room that is mine for a few hours." She arrived mid-afternoon with a bag she'd developed the habit of carrying that was slightly too large for a day trip and slightly too small for anything else, and went directly to the kitchen for the specific reason people always go directly to the kitchen when they arrive somewhere, because it's a room with a task in it. And sometimes you need to have something to do with your hands while you work out which version of yourself to be. Leela was already in the kitchen. She'd come home between lectures specifically. She didn't say that. She said, "There's cheese in the back of the fridge that I've been refusing to throw away on your behalf." Elara looked at her. There was something different in how she was standing, not wrong. Nothing was wrong, but more present in her body. More deliberate in the way she moved through the room, like she'd been somewhere that required her to know where her feet were, and the habit had stuck. "I'm keeping the cheese," Elara said. "I know, I said I was refusing to throw it away." Leela filled the kettle. "Sit down." Elara sat. They did the tea-making thing, which was a ritual they'd had since approximately the age of 8 and 10, respectively, the specific sequence of who fills what, who gets which cup, the milk first or after debate that had been ongoing for a decade and would never resolve. Leela did most of it on autopilot, watched Elara from the corner of her eye. She looked tired. Not tired of not sleeping, tired of holding something carefully for a long time. Leela put a cup in front of her. She sat down across the table. She looked at her sister. Elara looked back. "Okay," Leela said, not as a question, as a starting point. She'd rehearsed this, in the abstract. Not the words she'd tried drafting it once and realized quickly that she was the wrong person to script a conversation like this, that her particular skill set was in reading the room as it happened rather than predicting the room in advance. But she'd rehearsed the posture of it, the not pushing. The way she was going to sit when it happened, open and still, without the forward lean she defaulted to when she was curious, which read as pressure even when she didn't mean it as pressure. She sat open and still. Elara wrapped both hands around her cup. "I'm okay," she said. "I want to say that first. Okay. I'm with people who are helping me understand something about myself." She looked at the cup. "Something that's been there for a while. I just didn't have language for it or context for it or..." She stopped. "People." Leela waited. It's not dangerous, Elara said. A pause. Right now. Leela let the right now sit in the room without moving toward it. She watched Elara's hands on the cup, the specific stillness of them, not tension, or not only tension. Something more considered than that. Right now, she repeated. Right now. Okay, Leela looked at her tea. I'll keep covering, I'll keep covering. She looked up. But you owe me the actual story eventually, not the outline, the story. Elara looked at her with an expression that had too many things in it to name all at once relief, and something rower than relief, and the specific gratitude of someone who had been braced for a different kind of response and didn't quite know how to recalibrate. I know, she said. Good, Leela picked up her cup. The tall one, from the address you won't tell me, is she part of the understanding yourself people? Elara went very still. What a tall one, she said. The one whose address you went to. I never told you the address. No, but you also never didn't tell me in a very specific direction. Leela drank her tea, watched her sister over the rim of the cup. Tall, that's my read. From the posture you come back with, you stand differently after wherever you've been going. Elara was looking at her with the expression that meant she was deciding how many layers to have about this. She's part of it, she said finally. Helpful or complicated? A very long pause. Yes, Elara said. Leela set her cup down, made a note in the ongoing file she kept in the back of her mind under Elara. The actual situation, added, tall, complicated, helpful, posture-affecting, filed it for later. Okay, she said. Later, you'll tell me later. She stood up. I have a lecture at 4, the one with the professor who knows things he shouldn't. Selim, Elara said. Leela paused. You know him, she said, less surprise in her voice than she'd expected. He was mine before he was yours. Elara looked at her cup. Don't be careful with what you tell him. He listens differently than people expect. I know. Leela picked up her bag. That's why I keep talking to him. The lecture was on the function of written record in societies that have reasons not to keep one oral traditions, deliberate gaps, the way a culture encodes what it needs to pass forward into the forms most likely to survive. Selim delivered it in the mode Leela had come to think of as theatrical sincerity, which was not a performance, but also not exactly not a performance, a kind of doubled quality, genuine content, dressed in the vocabulary of someone who had figured out that making a lecture entertaining was an act of respect for the audience's time. He was also, she'd noticed, doing something underneath the lecture. A second argument running parallel to the first, in the specific examples he chose, the cases that were just slightly too precise for academic context alone. She'd started mapping them the moments where the illustrative example assumed too much about the texture of the thing being illustrated, the kind of detail that comes from proximity rather than research. Today's example, a clan in Velkern's pre-industrial record that had maintained a hidden oral history for 4 generations, concealing it from documentation that would have exposed the community to legal consequences. The detail he included the specific mechanism by which they'd concealed it, the social structure they'd built around the concealment was too specific. She wrote it down. After the lecture, she was the last one out, which was not an accident. Selim was erasing the board. He didn't turn around. Miss Vance, he said. The example you used, the clan, the oral history. You said they concealed it for 4 generations. How do you know it was 4? A pause in the erasing. Because, he said, the 5th generation didn't need to conceal it anymore. He set the eraser down, turned. Good question. Leela looked at him. She had the skills she'd developed over the past months of looking at Selim the way you look at a landscape rather than an object not focusing on one point, reading the whole thing, the way the different elements related. He was holding something today. Not distress, not urgency, something more like consideration. The look of someone who is working out a calculation that has more variables than they'd prefer. My sister mentioned you, she said. He nodded once. How is she? Better than she was. Leela picked up her bag. More herself, I think, or more something. She paused. She said to be careful what I told you, that you listen differently than people expect. A small expression moved across Selim's face. Not quite a smile. Something that had been a smile once and had become more compressed over time. She's not wrong, he said. I know. Leela moved toward the door. Is she going to be okay? He was quiet for a moment. The people around her during this process, he said, matter more than the process itself. I'd keep being who you are. A pause. That's not a deflection. That is the actual answer. Leela stood in the doorway and thought about this. What am I, she said, to the process? Selim tilted his head. It was the gesture she'd started to think of as real interest, distinct from the performed version he used in lecture. The real one was less theatrical and more still. The human anchor, he said. Not in the technical sense, that's not your role. In the older sense. The thing that says, this is still you, regardless of what you're becoming. He looked at her steadily. That's not a small thing. In my experience, it's often the most important thing. The becoming is only worth anything if the person doing it doesn't lose the thread of themselves in the middle. Leela absorbed this. And if the person doing the becoming doesn't let me in enough to actually be that, then you keep showing up anyway. He picked up his notes. The thread works even through a closed door, often especially then. He began organizing his papers with the focused attention of someone done talking, which Leela had learned to read as the conversation was real. But it is over now, and I've given you what I have. She walked out into the corridor, stood for a moment in the particular afternoon light of the university's mid-century hallway, all warm stone and the smell of old paper. The human anchor. She turned the phrase over. It had the weight of something named correctly, the specific satisfaction of a label that fits so exactly you feel slightly embarrassed for not having found it yourself. She pulled out her phone, typed, still at the university, home later. There's cheese in the fridge with your name on it, be safe. She didn't add anything else. She didn't need to. That evening, Leela sat at her desk with the notes from Selim's lecture spread in front of her and her laptop open to the third page of what had started as thoughts about Elara's situation and had become, over the past 6 weeks, something more like a working document. Not an investigation. She'd been scrupulous about that. She wasn't collecting information she hadn't been given. She was organizing what she had, filling in the architecture of what she understood. She added, the covering is going to need a better system. She'd been operating on improvisation, which had worked because she was good at improvisation. But improvisation had a ceiling, and she'd been bumping against it for 2 weeks. Professor Aldi's was getting out of hand. The study retreat explanation had a timeline problem that she'd been papering over with deliberate vagueness. Their mother was starting to look at her with the specific expression she used when she was choosing not to ask a question she already had an answer to. She needed a structure, not a story those collapsed. A structure, something that could hold its shape under repeated examination. She thought about what Selim had said. The people around her during this process matter more than the process itself. She thought about Elara in the kitchen, both hands around the cup, saying right now with the specific quality of someone being honest in the smallest possible unit they could manage. She thought about, you owe me the story eventually. She'd meant it. She still meant it. But sitting in the quiet of her room, she understood something she hadn't fully articulated to herself before. The covering wasn't a transaction. She wasn't doing it to accrue the debt of the story later. She was doing it because Elara needed it done, and she was the person positioned to do it. And that was sufficient reason, and would remain sufficient regardless of what she was eventually told. That felt like something. A decision made clearly, rather than something she'd arrived at by accident. She closed the document. I opened a new one. Titled it, Better System. I started writing. Chapter 19. Emotional weak points. Sira came home to find someone standing at the end of her street. Not obviously. Not in any way she could have articulated to a non-pack audience. There was nothing to point at. No figure frozen in lamplight. No held gaze. Just a person at the corner in the specific way a person stands when they have somewhere to be and are choosing not to go there yet. Ordinary. Entirely ordinary. Except that when Sierra turned onto her street from the mid-district crossing, her instincts said, known. Not known as I recognize this person. Something known in this environment has already registered me. The difference was specific, and she had been trained to know it. She walked to her door at the same pace she'd been walking, put her key in the lock, did not look back. Inside, she leaned against the closed door and counted to 30 and listened. Nothing came. No pressure at the door, no creak of someone moving closer. She counted to 30 again anyway. Then she pulled out her phone and sent a text to Riven, because Riven was the person you sent to when something had happened that you couldn't fully describe yet, but needed to have on record. Someone on my street, not overt. It felt like an observation, no action, I'm in. His response came in 40 seconds. Stay in. I'll run the block in 20. She put the kettle on because she needed something to do with her hands, and because the specific anxiety of having been watched and not knowing for how long was the kind of thing that required a physical task to exist alongside. She stood in her kitchen and listened to the water heat and thought about the corner and the person and the exact quality of the attention she'd felt. Studied, not threatened, not yet. Not yet was its own kind of information. Dax found the wire on Friday morning. Not a wire, technically something older than a wire, some interference in the vehicle's mechanical baseline that was subtle enough to have passed 3 startups before he caught it. He'd gone out early, as he usually did, and had run his checks, as he always did, and something in the 3rd check had been fractionally not what it should be. He crouched under the vehicle for 11 minutes, tracing the source. When he found it, he sat back on his heels and looked at it for a moment. Small, placed with care. Not designed to cause a crash, designed to cause a problem. The kind of problem that announces itself at the wrong moment, in a situation where you need the vehicle and it fails you, where the failure is maximally inconvenient without being obviously deliberate. A message, he was being told, we can reach you here. He photographed it, removed it, sent the photograph to Riven and Kaela with 4 words, vehicle, overnight, deliberate. Then he went inside and ate breakfast, because breakfast was what came next. Myra's clinic was on the mid-district, edge not affiliated with the pack publicly, set up as a quiet, independent practice, the kind of place that saw the full range of the district's residents without advertising why it was good at it. She had been running it for 6 years. The patient register was mixed, ordinary, exactly what it appeared to be on paper and also not exactly that, and the balance had always held. On Saturday afternoon, a man came in who was not a patient. She knew this within 30 seconds. Not from anything visible his story was coherent, his manner measured, his reason for being there plausible enough. An inquiry about services, whether she offered certain treatments, whether the clinic maintained records in a particular format. The questions were too specific. Not wrong, someone researching medical care might ask half of these things. But the sequence of them, the precision of the follow-up, the way the 3rd question built on the 2nd in a way that assumed the answer to the 2nd before she'd fully given it, someone had prepared this. Someone had sat down with a list of things they wanted to know about the clinic's operational structure and built a conversation around extracting them. She answered everything, told the truth about the things that were public, gave nothing that wasn't. Maintained the manner of a clinic administrator having a routine inquiry conversation. When he left, she sat at her desk for a moment. Then she called Kaela. Kaela heard all 3 reports in the same 2-hour window on Saturday evening, sitting in the operations room with Riven, while the rest of the pack moved through the manor in the careful, slightly elevated quiet of people who had been told the shape of a problem and were waiting to be told the protocol. Riven laid it out without editorializing. Sierra's street, Dax's vehicle, Myra's clinic. 3 different vectors, 3 different pack members, 3 different methods. No actual harm done in any case. Everything calibrated precisely to the line just before harm. He set down his pen. Kaela looked at the map. The incidents weren't on it yet. These were people, not locations, not the kind of thing you could mark on a territorial map. But she was seeing the map anyway, seeing where each of them lived and worked and moved, and the geometry of it was doing something she didn't like. "They're not going for positions," she said. "No. They're going for people. They're going for relationships." Riven leaned forward, hands on the table. "Sierra lives alone. Dax is most reliable when his operational equipment is secure. Myra's clinic is the off-site operational resource. They're not targeting property or territory. They're targeting the things the pack relies on, the points where dependency exists." Kaela looked at the map. She thought about the dispersal patterns from the last 3 formal attacks. Who had gone where? What the pack had oriented around. The specific weight points who held things together when they were stretched, who people moved toward under pressure, who was, in the structural sense, load-bearing. "They built a model of the pack," she said, "and now they're stress-testing the model, not the defenses of the connective tissue." "Yes." She straightened, crossed her arms. "Which means they understand that a pack isn't a hierarchy," she said. "It's not command and control, top-down. Disrupt the alpha, the pack disperses. They know better than that. They know that the actual strength of a pack is in the lateral connections, the relationships between members. You erode those, you erode everything." Riven looked at her steadily. "They've been studying us a long time." "Yes." "Kaela." She looked at him. "The 3 they chose." He said it carefully. "Sierra is the emotional center. Dax is operational reliability. Myra is medical and informational infrastructure." A pause. "They chose the members that everyone else in the pack depends on in different ways. They built the dependency map and they started there." She knew where this was going. "Say it," she said. "The dependency map has one entry that doesn't fit the existing structure." He held her gaze. "One new variable that the model can't have fully accounted for yet because she's been here for weeks, not years." "She's not a weak point," Kaela said. Riven didn't answer immediately. "Riven." "I know she's not a weak point," he said. "I'm telling you what the Hollow Pack's model might say about her. An unknown, unquantified, structurally load-bearing in a way the pack's existing protocols don't account for." He paused. "They know she exists. They have to by now. The question is whether they understand what she is to the pack's stability yet, and if they don't, they're about to start probing for it." Kaela was quiet. "I'm not suggesting anything about how we handle her," Riven said. "I'm suggesting you should be the one to tell her, before she reads it in the operational situation and builds her own conclusions." She looked at the map. "She'll want to leave," she said. "Yes, probably. She'll think she's making the pack safer by removing the unknown variable." "Yes." "She's wrong." "I know that." A beat. "You'll need to make a better argument than you're wrong." Elara arrived for her session Monday afternoon and found Kaela in the operations room rather than the training room. She took this as information training sessions happened in the training room by default, and deviations from default usually meant the deviation was the point. She sat down across the table. Kaela didn't have the reports in front of her. She'd put them away before Elara arrived, not to conceal to prevent the conversation from being about the paper rather than the thing the paper was about. She told her, not all of it, not Riven's specific analysis, not the dependency map language, but the facts. Sierra followed, Dax's vehicle, Myra's clinic, the pattern they made together. Elara listened without interrupting. She had this quality in briefings, absolute stillness. The kind that meant the processing was happening underneath and the surface was being kept available for incoming information. Kaela had noticed it early and found it, professionally, useful. Found it in ways she was not examining other things as well. When she finished, Elara was quiet for a moment. "Then, they're not going for the structure. They're going for the people who hold it." "Yes." "They're testing where the load is." She looked at the table. "And I'm the variable they haven't placed yet." Kaela said nothing. "I might be making this worse," Elara said. "Being here, they don't know what I am, and that's exactly the kind of thing something like this would probe. They'll push on the unknown until they understand it or until it breaks. And if the unknown is me, they'll push on the pack to do it." She looked up. I could be drawing pressure onto people who were safer before I was here. You are not leaving. It came out flat, unqualified. Elara looked at her. That's not an answer to what I said. You are not leaving, Kaela said. That is the answer. Not logic, not tactical reasoning, not the strategic case for why Elara's stabilization was operationally necessary, not the carefully constructed argument that Riven had essentially told her she needed to make. Just that the statement, stripped of justification, held with both hands. Elara looked at her for a long moment. She was doing the thing where she was reading something carefully, making sure she was reading it correctly before she responded to it. Okay, she said quietly. Okay. I heard you. She looked at the table, not backing down from it, not dismissing it, setting it somewhere internal, somewhere she was going to come back to. I still think it's a risk. Most things worth anything are. A pause. That's the most personal thing you've said to me in a professional context, Elara said. Kaela looked at her. I'm noticing it, Elara said, not pressing, just noting it in the careful Elara way, adding it to the ongoing account she kept of Kaela's unguarded moments, filing it without comment. Kaela became very interested in the blank surface of the table. Sierra found Elara in the back garden an hour later, sitting on the low stone wall with her legs drawn up, looking at the tree line with the expression of someone who has been given a lot to think about and is in the process of thinking it. She sat down beside her. Not next to her, exactly a comfortable distance, close enough to be present without the proximity being a question. She didn't say anything for a while. This was one of Sierra's skills. Elara had learned the specific silence of someone who wasn't filling space, but wasn't absent either, the quality of someone sitting with rather than near. She'd noticed it first in the Manor's early weeks, the way Sierra could be in a room and make the room feel different without doing anything in particular. Not loud, not performing, just occupying her own space fully enough that the space she occupied felt inhabited. Eventually, Elara said, She told you. About the street thing, Sierra stretched her legs out. Riven told everyone this morning, pack briefing. She looked at the trees. I'm fine, for the record. It was unsettling and then it wasn't. I've dealt with worse and less ambiguous things. I know you're fine. I know you know. You were looking at the trees like they'd done something personal to you, though, so I thought I'd sit here and be fine in your general vicinity. Elara almost smiled, thoughtful. I'm a thoughtful person. Sierra pulled her jacket closer. The evening was tipping toward cold. For what it's worth, and I know I'm biased, none of us think you're the problem. I know it's not about blame. It's about the structural reality of being an unknown variable in a situation where variables are being probed. Right, which is a very Elara way of describing you're worried you're going to bring something bad to people you care about. A silence. Elara looked at the trees. Sierra left the silence where it was. She was good at leaving silences where they were. Kaela didn't do the logical argument, Elara said. When I brought it up, she didn't explain why I should stay tactically. She just said it. You are not leaving, like it wasn't a calculation. Was it, Sierra said, a calculation? Elara was quiet for a moment. No, she said, it wasn't. Sierra nodded, once, like that confirmed something she'd already suspected. She doesn't say things she doesn't mean, she said. That's useful to know about her. She also doesn't explain what she means. No, a pause. She's working on it. The trees moved slightly in a wind that Elara could feel before she heard it. The specific quality of the outer ring's air layers in it, information in it, the way it carried the forest's internal logic up to the garden wall. She's better than she was a few months ago, Sierra said. Lighter. Riven noticed too, which means it's been going on long enough to register with someone who notices nothing. A beat. I'm not saying that I'm not making a point. It's something I've watched happen and I thought you should know it's been happening. Elara received this without speaking. She had a way of receiving things that Sierra had noticed early and continued to find compelling, the specific quality of someone who takes information seriously enough to actually sit with it, who doesn't reach for an immediate response, because the immediate response isn't what the information deserves. She sat with it. The trees moved again. "I think I'm going to stay for dinner," Elara said. If that's all right." "It's all right," Sierra said, like it had always been all right, like there had never been a version of this where it wasn't. She stayed for dinner, and then stayed later than dinner, which was also something she'd been doing more often now, the natural drift of the evening pulling her forward, past the moment where she'd usually have said, "I should get back," and finding that she didn't, particularly. The villa pulled at her always, but differently than it used to. More like memory than gravity. The pack dispersed gradually into their various evening shapes. Dax disappeared before anyone noticed him leaving. Riven worked at the table for another hour and then went to his room without ceremony. Myra sat by the window for a long time, reading something, and then she too was gone. Sierra fell asleep on the sofa, which happened on a regular enough basis that there was a specific blanket for it, folded on the arm. Isolde had been in her workroom all evening. The faint pressure of whatever she was working on was a constant background quality, not unpleasant, just present, like the sensation of a low hum just outside the range of hearing. Elara sat in the armchair that had, over the past weeks, stopped feeling borrowed and started feeling like hers, and looked at the fire, and thought about nothing in particular, with the specific quality of not thinking that is actually thinking with the pressure released. She heard Kaela before she saw her. Not the footsteps she'd long since stopped tracking those consciously. They just registered. The specific quality of Kaela's presence as it approached a room, which Elara had become fluent in the way you become fluent in a language you didn't choose to study, but were immersed in long enough that it arrived anyway. Kaela came into the room, saw Elara in the chair, did not look surprised, which meant she'd known she was still here, which meant she'd checked. Elara noted that, did not note it aloud. Kaela sat on the opposite end of the sofa from the sleeping Sierra, at the angle from the fire that wasn't the warmest and wasn't the coldest. That was, Elara thought, the angle from which you could see the most of the room. She sat the way she always sat when she wasn't being professional, which was subtly different than when she was less upright. Not much less, barely perceptible, but there. They didn't speak for a while. The fire did the thing a fire does in a quiet room, made the quiet feel occupied rather than empty, gave it something to be around. Sierra made a sound in her sleep and turned over and pulled the blanket up without waking. Kaela looked at her, briefly. The expression that moved across her face was the one Elara had the hardest time categorizing, not the almost smile she'd seen in the early weeks, and not the professional mask, and not the rare unguarded quality that came through in high-pressure moments. Something quieter than all of those. Something that was just regarded. The look of someone watching over people they have decided are theirs to watch over. "She's been with me the longest," Kaela said, quietly so as not to wake her. "Of all of them, 7 years. Elara looked at her. She was 19. She'd been running alone for 2 years, not rogue, but not registered, just unaffiliated. She found the pack through Riven, and she's been a pause. She makes things survivable, not easier necessarily, survivable. There's a difference." "I know." Elara looked at Sierra's sleeping shape, the blanket tucked around her with the automatic care of someone who'd tucked it around herself 100 times. "She did that for me. The first week. She didn't make any of it smaller or easier. She just was there, in a way that made being there feel like enough." Kaela was quiet. "That's exactly what she does," she said. They sat with that for a moment. "I'm not going to leave," Elara said, not restarting the argument, closing it. "I want you to know I understand why you said what you said, and I wasn't going to, probably. But I want you to know I've decided." Kaela looked at her. "Okay," she said. "Okay." "Yes," she looked at the fire. "I heard you." It was the same phrasing Elara had used that afternoon, the deliberate return of it, the mirroring, the acknowledgement that she'd been heard and was now hearing in kind. Elara wasn't entirely sure Kaela knew she'd done it. She thought, from the quality of the silence that followed, that maybe she did. The fire settled. Outside, the trees moved in whatever wind lived in the outer ring at this hour. Sira slept. The manor breathed its particular half-occupied evening breath. Elara thought about what Sira had said. She's better than she was. Lighter. She looked at Kaela's profile in the firelight, the controlled set of it, the specific effort of someone who had been keeping things at a careful distance for a long time and was, incrementally, setting something down. She didn't say any of this. She looked at the fire instead. They stayed in the room longer than the evening required, and neither of them moved toward the door. Beneath the Skin, The Anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 20. The Vampire Knows. Julian had a system. Elara had inferred this without meeting him, from the second-hand account Dorian had never actually given her. She'd built it from observation alone, the specific texture of his presence on campus, the way he moved through the university's common areas with the particular energy of someone executing a plan they found genuinely exciting. He was not subtle. He had the quality of a person who believed that what he was doing was so important that the doing of it took precedence over the concealing of it, which was, Dorian had decided early on, both his most useful quality and the thing most likely to get him killed. The system involved a camera, not a phone, an actual camera, the kind that announced itself and a notebook, and the habit of sitting in high-traffic areas and recording nothing in particular for long enough that people stopped noticing him. It was, Dorian admitted, a reasonable approach. The camera made him look like an art student. The notebook made him look like someone with something to write about. The high-traffic positioning made him look like someone who wanted to be seen, which was the most effective camouflage available in an environment full of people who were trying not to be. The problem from the perspective of anyone who was not Julian was that he was increasingly correct. They met at the campus cafe on a Wednesday, which was their usual arrangement, not scheduled explicitly, simply the day that Julian reliably appeared there and Dorian reliably happened to be passing. Dorian had taken some care, early in this association, to establish their meeting rhythm as coincidental. Julian now texted him on Tuesday evenings, "Cafe tomorrow," which Dorian read as a successful transition from coincidence to chosen, which was exactly where he needed to be. Julian arrived with the energy of someone who had been sitting on something for several days and had reached the limits of sitting. He put the notebook on the table between them. Dorian looked at it, then at Julian. Then, with the measured quality he applied to things that interested him, in the notebook again. "Walk me through it," he said. Julian walked him through it. It took 40 minutes. Dorian drank his coffee for the ritual of it, the social utility of having something in one's hands during a conversation, though the substance did nothing for him, and listened with the quality of attention that Julian had come to rely on, and Dorian had spent some time refining. Not rapt, not performing interest. Something subtler, the attention of someone who is genuinely processing what they're being told and finding it worth processing. The specific validation of someone taking you seriously rather than telling you they're taking you seriously. Julian had been starved for this. He'd been conducting his investigation alone for the better part of 8 months, operating on the margins of forums that were mostly noise, unable to share what he was finding with anyone who had the context to understand it. Dorian had given him context, or the impression of context, which functioned identically from Julian's position. What Julian had, a map of anomalous activity across the mid-district and outer ring going back 6 months. Footage of 3 incidents near the university that he'd tagged as behavioral anomaly, category unknown. A behavioral profile of 4 individuals he'd been tracking Sira, he'd identified by first name, Dax, by description only, and Elara, the most recent and the most detailed, because Elara was the one who had things happening near her in ways that Julian's camera had been in a position to catch. He'd also noticed Kaela. He didn't have her name. He had a photograph taken from a distance, at an angle, at the moment she'd emerged from the mid-district building that Elara had visited in the early weeks. The photograph caught her in profile, and even at that angle and distance, it communicated something that Dorian recognized and Julian had labeled in his notebook with the word authority and then underlined it 3 times. Dorian looked at the photograph for a moment. "What's your read on her?" Julian asked. "Someone who is used to being the most capable person in a situation," Dorian said. "The posture is very specific. She doesn't check whether people are following her. She assumes it." Julian leaned forward. "That's what I thought. She's the center. Whatever this network is, and I think it is a network, I've mapped 6 different individuals who have some kind of connection, and she's the point they all," he stopped. "Is this making sense?" "It's making considerable sense," Dorian said. Julian sat back, the specific relief of someone being understood. Dorian turned to the behavioral profile of Elara. "Read it with care." Julian had gotten close. Not in the dangerous sense he didn't have language for what he was observing, was still operating inside the framework of unusual human behavior rather than supernatural category, but in the way that someone persistently looking at something from the right angle, eventually, starts to see the shape of it even without the vocabulary to name it. He'd noted the sensory responses, the physical changes he'd managed to catch at the edge of his footage. The specific way she'd moved in a crowd last month, the automatic quality of it, the animal efficiency that had no explanation inside the frame of a 21-year-old university student. He'd circled that, written next to it, not learned, inherent. That was close enough to matter. "The footage from last month," Dorian said. "The lecture hall exit, how close were you?" "Far enough that she didn't clock me, I think." Julian hesitated. "She looks around differently than other people, not suspicious, just thorough, like she's reading the whole room every time." "She is," Dorian said. Julian stared at him. Dorian looked back with the mild expression he used when he'd said something that would require management. "You mean?" "I mean her spatial awareness is exceptional, and she's learned to use it consistently." A smooth reset, just inside the line of what Julian could accept without the framework cracking. Some people develop that, particularly people who have spent time feeling unsafe in crowds. Julian processed this, accepted it, added a note to the margin. Dorian set the notebook down. Internally, he was doing what he'd been doing for the past 40 minutes, updating his picture. Julian's data, added to his own observation, gave him a nearly complete model of Elara's situation, the anomaly quality, the pack connection, the specific dependency he'd inferred from the pattern of her visits to the outer ring. What he didn't have was the classification. He'd seen enough in 300 years to know he was looking at something that didn't fit the known register, something the existing categories were inadequate for. That was interesting. He was not often interested. He looked at Julian, who was watching him with the open expression of someone who has delivered everything they have and is waiting to understand what it means. "You've built something substantial here," Dorian said. "I know." The excitement underneath this was visible. "I want to publish. A preliminary release was nothing conclusive, just the pattern data and the footage. Put it out there and see what it pulls, if other people have been seeing the same things." "Not yet." Julian stopped. "You publish now," Dorian said, "and the network you've identified goes to ground. These are not careless people. They'll see the release, they'll trace the data points back to their source, your positions, your camera angles, the timing of your observations, and they'll close every access you currently have." He set his coffee down. "You'll have a story that no longer has subjects." Julian was quiet for a moment. "How long?" he said. Dorian considered. "Let me think about the right moment. There are dynamics in play that affect the timing. If you publish into the middle of something that's already moving, the story is incomplete." He looked at Julian steadily. "You want to publish the whole thing, not a piece of it." Julian looked at the notebook, the look of someone weighing the desire to act against the logic of waiting. The logic won. It usually did, with Julian, when the argument was framed as a better story rather than a safer choice. He cared about the story. His own safety was a secondary consideration. Dorian found this simultaneously useful and genuinely concerning. "All right," Julian said, "but I'm still collecting." Yes, Dorian said. So am I. 3 days later, on a Thursday morning, Dorian sat in the quiet of his campus office in a room he occupied with the minimal investment of someone who has had many rooms in many places and has stopped treating any of them as permanent, and looked at the notes he'd made after the cafe meeting. He thought about patience. He had been patient long enough, in his experience, to understand it as a form of intelligence rather than virtue. The impatient made decisions with incomplete information. The patient waited until the picture was clear enough to act into rather than toward. His picture was almost clear. Elara, anomaly, leopard-adjacent, unstable magical interference, inactive stabilization protocol with the Pax Alpha. The dependency was structural, and the timeline of it suggested it had developed faster than was explained by the technical requirements alone. He'd seen enough supernatural bonds to read the difference between mechanic and meaning. The Alpha was protecting her, not just in the operational sense. The Hollow Pack, he'd been tracking their activity through Julian's data and his own, and what he was seeing was methodology he recognized. Not the methodology itself, this was specific, new, built for this city, but the underlying philosophy, the patience of it, the willingness to study before acting, the prioritization of understanding over impact. He had fought things like this before. Nothing was identical across centuries, but structurally similar. The ones that thought before they moved were always the genuinely dangerous ones. And Elara was the variable they hadn't fully modeled yet. He sat with this for a moment. He thought about what he intended to do. He had not, in 40 years of Velkern's particular supernatural geography, inserted himself into pack dynamics. He had observed. He had occasionally diverted. He had never, as a matter of principle and also a matter of self-interest, positioned himself as a resource. Resources got called upon. He looked at his notes. The problem with having a picture this complete was that complete came with weight. He could see what was coming. He could see the pressure building around the anomaly and the pack that had taken her in, and the specific vulnerability of it, the unknown variable drawing attention before it was ready to be drawn, and the shape of the outcome if no one moved first. He was not, by nature, a person who moved first. He was, by nature, a person who waited. He looked at the notes for a long time. Then he took out a card, wrote a number on the back of it, and put it in his jacket pocket. He found her on a Thursday afternoon, between lectures. Not by accident, he'd mapped her schedule in the first 3 weeks of the semester, which had been straightforward, and which he did not think of as surveillance, exactly, but which he recognized would be characterized that way by anyone who heard it described. He was precise about the distinction in his own mind. He had not been watching her the way you watch a thing you intend to use. He had been watching her the way you watch something you are trying to understand. Whether this distinction held weight was a philosophical question he set aside. She was in the East Corridor, which had the advantage of being quiet at this hour, moving toward the library with the focused unhurry of someone with 20 minutes between things. He stepped into her path. Not abruptly, just into her field of awareness. He'd long since learned that appearing in someone's space suddenly was counterproductive with people whose instincts were running. Better to approach from the angle where you were visible before you were close. She saw him at 15 feet. He watched her register him the way she always registered him, the specific involuntary quality of it, the instinct firing before the recognition arrived. Her pace didn't change. Her posture didn't change. But something in her shifted from transit to attention, and she held his gaze as he came into speaking distance. He stopped at the distance that was clearly conversational and clearly not crowding. "Miss Vance," he said. "You've never talked to me directly before," she said. "No," he took this as a reasonable place to start. "I've been considering whether to." She looked at him steadily. "And," she said, "and I've decided that knowing something and not sharing it with the relevant person is a choice that requires justification. I've been looking for a good justification and haven't found one that satisfies me." He tilted his head slightly. "So, a few things." She didn't move toward him or away. She waited, with the quality he'd observed from across lecture halls, the real processing keeping itself out of view, the surface available. "I know what you are," he said. "Specifically, the shape of it, not the classification. I don't think a classification exists yet, which is interesting in itself. I know you're connected to Virek Pack and to its alpha in a way that goes beyond the formal relationship." He paused. "I know what I have been studying for the past several months. I don't know its complete strategy, but I understand its methodology." Elara was looking at him with the expression of someone deciding which question to ask first and choosing, deliberately, the one that would tell her the most. "What do you want?" she said. He found this precise. Most people would have asked who you are or how you know that. She went directly to what do you want, which was the question whose answer actually mattered. "Right now," he considered the question genuinely, "nothing concrete. I'm curious. I don't often encounter things I'm curious about anymore." He took the card from his pocket, held it out. "When the situation escalates, and it will, the methodology I've observed doesn't plateau, it builds. You may find it useful to have contact with someone who is neither pack nor enemy." She looked at the card. I looked at him. "Why?" "Because I have information that may become relevant. Because I'm positioned outside the structures that are currently pressing against each other, which gives me a vantage point that neither the pack nor the hollow pack has. And because," he paused, chose to say the true thing, because he had found, over time, that the true thing was more durable than the strategic one. "You're something I haven't seen before. I'd prefer to see what you become rather than observe the alternative." She took the card. She looked at it for a moment, then at him. "How long have you been watching me?" she said. "Since the semester began. Passively, I wasn't building toward anything in particular. I was noticing." A pause. "I notice more than most people find comfortable. I found it's better to say so." "Is there someone else watching me that you've been managing?" He looked at her. She held the look. "There's a human investigator," she said. "Someone collecting data, posting observations. I've seen the threads. He's been getting closer." She tilted her head, reading something in his expression. "He's yours." Dorian was quiet for a moment. "He is not mine," he said. "He is someone whose activities I have been redirecting toward less consequential angles." "For how long?" "Long enough that his picture of the situation is now substantially shaped by what I've allowed him to see." He paused. "He was going to publish something in September. It would have been disruptive. I suggested he wait. And he listened. He trusts me." He said it without inflection. "I take some care with that." Elara looked at him for a long moment. He let her look. She was reading him not supernaturally, just with the specific quality of attention that some people developed, the kind that looked for the architecture underneath the presented surface. "You redirected him away from us," she said. "Yes." "Why?" "Because disruption before readiness benefits only those who want you reactive rather than prepared." He met her eyes. "I did not do it as a favor. I did it because it was the outcome that served the most interesting version of what might happen next. My motivations are not altruistic. I'd rather you know that than have you believe otherwise." She looked at the card again. "I'll tell Kaela about this conversation," she said. "I assumed you would." "She won't like it." "I assumed that too." Something moved briefly across Elara's expression, not quite amusement, the cousin of it. "All right," she said. She put the card in her pocket. "Don't watch me in the East Corridor again. It has bad acoustics for someone trying to leave quickly if they need to." He looked at her. "Noted," he said. She walked away. He stood in the corridor for a moment, in the space she'd vacated, and looked at the empty middle distance. Curious, he thought, yes. That evening, Julian texted him about new footage from the Mid-District. Dorian read the text. He thought about Elara's question. "Is there someone else watching me that you've been managing?" He thought about the Hollow Pack's methodology, the patience of it, the way it studied before it moved. He thought about Julian on the margins of that, filming from the wrong angle, building a picture he didn't have the framework to read, moving closer to something he didn't understand was moving toward him. He typed back, I'd hold on the mid-district thread for now. Something is developing, and I'd rather you weren't positioned in that area when it does. Julian, when what does? Dorian, I'll explain when I have more. Stay out of the outer ring. A pause. Julian, is this about the network? Dorian, yes. Julian, okay. He put the phone away. He thought about Julian, who was trusting and persistent and increasingly close to a set of people and events that were not going to pause to accommodate his investigation. He thought about the specific calculation of what it cost to protect someone who didn't know they were being protected, and whether that cost was one he'd chosen or one he'd arrived at through a longer series of smaller choices that had accumulated without him noticing. He thought, when did this become protection? He thought, probably around the same time I started caring about the outcome. He looked at the window. Outside, Velkern breathed its evening breath, the city's layers shifting against each other in the specific way they did at this hour, the human and the hidden moving through the same streets in their separate registers. He'd watched this city for a long time. He knew every version of it that had existed across the decades he'd been embedded in it, each one continuous with the last and different from it. Something was changing again. He could feel it the way you feel a pressure change before the weather, not the thing itself, but the quality of the air around the thing. He looked out the window. He waited to see what it would become. She told Kaela that evening. She'd gone to the manor after the campus conversation, which was becoming reflective of the day's significant things finding their natural endpoint there, at the operations table, or in the common room, or in the back garden with whoever was in it. Kaela was in the operations room. Elara set the card on the table. Kaela looked at it, at the number, at the card's stock quality paper, nothing printed on the front, the handwritten number in ink that had been applied with care. She picked it up, set it down. How long? She said. Since the semester started. Elara sat down. He said passive, noticing, not building toward anything. I believe him. I think the way he described it was specific enough to be true. What did he want? To tell me he knew, and to offer contact. She paused. He also said he's been managing a human investigator, the blogger, I think, has been redirecting him away from us since September. The quality of Kaela's stillness changed. He's been running interference on our behalf, she said. On his own initiative. He was clear that it wasn't altruistic. He said he was protecting the more interesting version of what might happen next. What does that mean? I think it means he wants to see what I become. He said that explicitly. She looked at the card. He's curious, about me specifically. He said he doesn't often encounter things he's curious about. Kaela was doing the thing where her face was controlled, and the control itself was information. Elara had become fluent enough in this to read it the way she read the forest's held breath, not what was presented, but the shape of what was underneath. You're not telling me everything about the conversation, Elara said. Kaela looked at her. I'm telling you what's operationally relevant, Kaela said. Okay, and what aren't you telling me because it's not operationally relevant? A pause. He hasn't acted against you, Kaela said, measured, like she was working through a logic chain out loud. No. He warned you. Yes. And ran interference before being asked. Yes. Kaela set the card down. I don't like this, she said. I know, Elara looked at her. Are you upset because he was watching me, or because you didn't know someone was watching me? Kaela looked at her for a moment. She didn't answer. That was the answer. Elara let it sit. She wasn't going to press it not because she was being careful, but because the not answering said something specific, and she wanted to hold it in its true shape rather than push it into a form that was easier to address. Kaela watched her not pressing. Something moved in her expression briefly, and then controlled, and then gone. We keep the card, she said. I thought we would. And we watch how he behaves, whether the information he offered was complete or positioned. Yes. And if he moves toward you again without going through, she stopped. Elara waited. Through the pack, Kaela finished, evenly. Through the pack, Elara said. They looked at each other across the table, with the card between them and the several things they weren't saying arranged around them, in the patient way of things that have decided they can wait. Kaela picked up the card, hold it for a moment, put it in the operational file. The session tomorrow, she said. 6 o'clock. I'll be here, Elara said. She stood, moved toward the door. Elara. She turned. Kaela was looking at the file, not at her. What he said about the more interesting version of what happens next. She paused. He's not wrong that there is one. Elara stood in the doorway. No, she said, he's not. She left. Kaela sat alone in the operations room and looked at the file and did not examine what she'd just said, or why she'd said it, or what the specific quality of Elara standing in the doorway had done to the back of her chest. She pulled the next report toward her. She worked. Beneath the Skin, The Anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 21. Collapse Strategy. The calls came in at 11:47 p.m. 3 of them inside 4 minutes, from 3 different points across Velkern's geography mid-district contact, reporting unusual movement near the eastern commercial corridor. Outer ring perimeter sensor tripped and not resetting. A third from one of the pack's embedded contacts at the city's supernatural governance layer, brief and clipped. Something is moving tonight, more than one vector, heads up. Kaela was already in the operations room when the third call came in. She'd been awake since 10, which was not unusual, sitting with the map the way she sometimes sat with it in the late hours, not working exactly, more like maintaining contact, keeping her hand on the shape of the situation so she'd know immediately when the shape changed. The shape changed. She called Riven first. He picked up on the second ring, which meant he'd been awake too. I see it, he said before she spoke. 3 vectors. I'm looking at the Eastern Corridor report. The sensor pattern on the outer ring is not an animal. The timing is wrong. They coordinated the trip. Yes, a pause that was him thinking, not hesitating. They want us to look at the perimeter and the corridor simultaneously. 2 points, both requiring response, close enough in timing to force a split. And the governance contact. Warning, which means someone in that layer has enough awareness of what's moving to flag it, which means this isn't small. Another pause. This is bigger than the testing was. Kaela looked at the map. Wake everyone, she said. Full pack operational. The briefing took 9 minutes. She'd gotten good, over years, at the specific compression required in a late-night operational brief, stripping everything to the structural load-bearing facts. The what and where and who. Leaving the why for after because why was slower, and they didn't have slow tonight. The pack assembled in the operations room with the particular quality of people who had been trained for this, who had been woken from sleep before, and knew the difference between alarm and urgency, and responded to urgency without the noise of alarm. Sierra arrived tucking her hair back and was immediately focused. Dax appeared from somewhere he'd clearly not been sleeping, jacket already on. Myra came in with her field kit, which she'd apparently kept by the bed. Riven was already on the map. Isolde came last, from her workroom rather than her room, which meant she'd been working, which meant the magical environment had been telling her something before the calls did. What are you reading? Kaela asked her. Isolde's expression was the careful one she used when what she was reading was complex enough to require precision in the translation. Distributed pressure, she said. Not from one source. Multiple points of origin, coordinated, not magically coordinated, just timed. Like someone set watches. She paused. And underneath it, something older. A signature I've been tracking at a low level for the past week. It's stronger tonight. The Hollow Pack's operational signature. Adjacent to it, same methodology, different individuals. She tilted her head. They've brought more of themselves tonight. Kaela looked at the map. At the 3 points marked on it, the shape they made, the directions they pulled. They want us to split, she said. That's the operational objective maximum dispersal before whatever the actual movement is. They'll push on the points we send people to, just enough to keep us committed there, and then. The real vector is somewhere else, Riven said. Yes, she looked at the map. The question is where? Silence. The pack is looking at the map, everyone doing the same calculation from their own angle. Sierra said quietly, "They've been studying our response pattern for weeks. They know where we send the most weight. They know who goes to which kind of problem." She paused. "The real vector would be somewhere we'd underweight. Somewhere we'd send the least senior response because it looks least serious." Kaela looked at the map. She made the calls. She sent Dax and Myra to the outer ring perimeter, Riven to the eastern corridor with 2 of their peripheral contacts, Sierra to the governance layer to maintain the information thread, not combat positioning, because what happened in that layer in the next few hours would matter for what came after. Isolde stayed at the manor. She was more useful at the center of her own working environment than at any of the 3 points, and the manor's veil needed maintenance under this much pressure. Elara stayed. This was not a discussion. Kaela had made the call before the briefing finished, had positioned it in the task assignments without framing it as a restriction. Elara with Isolde, manor perimeter awareness, interior monitoring. A role that used what Elara was good at. A role that kept her at the center. She'd seen Elara clock this, had seen her understand it and choose not to argue it, which was its own kind of trust. Kaela went to the mid-district corridor. The mid-district was quieter than the report had suggested, which was information. She moved through the eastern commercial corridor with the specific economy of someone who had learned, over a long time, how to be in a space without the space knowing it. The night was the kind that Velkern did well in low clouds, ambient light caught and diffused, the city's Gothic architecture making deep shadows at regular intervals. Useful for her. Useful for anyone. She found the first contact point at the edge of the corridor, where the old market district thinned into the industrial margin. Nothing dramatic, just the specific texture of space that had been occupied recently and wasn't anymore. The residue of presence. They'd been here, waited, withdrawn. She followed the trace for 6 minutes, reading the direction of the withdrawal, the pattern of it, and stopped. Not a full withdrawal, a repositioning. She looked at the space around her and understood that she was being watched from somewhere she couldn't immediately identify, and that whoever was doing the watching had been watching her read the trace, had let her follow it far enough to be committed to the position, and had waited. She stopped moving. She did not look for the watcher. Looking at the wrong response told them she was reactive, that she'd been pulled further than intended, that the trace had been placed and she'd followed it. She stayed still instead. After a moment, the watcher moved. Not toward her, lateral, shifting position. She turned her head slowly and found the operative at the edge of the building shadow, maybe 30 feet away. Standing, not preparing anything. Just standing in the quality of someone who has arrived at the destination they intended. Not threatening, not posturing. Observing. She looked at the operative, and the operative looked at her, and neither of them moved for what was probably 12 seconds and felt longer. The operative was, she catalogued, quickly trained, controlled, the specific stillness of someone with significant field experience. Nothing in the stance that read as fear or hesitation. Reading her, the way they'd been reading the pack for months. Then the operative's eyes moved not away from her, but across her, like finishing a sentence, like the last data point had been confirmed. And she walked away. Not run. I walked. Deliberate and unhurried, angling into the shadows in a direction that would lose her before Kaela could close the distance. Kaela didn't close the distance. She stood in the commercial corridor and felt the specific cold of understanding something she hadn't wanted to understand, and looked at the space where the operative had been and thought, they got what they came for. She called Riven. Status. Our vector was a redirect, he said immediately. 2 contacts made and withdrew, no engagement. They were here and then they weren't. I don't think the corridor was ever the point. No, she said, it wasn't. A pause. They ran me. A silence. You specifically, Riven said, not a question. They wanted to watch how I respond to being read, whether I pursue or hold, What do I do when I understand I'm the one being studied? She looked at the darkness where the operative had gone. They've been modeling me separately from the pack, the alpha response pattern. Riven's silence had a specific quality. Come back, he said. I'll meet you at the manor. The manor was intact. She came through the main door to find Isolde still in her working position in the center of the room, hands in the configuration that meant active veil maintenance. The magic was running hot tonight, more pressure than usual from whatever the hollow pack's extended presence was doing to the concealment layer. Elara was at the window. Not looking out, she'd turned when the door opened, and for a moment the quality of her attention in the near-dark Kaela filled it. There was something in how Elara oriented toward her that she kept filing and would eventually have to open. The perimeter, Kaela said. Stable. Elara moved away from the window. Dax's check-in came in 20 minutes ago. Myra's following a trace in the southeast quadrant, but she doesn't think it's going to develop. A pause. Riven. On his way back, clean vector. She set her jacket on the chair. The corridor was a redirect. Elara looked at her. They ran you, she said. Kaela looked at her for a moment. Yes, she said. Elara nodded. Not surprised she'd been thinking, Kaela realized, from the window. She'd been building the picture from the information coming in and had already arrived at approximately where Kaela was. They're not going to stop, Elara said. No. Tonight was not the push, the calibration before the push. Yes. They needed to see you specifically, under operational conditions. She looked at the map, which was spread on the common room table where Kaela had left it. They've been modeling the pack's lateral connections. Tonight they checked the center. She paused. They're almost done building the model. Kaela said nothing. The fire was low. Isolde had the candles she worked by in the corner, and the room had the particular light of late night, amber warm and shadow-heavy, the kind of light that makes a room feel smaller and more itself. The pack came back in stages. Dax first, from the perimeter, nodding once at Kaela when he came through the door in the way he communicated everything went as well as can be expected. Myra shortly after, with the look of someone who'd been following something interesting and lost the thread, not failure, just the natural end of a trace that had been designed to end. Riven came through the door and found Kaela's eyes and held them for a moment with the expression he used when he'd confirmed something he'd been hopping to be wrong about. Sira arrived last. She'd come from the governance layer with the specific exhaustion of someone who'd been managing information for 3 hours in a context that required precise behavior. She sat down heavily. Accepting the water, Elara passed her without being asked. The governance layer is unsettled, Sira said. Not panicking, but the people there know something is moving and they're not sure they trust their picture of it. There's talk about requesting a formal assessment of supernatural activity in the mid-district. She paused. If that happens, it's attention we don't want. Kaela looked at Riven. We manage it, he said. I have contacts in that layer. It won't develop before we have time to shape the narrative. Shape it. Redirect the concern toward a more containable explanation. He met her eyes. Yes. She nodded, filed it. I looked at the room. Everyone accounted for. No injuries. The pack in various states of tired and wired, the specific aftermath quality of people who'd been operational for several hours on high alert and found nothing to engage with directly, which was its own kind of exhausting. The tension of being ready for something that hadn't fully arrived yet. She looked at their faces. 7 years of this, with some of them. 6, 4, and Elara weeks, which was not years by any measurement, but was something else, something that had arrived at a specific weight in a shorter time than the years had. She thought, everyone is here. She thought, every time I can think that, it costs something going forward. She set that down. The debrief was brief because the information was clear, and everyone in the room had already half-processed it. She gave it structure vector reports, pattern analysis, the specific conclusions, and let Riven add the tactical layer, and Isolde described the magical signature shift she'd tracked through the evening. The room was quiet when they finished. Dax from the corner. They're almost done looking. Yes, Kaela said. So they'll move soon. When they're satisfied with the model, yes. Dax nodded. This was, in his register, complete the situation understood and accepted, the response to be determined when it was required. Myra, the medical protocols. I want to revise the field kit configuration before whatever comes next. There are scenarios we aren't equipped for. Work with Riven on the operational scenarios, Kaela said. Cross-reference what we know about the Hollow Pack's approach tactics and plan for the most likely injury patterns. Myra nodded. Isolde, the veil held tonight, but they were pushing against it in ways that suggest they understand something about its structure. I'd like to reinforce 2 of the outer anchor points before the next incident. Do it. One by one, the room found its next task the Pack's particular way of processing a difficult evening, by converting it into preparation. Something Kaela had noticed years ago and still found, quietly, one of the things she valued most about them. They didn't sit in the difficulty. They asked what the difficulty told them and built from the answer. She watched them disperse toward their tasks, toward rest, toward the various forms of winding down that people developed when they'd been wired for hours and needed to come back to themselves. She stayed in the doorway of the operations room. The kitchen was dim. The house had settled around her, the sounds of its water, footsteps overhead, the creak of the old building adjusting to the temperature drop that came with the late hour. She put the kettle on without deciding to. She was thinking about the operative in the corridor. The specific quality of the attention is not hostile, not threatening, just accurate. The way she'd looked at Kaela like she was reading a document and had found what she was looking for. She was thinking about studying. She was thinking, underneath that, about the face-down photograph on her office shelf, about the tactical decision she'd made correctly and the person who had died because of it anyway, about the 7-year project of building something strong enough that no one under her protection ended the same way. The kettle was heating. She heard Elara come into the kitchen behind her. She didn't turn. She reached for the second cup without thinking and set it on the counter. Elara came to stand beside her at the counter. Not close. The particular distance between them that had been calibrating itself for weeks, finding the specific register that was neither professional nor something else, but lived in the space where those 2 things were becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish. You're not going to tell me what you're thinking, Elara said. No. Okay. They stood in the quiet of the kitchen and waited for the kettle. Kaela poured. Elara moved the cups to the right position without being asked. They'd done this before the tea-making as a shared task, the small, wordless negotiation of who does which part. It had happened naturally enough times that it wasn't a negotiation anymore. They leaned against the counter with their cups. Tell me something else, Elara said. Not about tonight. Kaela looked at her. Anything, Elara said. I've been in my own head for 3 hours at this window, and I'd like to be somewhere else for a minute. Kaela thought about this. When I was 17, she said, I convinced Riven to climb to the top of the Outer Ring's northwestern watchtower with me. The old one before they decommissioned it. It was winter. We got to the top, and the mechanism that was supposed to let us back down was frozen. Elara looked at her. We were up there for 4 hours, Kaela said. In the snow. Riven argued with me for the entire 4 hours about whose fault it was. Whose fault was it? Mine. She looked at her cup. Obviously. I was the one who'd read the report about it being decommissioned and decided that decommissioning was probably an exaggeration. Elara was looking at her with the expression that was not quite a smile, the one that lived one step behind a smile. What happened after 4 hours? Dax came and found us. She paused. He didn't ask why we were up there. He fixed the mechanism and walked down, and we followed him, and he never mentioned it again. That's very Dax. Yes, she held the warmth of the cup. He was 20 at the time. He'd been in the pack 3 months. He didn't ask questions. He just solved the problem. A pause. I trusted him completely from that moment. Elara was quiet. Then, You're good with them, she said. You've said that before. It keeps being true, she looked at her cup. The way you carry them, every one of them specifically, the knowledge of who they are. They make it easy, Kaela said, meaning it. No, Elara said gently. They make it possible, you make it easy. Kaela looked at her. Elara looked back with the specific quality of someone who has said the true thing and is not going to take it back, and is also not going to press it further, offering it and setting it down in the same motion. Kaela looked at her cup. You've been good with them too, she said. Tonight, you were, she paused, finding the right word. Present, when they came back. The small things are the water for Sierra, knowing where Riven's report was before he reached for it. They're easy to pay attention to. Yes, Kaela looked at her. They are. The kitchen held the quiet between them. Outside, the outer ring was doing its late-night thing, the forest settling into its deeper registers, the specific silence of territory that knows its territory. They're going to come back, Elara said. Not the hollow pack they'd been talking about, the pack, her pack, but they landed on both things at once. Yes, Kaela said to both. And the next time won't be calibrated. No. Elara nodded. Something in her had the quality of someone setting down the last piece of a weight they'd been carrying, not relief, more like acceptance. The shift from this might happen to this will happen, and the specific stillness that comes after. Okay, she said. Just that. Kaela looked at her for a moment. Okay, she said. They stood at the counter with their tea in the amber-lit kitchen of the manor, while the house breathed around them, and the pack settled into its rest, and neither of them moved toward the door. The tea cooled. They stayed anyway. Beneath the Skin, The Anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 22. Elara without anchor. She woke at 4 in the morning, with the decision already made. Not the shift, she wasn't going to attempt the shift at 4 in the morning with the whole manor asleep around her. That had never been the plan. The decision was earlier than that, was the thing underneath the shift, the question she'd been circling for weeks with the specific avoidance of someone who already knows the answer and is taking their time arriving at it. Can you do this without her? She lay in the guest room that had stopped being a guest room and looked at the ceiling and listened to the manor breathe and thought about the word dependency. Kaela had used it in the early weeks as a technical term, the stabilization mechanic, the biological reality, the thing they were working to resolve through training until Elara's instinct could hold itself. She'd used it carefully, clinically, the way she used words that had the potential to mean more than she intended. Elara had stored it. I turned it over. Added to it over the weeks, the accumulating evidence of what it actually described, not just the shift, not just the physical stabilization, but the way the manor felt when the pack was deployed and Kaela was elsewhere. The specific quality of waiting. The window she kept returning to. She was dependent. The question was whether that was structural or chosen. Whether the mechanic was the cause, or whether she had built something around the mechanic that would persist even if the mechanic resolved. She needed to know. She lay there until 5, and then she got up quietly and went home. The villa was still in the way houses are still before 6, not empty, her family asleep upstairs, but unoccupied in all the ways that matter. She moved through it in the gray pre-dawn and felt the familiar weight of it, the particular density of a place that has been lived in by the same family for long enough that the house itself has a quality, something in the walls. She loved this house. She still loved this house. She went upstairs, changed into her own clothes, not the practical ones she'd been gravitating toward, just hers, worn and soft and carrying the smell of her own room. She sat on the floor of her bedroom with her back against the bed and looked at the space in front of her and thought, okay. My grandfather's journal was on the desk. She'd brought it back from the villa archive weeks ago, had been leaving it there, returning to it in the way you return to something that keeps having more in it than you'd read the last time. She didn't open it yet. She breathed. She'd gotten good at this part, the settling, the deliberate downshift before reaching for the shift. Kaela had taught it to her in the first week as a purely technical thing, a preparation sequence, the body's way of arriving at a starting point. She'd practiced it until it was automatic. She could do this part without Kaela. She'd been doing this part without Kaela for weeks. She found the edge of the instinct. It was always there, closer now than it used to be, no longer something she had to reach for but something she had to manage the distance from. She let herself feel the shape of it, the weight of it, the specific pull of it toward something her body had decided it was supposed to be. She reached. It came. For a moment, 2 seconds, 3, it came correctly. The familiar pressure, the body's knowledge of itself as something other, the shift beginning at the edges the way it always did, hands first, the eyes changing. And then, nothing to hold it. The shape of the shift arrived and found nothing to anchor to. She could feel the specific quality of something reaching and not finding, the instinct searching for the frequency it needed and encountering only her own closed circuit. She had the shift and she had herself, and there was nothing else in the room. She pushed. Mistake. Pushing was what she'd done before the training, before Kaela, before she knew that the instinct didn't respond to force the way muscles did. You couldn't push through it. You had to find the edge of it and hold, and something had to hold with you, and she was here alone in her childhood bedroom, and there was nothing holding her. The shift broke open. Not cleanly. Not the controlled thing it had been at the manor. This was the older version, the version from the stairwell and the early sessions, the version that didn't have equilibrium. Her hands changed and didn't finish changing. Her vision split between registers, the human layer and the animal layer overlapping wrong, neither one fully rendering. She could hear her own heartbeat at a volume that crowded out everything else. The magic threaded through the shift Isolde's words. Months ago, it's threaded through it. Every partial transformation is both fired without the shift completing, and both were happening simultaneously and neither was working. And the specific wrongness of it was that she knew exactly what was wrong and couldn't fix it. Couldn't reach for the thing that would fix it, because the thing that would fix it was a person and the person was not here. She ended up on the floor. She didn't know exactly when. One moment she'd been seated against the bed, the next she was on the floor with her cheek against the rug and her hands wrong in front of her face, and the room tilting in a way that wasn't physical. Her own breathing was too loud. Her claws were out, partial, uneven, the left hand further along than the right, and she couldn't pull them back, couldn't find the edge to push back from because the edges were all wrong. The grandfather's journal had fallen from the desk. It lay open on the floor in front of her face. She read the line from this angle, the one she knew. The children of the in-between places don't belong to any single thing. That is not a flaw in them. That is what they are for. She read it 3 times. Her hands were wrong. She was on the floor of her childhood bedroom in the house where she'd grown up, and she was both too much and not enough of everything at once. And the morning light was coming through the curtains at the angle it always had, the same angle it had come through since she was small. And none of that was helping because light didn't have a frequency her nervous system could anchor to. Light wasn't the right thing. Light wasn't. The door opened. Leela had never knocked. This had been a point of conflict for approximately a decade. The specific friction of sharing a house with someone who treated closed doors as suggestions rather than requests. Elara had made her position on this clear at various volumes over the years, had deployed the reasonable argument and the unreasonable argument and several that lived in between. And Leela had listened to all of them and continued not knocking, because Leela operated on the principle that if something was genuinely wrong behind the door, then the door was the problem and not the opening of it. She opened the door. She saw. Elara watched her from the floor and waited for the response, the fear, the recoil, the phone reaching. She'd been afraid of this moment for months without nomming it clearly, the moment where someone from her human life saw what she was becoming, and the look on their face told her what that meant. Leela's face did not do any of those things. She stood in the doorway for maybe 2 seconds, fully taking in the information Elara on the floor, the hands, the eyes that were wrong, the quality of the room. The expression that moved across her face in those 2 seconds was complex, and then it simplified, landed somewhere, became the expression of someone who has made a decision about what this moment requires. She sat down on the floor. not rushing it. She crossed the room and sat down on the floor beside Elara with the specific deliberateness of someone choosing the right distance close enough to be present, not so close as to be crowding. The instinctive calibration of someone who understood, without being told, that proximity was information right now. She did not reach for her phone. She looked at Elara, on the floor, hands wrong, eyes wrong. "Okay," she said, "I'm here." A breath. "You're still you." She pulled back. Not all the way, not to the clean baseline, not to the fully controlled human register she could usually hold at the manor with Kaela's frequency in the room. But enough. The shift receded to below the surface. The hands came back. The eyes took longer and she couldn't get them all the way. They were still wrong at the edges when she finally sat up. Leela watched this happen without speaking. When Elara was upright, Leela moved. Not toward her, she got up and got the glass of water from the desk, the one Elara kept there out of habit, and set it on the floor within reach and sat back down. Elara picked it up. She drank. The room was very quiet. "Okay," Leela said eventually. Her voice was steady. She'd been steady this whole time. Elara realized not performing steadiness, actually steady. The kind that comes from deciding something rather than feeling something. Start from the beginning. Elara looked at her. "I mean it," Leela said. "Not the outline, not the version you've been giving me, the actual thing." She paused. "I'm already in it, Elara. I've been covering for you for 2 months. I've been watching you change and pretending I don't see it and lying to Mum and inventing Professor Aldi's." "Professor Aldi's?" "He's very demanding," Leela said, with a specific emphasis that suggested she'd committed to this fiction to a degree that was now its own problem. "The point is I am already here. I'm already inside whatever this is. The only thing I don't have is the actual information." She looked at her steadily. "And I'm asking for it." Elara looked at her sister on the floor of her bedroom, in the early morning light, steady and present and already decided. She thought about the conversation with Selim months ago. The people around her during this process matter more than the process itself. She thought about what Sira had said about the thread working even through a closed door, and realized she'd never actually said that to Elara directly. That was the sort of thing you knew about Sira without being told. She thought, she's been here the whole time. She took another drink of water. "Okay," she said. And started. She told it in the order it had happened. Not the polished version, not the constructed narrative she'd been half-assembling in her head for months in case this conversation ever came. The actual order, the senses going wrong, the claws in the library, the stairwell, Kaela at the door with the card, and the "you're just not trained," and the address and the manor and the pack, and Isolde and the shift, and the dependency and the hollow pack and Dorian, and the journal open on the floor between them. Leela listened. She had a quality in conversation that Elara had always understood theoretically, and was now experiencing directly the listening that was actual listening, not waiting for a pause to insert a response, the kind that tracked multiple threads simultaneously and held them all without needing to speak them. She had Selim's sharpness without Selim's distance. She asked 3 questions across the entire telling, each one precise, each one at the exact point where a precise question was the right thing. When Elara finished, Leela was quiet for a moment. Then, the tall one, Kaela, she's the anchor. "Yes." "And you just tried to shift without her." "Yes." "To see if you could. To see if the dependency was structural, or something else." Leela looked at her with the expression of someone doing math out loud in their head. "And?" Elara looked at her hands. They were fully hers again, finally. She turned them over. "The dependency is real. The mechanic is real." She paused. "I don't know yet how much of it is the mechanic." Leela made a noise that was not quite a sound, just a quality of breath that meant she'd understood something and was deciding whether to say it. "Okay," she said. "Okay. I said I'd keep covering. I'll keep covering." She looked at Elara steadily. "And you're going to go back to the manor today because you clearly can't do this alone yet, and that's not a failure. That's just a fact." She reached out and picked up the journal from the floor. I looked at the open page, read the line, set it down carefully. Your grandfather sounds like someone who was trying very hard to tell the people after him something important without scaring them. Yes, Elara said. Did it work? Elara thought about this. Ask me later, she said. Leela looked at her for another moment. The full weight of 2 months of accumulation in it, the coffee left on the desk, the invented retreats, the Professor Aldi's situation that was clearly going to require management, the every morning tracking of something she'd understood the shape of long before she understood the substance. You absolute idiot, she said, and put her arms around her. Elara sat in the kitchen afterward, while Leela made coffee with the specific efficiency of someone turning a feeling into a task, and looked at her hands on the table, and thought about the floor and the journal, and the 2 seconds before Leela sat down beside her. She thought about what she'd been testing. Not just the shift, not just the dependency. She'd been testing what it would mean if the dependency was structural, if the only version of herself that could do this was the version that needed Kaela specifically to do it. She'd been testing whether that was livable, whether she could build an identity around a self that couldn't hold its own shape alone. She knew the answer now. Not from the shift failing she'd half expected the shift to fail, had been prepared for that, but from what had happened on the floor. The disorientation of it, the specific quality of reaching and not finding. She'd been reaching for something. She needed to be honest about what. Leela set a cup in front of her and sat across the table. She wrapped both hands around her own cup and looked at Elara with the expression she used when she was going to say something she'd been deciding whether to say. The journal, she said, the entry about in-between places. Yes. I've been thinking about it since you read it to me. She paused. It doesn't say the in-between is the problem. It says it's what they're for. She looked at her coffee. Which is different from saying you need to pick a side or get to a place where you can hold yourself without anyone. It might mean, she paused again. The in-between isn't a failure state. It's the actual state. You're not supposed to resolve into one thing. Elara looked at her. Then what's the dependency for, she said, not rhetorical. Leela met her eyes. Maybe it's not a problem to solve, she said. Maybe it's part of the actual state. Maybe the in-between needs I don't know. Something to hold the space while you learn what the space is. She said it with the specific carefulness of someone not trained in this vocabulary, offering a thought rather than a conclusion. Elara sat with it. Outside, the villa was waking up to sounds from upstairs, the particular creak of their mother's room, the smell of the house beginning its morning. All of it is familiar, all of it exactly as it had always been. She was on the floor of her childhood bedroom at dawn, half-shifted, before Leela came in. She was at the kitchen table now, fully herself, hands around a coffee cup, her sister across from her in the morning light. Both of these things were her life. She thought about what Kaela had said in the first session, calm and direct across the training room. You're not losing it. You're just not trained. She thought, I'm still not fully trained. That's not the same as broken. She thought about going back. She thought about what she was going back to and let herself be honest about that too, in the quiet of her own mind, without the clinical distance she usually maintained. She thought, yes. And I know. And that's information too. She texted Kaela at 8. Not about the night she'd tell her in person, she'd tell her honestly, because the attempt and what it had shown her was operational information as much as personal, and Kaela deserved the complete picture. But she wasn't going to text that. Texting, it would be half the information in the wrong container. She sent, coming in this afternoon. Session at 4 if that still works. The response came in 6 minutes. Yes. One word, the full stop implied. She put the phone face down on the table. Leela was watching her over the rim of her cup. The tall one, she said. Don't, Elara said. I'm just nodding. Leela. The posture you got just from a one-word text is. I will tell Professor Aldi's, you said something terrible about him. Leela went quiet, the quiet of someone whose own fictional creation had been weaponized against them. She looked at her coffee with the expression of someone recalculating their position. "This conversation," she said finally, "is not over." "I know," Elara said. "I have follow-up questions." "I know. Several of them are about the tall." "Leela." "Fine," she picked up her cup. "Go be a leopard or whatever, I'll cover for you." Elara looked at her sister in the morning light of their kitchen, in the house where they'd grown up, in the city that had apparently been building toward her for longer than either of them had been alive. "Thank you," she said. Leela looked at her. "Yeah," she said, "obviously." She went back to her room before leaving. Picked up the journal from where Leela had set it on the desk. Read the entry one more time, the grandfather's handwriting, careful and dense, a person who thought in long sentences and trusted the people who came after him to be patient with long sentences. The children of the in-between places don't belong to any single thing. That is not a flaw in them. That is what they are for. She closed it. She thought about the floor and the reaching and the not finding. She thought about what she'd been reaching for and what it would mean to stop pretending she didn't know. She put the journal in her bag. She went back to the manor. Chapter 23. Truth Layer. Leela had been sitting with Selim's lectures for 3 months now. Not just attending them, sitting with them, in the way she sat with things that had more in them than their surface indicated. She had a system for this too, distinct from the one she'd developed for covering Elara's absences. A second notebook, separate from the academic one, where she wrote down the examples that landed wrong. The ones that were too specific. The ones where the detail assumed proximity to the thing rather than research about it. The second notebook had 43 entries. She'd been building towards something with them, hadn't known what, and then Elara had been on the floor of her bedroom in the early morning with her hands wrong and the journal open beside her, and Leela had sat down on the floor and listened to the whole thing. And afterward, in the kitchen over the coffee that was getting cold while they talked, she'd understood what she'd been building toward. She needed to bring Elara to the office hours. She told Elara on a Tuesday. Not as a plan, as a statement of what was going to happen, which was how Leela communicated things she'd already decided. They were in the kitchen of the villa, which had become the site of most of the real conversations now, the kitchen of any house being the room that truth tends to happen in. "I want to take you to Selim's office hours," she said. Elara looked at her across the table. "Why?" "Because I've been tracking his lectures for 3 months, and I think he knows things that are directly relevant to what you've been telling me, and I think he's been building toward being asked." She paused. "He knew our grandfather." Elara went still. "He mentioned him," Leela said. "Not directly. Obliquely, the way he mentions things. He said once in a lecture about archival methodology that the most useful document is often the one that isn't in the official record, the private notation, the family archive, the thing that gets preserved because someone thought it mattered personally rather than institutionally." She held Elara's gaze. "He was looking at me when he said it." Elara was quiet. "He can't not know," Leela said. "He's been too specific for too long. Whatever he knows, he's been holding it in a specific shape, not hiding it, just waiting. Waiting for the right question or the right person or both." She paused. "I think we're both of those things." Elara looked at her hands on the table. "Kaela should know I'm going," she said. "Then tell her." "She'll want to." Elara stopped. "She'll want to do what?" "She'll want to come." Leela looked at her, read something in the way she'd stopped the sentence, filed it. "Tell her anyway," she said. Kaela did not want to come, exactly. What she wanted, which Elara read in the specific quality of the pause before her response, the controlled precision of her agreement that this was the right call, was to be there. To be the point of intersection between Elara and any new information about Elara's situation, the way she'd been there for every other piece of this. She said, "Tell me what you learn." Elara said, "Yes." Neither of them said the rest of it. Selim's office hours were on Thursday afternoons. His office was at the end of the history department's upper corridor, in the part of the building that was old enough to have settled into itself, wood paneling, windows that fit their frames with the specific imprecision of things made before standardization. The kind of office that looked less like a workspace than an accumulation, every surface holding something in a relationship to the other things on it that suggested a system rather than disorder. Elara stood in the doorway and took it in. Selim was at his desk. He looked up when they came in, and his expression did the thing Leela had described. It moved through something before landing on composed, a small, rapid adjustment, as though he'd been expecting a version of this moment, and the actual version was slightly different from the expected one. He set his pen down. "Miss Vance," he said to Leela, then to Elara, "Miss Vance." "It's confusing," Leela said, "but we've been managing it our whole lives." He looked at Elara for a moment. The quality of the look was the kind Elara had learned to identify as reading carefully, distinct from the lecture room theatrical engagement, distinct from the one-on-one sharpness he deployed with Leela. This was quieter, more deliberate. "Sit down," he said. They sat. He picked up his pen and set it down again, which was, Elara thought, a human gesture in someone who otherwise communicated precise economy. The gesture of someone arranging themselves for a conversation that requires care. "I've been wondering," he said, "when this conversation would happen." He talked for a long time. Not the lecture mode, not theatrical, not the carefully constructed arc toward a point. More like someone who had been holding a shape in their hands for years and had finally set it on the table between them. The convergence. He called it that, and the word had a specific weight in his mouth. The weight of a term that meant the same thing every time it was used by someone who understood it, not a metaphor. "Velkern has cycles," he said. "Not visible ones, not the kind that gets into the official record, the kind that shows up in the negative space and the behavior of the city's populations, human and otherwise, in the way the supernatural layers shift relative to each other." He looked at Elara. Every few generations, those layers move toward each other. The distance between them compresses. Things that usually exist in separate registers begin to share space. "What happens when they share space?" Elara said. "It depends on the convergence. They're not identical. Each one is shaped by what the city has become in the time since the last one. The people in it, the structures, the specific tensions that have built up in the separation." He paused. "The consistent element is what precedes them. In the historical record, before every convergence I've been able to document, there are anomalies. Individuals who appear at the boundary between categories, who don't fit the registered classifications. Who are, functionally, made of the space between things." He looked at her steadily. "The anomalies don't cause the convergence," he said. "They're a response to its approach. The city produces them, or perhaps it's more accurate to say the city recognizes them, calls forward the potential that was already there. The convergence is coming and the boundary is thinning, and the people who live at the boundary become visible." Elara looked at him. "I'm not affected by it," she said. "I'm an indicator." "Yes. How long have you known?" He was quiet for a moment. The quality of the quiet was not evasion, it was precision. He was choosing the accurate answer rather than the comfortable one. "I've suspected convergence was approaching for approximately 12 years, he said. "I began watching the Vance family more closely approximately 7 years ago, when certain archival documentation suggested the lineage had the right conditions." He paused. "I did not know it would be you specifically. I knew it would be in your generation." Leela, from the corner where she'd been sitting with her second notebook open and her pen moving, said without looking up, "You've been watching our family for 7 years." "Yes. And you didn't say anything." "I said many things," Selim said, with a specificity that suggested he considered this important. "I said them in every form I could justify. I cannot, for reasons I have made a private peace with, simply walk up to a person and say, 'You are the city's anomaly, a convergence is approaching. Here is what that means.'" He set his hands flat on the desk. "What I can do is teach. What I can do is ensure that the people involved have the framework to hold the information when it arrives." He looked at Leela. "That is what I have been doing, for both of you." Leela looked at him over her notebook, read something in his face. "You knew our grandfather," she said. "Yes." The room went quiet in a particular way. Not the absence of sound. The building was never fully silent, old wood, and the mid-afternoon movement of the department around them. But the quality of what was in the room shifted. Selim looked at Elara. "He came to me," he said. "Or rather, we arrived at each other through the archival circles of people with specific interests in Velkern's documented and undocumented history, who found each other through the material rather than through introduction." He was a pause, the genuine kind, looking for the right word rather than managing the conversation. Thorough. He thought in long sentences and trusted his sources, and had the rare quality of being willing to update his conclusions when the evidence changed. "He knew about the convergence," Elara said. "He'd documented the pattern. He'd found the previous instances in the archival record. The official record had most of it filed under unrelated categories: demographic anomaly, regional instability, periods of social disruption. He found the shape underneath." Selim looked at her steadily. He believed the convergence was approaching in his children's lifetime. He was off by a generation. Elara was very still. "He knew what I was going to be," she said. Not a question, but Selim answered it anyway. "He suspected what the city was going to produce," he said. "He didn't know it would be you specifically. He knew his family carried the right conditions, the lineage, the particular structure of it, the way the potential had been accumulating through several generations without finding a form to take." A pause. "He documented everything he understood, and he preserved it where he thought you'd find it." "The journal," Elara said. "He mentioned it once. He said, 'I've written what I know for the person who comes after me who will need it.'" Selim looked at her. "He didn't know your name. He knew you'd exist." Elara sat with this for a moment. She thought about the journal on the floor of her bedroom, open to the lines she knew. She thought about her grandfather writing that the children of the in-between places, and knowing, writing it, that he was writing it for someone who would need it, someone whose name he didn't know, who would find it in the archive and read it on the floor at 5 a.m. and read it again from a different angle. She thought he was trying to leave something useful. "I think knowing that would have both terrified and delighted him," Selim said quietly. "That it was you." Elara looked at him. "Did you know him well?" she said. "Well enough to understand his quality of mind. Well enough to know that his investment in this wasn't academic. He cared about what happened to the people who came after him. He cared about it in the specific way of someone who has understood something important and is trying to ensure it survives the distance between understanding and use." He paused. "He would have liked to meet you. I believe he would have done exactly what the journal did, talked around the point until you arrived at it yourself, because he thought the arriving mattered as much as the point." Elara thought, yes, that's exactly right. She thought, I never knew him, and that is a specific kind of loss. She set it down somewhere carefully and kept going. Leela closed her notebook. She'd been writing throughout, the steady scratch of a pen that Elara had stopped noticing 40 minutes in. Now she closed it and looked up and said, "The convergence, does it have an enemy?" Selim looked at her. The expression that moved across his face was the one Leela had described, the particular engaged sharpness he deployed when someone had asked the right question. More alive than his usual composed attention. The look of someone who has been waiting for this specific question and is genuinely pleased it arrived. "Everything," he said, "that benefits from the layers staying separate." Leela held his gaze. "That's not an answer." "It's the most accurate answer I can give," he said. "The convergence, when the layers compress, what it produces is visibility. The hidden becomes less hidden. The separation becomes less separate. The things that exist because of the distance between the layers, that require the distance, that depend on the maintenance of the separation." He paused. "They experience convergence as a threat, existential threat. Their existence is structured around the gap." "The holopack," Elara said. Selim looked at her. "They're a faction I've encountered in the historical record before," he said. "Not these individuals, the ideology. The philosophy of predator evolution without identity, the rejection of the structures that allow coexistence. They appear historically when convergence approaches." He was precise about this, careful. "They are not caused by the convergence. They're drawn to the moment in the same way the anomalies are drawn forward. Different response to the same pressure." He paused. They oppose convergence not because they've analyzed it and found it dangerous. They oppose it because they are constitutionally opposed to the collapse of boundaries. Their identity, such as it is, requires separation. Elara thought about the philosophy Riven had outlined in the early weeks. Emotion is hesitation. Structure is prey behavior. The ideology of the hollow pack as she'd come to understand it, not chaos, something colder. The deliberate dismantling of the things that made packs packs. The belief that connection was weakness, that the lateral bonds were vulnerabilities. They needed the separation, because connection was what the convergence moved through. They're not studying the pack for territory, she said. No. They're studying it because the pack is connected to me, and I'm the convergence's most direct indicator, Selim said. Yes, if they can prevent the indicator from reaching full expression, if they can disrupt the stability that allows the anomaly to develop, they slow the process, not stop it. The convergence will proceed regardless, but they can make it harder, more damaging, less controlled. The room was very quiet. Elara thought about the hollow pack's methodology, patience, the months of observation, the careful probing of the pack's connections. She thought about the operative in the commercial corridor, watching Kaela with the expression of someone finishing a sentence. They hadn't been studying the pack. They'd been studying the thing the pack was protecting. They're going to come for me, she said. They're going to try to prevent you, Selim said. The distinction is precise and, she thought, deliberate. There's a difference. They were there for almost 2 hours. Selim answered every question, not always directly, not always completely, but he answered. And when he held something back, he was transparent about holding it back. Said, that's a piece I don't think is useful to you yet, or I genuinely don't know, which is unusual enough to note. He told them about the previous convergences he'd been able to document. 3 of them, across the span of time he could account for in the archival record. Each one is different. Each one preceded by anomalies, people who appeared at the boundary between categories, who were used by whatever was moving through the city the way a city uses the people best suited to the moment. Used, Leela said at a specific point. Not accusatory, just nodding the word. Selim looked at her. The city is not conscious. It doesn't choose. But it does produce what it needs, the way any complex system produces responses to its own conditions. He paused. I wouldn't characterize it as use. I'd characterize it as fit. The right person at the right moment, in the way that happens sometimes without intention. That's a nicer way of saying the same thing, Leela said. Yes, Selim agreed. I find the nicer way more accurate in this case. Toward the end, when they were standing to leave, Elara stopped. She thought about all of it. The journal, my grandfather. The convergence approached for 12 years, Selim watching, building the framework, waiting for the moment when someone was ready for the complete picture. Why now, she said. Why tell us now? Selim looked at her. Because you came and asked, he said simply, and because the situation no longer has the luxury of a longer runway. He paused. The hollow pack is almost done studying. When they move in earnest, you'll need to know what you're at the center of, not to be afraid of it, to understand it. He looked at her steadily. You are not a victim of this situation, and you are not a problem to be managed. You are the thing the moment requires. That is a different thing to be. Elara stood in his office doorway. Was he my grandfather? Did he know it would be hard? Selim was quiet for a moment. He knew, he said, that what the in-between produces is not easy to be. He knew it required holding a shape that no existing structure was built to hold. A pause. He also wrote, in his private documentation, and I read this, many years ago, in the archival circles where we met, that the difficulty of the in-between was not evidence against it. It was evidence that the in-between was real, and real things are difficult in ways that imaginary things are not. Elara looked at him. She thought, yes, that's right. She thought, I wish I'd known him. Thank you, she said. Thank your sister, he said. She asked the right questions first. They walked back across the university's mid-afternoon campus, in the particular quiet that follows a conversation that has changed the shape of things. Leela had her second notebook under her arm. She'd been flipping through it as they walked, not reading, touching it. The way you touch something that has just become a different object than it was before, richer, more specific. They walked for a while without speaking. Then Leela said, "He's very old." "Yes," Elara said. "How old do you think?" "I don't know. Old enough that he knew our grandfather and looked the same age as our grandfather would have looked in photographs." Leela absorbed this. "He's like Selim in the lectures, except real," she said, which was not quite what she meant but was, Elara thought, approximately right. They walked past the east corridor where Dorian had stopped her. Past the lecture hall where Leela had argued with Selim about historical accuracy, and he'd been sharper with her than with anyone else in the room. "The convergence," Leela said. "The layers are compressing, the hidden is becoming less hidden." She paused. "Does that mean eventually?" "I don't know," Elara said. "I think it means things become more visible, more mixed, less separate." She looked at the campus around them, the human students, the university's ordinary surface. "He said it's different each time." "What do you want it to mean?" Leela said. Elara thought about this. She thought about the journal and the grandfather, and Selim's the right person at the right moment. She thought about Kaela in the early morning light of the manor kitchen, both hands around a cup. She thought about the pack assembling in the operations room, the specific warmth of it, the lateral connections the hollow pack had been studying because they were the real structure. She thought about what she'd been reaching for on the floor of her bedroom. "I want it to mean," she said slowly, "that the things that have been hidden don't have to be." A pause. "Not exposed, not forced, just not having to be hidden anymore." Leela walked beside her. "Yeah," she said. "Okay." She tucked her notebook more firmly under her arm. "That seems worth fighting for." She went to the manor that evening. She'd texted Kaela from the campus. "I have a lot to tell you," and Kaela had responded, "I know." "Come when you're ready," and the "I know" had been doing something in the back of Elara's mind since. The specific implication of it, whether Selim and Kaela had some channel of communication she hadn't been told about, or whether the "I know" was Kaela knowing in the way Kaela knew things from the shape of the situation, the pattern of it, the reading she did of everything around her. She thought it was probably the second one. Kaela was in the operations room when she arrived. She sat across the table from her. The room was quiet, the pack elsewhere, the manor in its early evening mode, the light coming through the windows at the angle that made the room feel contained and warm. She told her. All of it in the order it had happened, the way she'd told Leela the other story, not managing it, the convergence and the cycles and what Selim had said about anomalies being indicators rather than causes, the grandfather's documentation and the 12 years of watching, the hollow pack and the historical record, the ideology and its relationship to convergence, what they were actually opposing and why. Kaela listened. She had a listening quality that was different from Leela's, equally real, differently shaped. Where Leela tracked and accumulated and occasionally asked the precise question, Kaela listened in the specific way of someone building a tactical picture in real time, the information arriving and being sorted and weighted and positioned. But underneath that, tonight, something else. The particular quality of someone receiving information that changes what they understand themselves to be holding. When Elara finished, Kaela was quiet for a moment. "The holopack," she said. "They're not going for territory. They're specifically opposed to convergence." "Which means they're specifically opposed to you." She said it flat, factual, and then something moved in her face, and the flatness had a cost underneath it. "They're trying to prevent it," Elara said. Selim was specific about the difference. "Yes," Kaela looked at the map. "And if they can disrupt the stability around you before the convergence reaches," she stopped. "The anchor bond, the stabilization, if they can compromise that." "Then I can't hold the form," Elara said. "The anomaly can't develop. The indicator goes dark." "That's why the pack was never the primary target." Kaela looked at her. "The pack was the path. They were studying us to understand the path to you." Riven appeared in the doorway. He'd been there and she wasn't sure where. The particular manner quality of people being elsewhere and then present, the building's traffic patterns that she'd learned without being taught. He looked at Kaela, then at Elara. Read the room in the way Riven read rooms quickly, completely, without asking. "Tell me," he said. Kaela told him. Compressed, precise, the operational layer of what Elara had brought. He listened with his arms crossed, the expression he had when he was processing something he needed to sit with before he could respond to it cleanly. When she finished, he said, "Which makes Elara the most important thing in this situation?" He said it without drama, without hesitation, the flat acknowledgement of a structural reality. Everyone looked at her. Elara sat at the operations table in the manner that had stopped being a borrowed space and became hers, and felt the weight of everyone in that room looking at her, and didn't look away from any of it. She looked at Kaela. Kaela was already looking at her. The expression on her face was not tactical. It was not the alpha reading the operational situation. It was earlier than that, and more personal, and she wasn't controlling it, which was not something that happened often, and Elara was aware that she was seeing something she was not supposed to see, but that Kaela had decided, in this moment, not to hide. Something that was about having people to lose. Something that was about the specific cost of caring, about an outcome. Elara held her gaze. She thought, "I see you." She thought, "I know." She thought, "That's not nothing. That's actually the whole thing." Later, after Riven had gone, and the evening had moved forward into its quieter phases, Elara sat alone in the common room for a while. She thought about everything Selim had said. You are not a victim of this situation, and you are not a problem to be managed. She turned it over. She thought about the floor of her bedroom and the shift that had broken open and the reaching and the not finding. She thought about what she'd been reaching for and what it had shown her about the shape of what she needed. She thought, "I am the thing the moment required." She thought, that is a very different thing to be. She thought about Leela, on the floor beside her, saying you're still you in the specific way of someone who had already decided this was true before they checked. She thought about Kaela's face, just now, and the expression she hadn't hidden, and what it meant that she hadn't hidden it. She thought about the convergence and the layers and the thing Selim had said about visibility, that what the convergence moved through was connection, the lateral bonds. The thing the Hollow Pack had been studying because they understood it was the structure. The in-between didn't need to pick a side. The in-between was the space where things connected. She sat in the common room of the manor and looked at the fire and let the shape of this settle into her, not fighting it, not forcing it into a category it didn't fit. She thought, yes. She thought, okay. She thought, I'm ready for whatever comes next. The fire moved. The manor breathed. Outside, the forest held the outer ring in its particular quiet, and the city beyond it went on being what it was: layered, gothic, rain-soaked, full of things moving in registers that most people didn't have the language for. Elara sat in the middle of it and knew, for the first time without qualification, that she was exactly where she was supposed to be. Beneath the skin, the anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 24. The trap closes. She woke at 4 in the morning and lay still and knew, before she had completed a single conscious thought, that the day was going to be different. Not the ordinary knowing, not the calibration check she had been running every morning for months, the system assessment that told her where the instinct sat and how the weave was holding and what the day's sensory register was likely to require. This was something older than the system. Something that arrived the way the predator word had arrived in the university corridor almost 6 months ago, below language, below the threshold of anything she had learned to name, in the register that was not new to her anymore, but had never stopped being the truest instrument she had. The city was different this morning. She went to the window. Velkern in the pre-dawn dark, the street below empty, the upper ring's particular quiet, the lights of the mid-district a pale glow above the rooftops. Everything in its correct place. The trams are not yet running. The city in the specific stillness of the interval between night and morning, between one thing and the next. The layer beneath the surface was louder than usual. She had been able to feel it for weeks, the convergence pressure that Selim had described. The thing the city was doing in response to the thing that had been building for 8 years, present in the air of the outer ring and in the journal's pages, and in the specific quality of her own emergence, which she now understood was not accidental and was not hers alone. The pressure had been building incrementally. This morning it felt proximate. The way a storm felt proximate had not yet arrived, but close enough that the air knew about it. She dressed, went downstairs, made tea in the dark kitchen and stood at the window and watched Velkern hold its breath. At 5:15 her phone lit up. Kaela. The message was 2 words, "Come now." She took the first tram and arrived at the manor as the sky was beginning its gray morning admission of light. The building was already operational. She could feel it from the drive, the pack in a specific configuration, not the training morning arrangement, not the debrief stillness that followed a response. Something more alert than either. The quality of a system that had received information and was in the process of deciding what to do with it. Kaela met her at the door. The expression was the operational one, controlled, precise, everything directed at the problem. Underneath it, in the register Elara had been able to read for months, something that had been awake for a while and had been holding something while it waited for her to arrive. "Riven found it last night," she said. "Come in." The main room had the map spread across the table, not just the territory map, all the maps, the city's full geography overlaid with the past months of incident data. Riven was at the board. Dax was already gone. She could feel the specific absence of him, the pack's formation adjusted, one element deployed. Myra and Isolde were at the side table, their own work in front of them. Sierra was making coffee with the particular focus of someone who understood that this morning required the practical contribution of keeping people fueled. "Tell her," Kaela said to Riven. He turned from the board. His expression had the quality it wore when he had been working through something for a long time and had arrived somewhere he had not wanted to arrive. "The historical incident data," he said. "I've been going back through it. 6 months, 8 months, a year, I found the pattern." "How far back?" Elara said. 14 months. He turned back to the board. The incidents that predated the Thursday series didn't look connected. Different sectors, different times, different behaviors. I wasn't looking for a connection because the governance system classified them as separate rogue incidents, and I was working from the system's classifications. A pause. When I stopped working from the classifications and looked at the raw data, the connection was clear. She looked at the board. The incident markers she had not previously seen, older ones, spread across the full territory, dates and locations she had not been present for. She looked at them the way she had learned to look at patterns, without deciding what they meant before she had seen all of them. 14 months. She had arrived 7 months ago. "They were here before me," she said. "Yes," Riven said. "They were already building the model when I arrived. My arrival was a variable they incorporated, not a variable that started the project." "Yes." She looked at the board, at 14 months of deliberate, patient, invisible work, at a methodology that had been running for longer than anyone had known to look. "What changed when I arrived?" Riven looked at her. "The pace," he said. "The incidents accelerated. The methodology became more intensive. Whatever they were studying before you arrived, when you arrived, the study became more urgent." The room was very quiet. "I'm the variable that changed the timeline," she said, not distress, the flat accuracy of someone completing an equation. "You are the convergence indicator," Kaela said from across the room. Her voice was even, all the events she deployed when she was holding something very still. "Your emergence changed what they could see coming, which changed how quickly they needed to move." The first signal came at 9:47. She was at the table with Riven going through the historical data when Isolde looked up from her work with the specific quality of attention she directed at things that were moving in the veil. Not alarm. The focused stillness of someone receiving something through a sense the room could not share. "The perimeter," she said. "Northeastern sector." Kaela was already moving. "How many?" "More than the Thursday pattern. 4 distinct signatures, possibly 5. Riven was at the operational board. Dax was already in the field. She could feel his position through the bond's extended awareness, the specific quality of his element in the pack's formation, northeast already. He had been there since before dawn. Kaela had placed him before the morning fully understood what it was. She saw it coming, Elara thought. She doesn't have Isolde's veil sense. She doesn't have the instinct I have. She has 14 months of incident data and Riven's analysis, and whatever she feels through the alpha bond, and she put Dax in the field at 4 in the morning because she read the morning correctly before she had all the information. The second signal came 4 minutes later. Myra's phone. She looked at the screen and her expression changed, the clinical warmth going somewhere more careful. The mid-district contact, she said. Yara's clinic. She's reporting unusual activity in the block, structured movement, multiple individuals. Yara was one of Myra's network healers and specialists who operated in the city's middle layer, people who knew enough to be useful and trusted enough to be in contact. The clinic was a resource point. It was also a place the Hollow Pack now knew about, because the Hollow Pack had spent 14 months learning everything that was learnable about Virek Pack's operations. They're hitting the clinic, Riven said, not a question. They're hitting the clinic, Kaela confirmed. Already in the operational calculation, Elara could see it moving through her, the rapid assessment of resources and priorities and what could be split and what could not. Myra, go. Take the eastern route, not the direct. Sira. I'm going with her, Sira said, already at the door. They went. The room redistributed itself around their absence. The third signal came 11 minutes after the first. It came through Elara. Not through a phone or a contact or the veil. Through the bond specifically, through the part of the bond that had been extending and maturing for months, and that she had learned to read the way she read the city, in layers, each one carrying different information. This was not the pack. This was the city's layer, the thing she had been feeling all morning, the pressure proximate. And underneath the pressure, moving with deliberate purpose through the university quarter of the mid-district, something that her instincts had cataloged in the first weeks of the semester and had been tracking ever since. The university, she said. Kaela looked at her. There's a vector at the university. I can feel it. She held the certainty not performing it, simply reporting it with the accuracy she had learned to apply to what her instincts produced. It's different from the other two. The perimeter is a probe drawing your attention northeast. The clinic is a resource disruption. The university is, she stopped, felt the quality of what was moving through the campus. It's a message. They want you to know they can reach there too. Why the university? Riven said. She looked at him. Because I'm at the university 3 days a week, and they know it, and they want to show you that my ordinary life is accessible to them. Kaela's expression. The thing underneath the operational that had been underneath everything for months present, personal, making the calculation that was not only tactical. Riven, she said, take the university vector, non-confrontational, observe and document. Don't engage unless they engage first. She looked at Elara. You stay here. I know, Elara said. Riven went. The room was now Kaela and Isolde and Elara, and the map and the 3 vectors moving simultaneously through the city they all lived in. She had been in this position before waiting at the manor, while the pack was deployed. The bond carrying information she could receive but not act on, the specific tension of a person who is capable of things and is not being asked to do them yet. She had managed it before. She managed it now in the way she managed most things, by being useful in the dimensions available to her. Isolde was working the veil, maintaining the concealment protocols that kept the manor's supernatural signature from becoming visible to the vectors in the field. A constant active work that required the specific quality of her attention and could not be interrupted without consequence. She was at the room's center, her focus directed somewhere that was not the room, her hands moving in small, precise gestures that Elara had learned to read as the grammar of veil work, without understanding the language itself. Elara was on the map. She had learned to read the operational map in the months of debriefs, the territory notation, the pack's positional markers, the incident classifications that Riven had been teaching her with the patient thoroughness of someone who believed information, should be complete. She tracked the 3 vectors as best she could. Dax's element in the field through the bond's extended awareness. The quality of Riven's presence shifting toward the university quarter. Myra and Sierra moving through the mid-district. The vectors were not converging. That was the first thing she noted. They were holding their positions, each one maintaining its location, not pressing, not advancing. Not 3 simultaneous attacks. 3 simultaneous observations. They're not here to win anything today, she thought. They're here to complete a measurement. They positioned the 3 vectors to see how the pack splits, which element goes where, how long each response takes, and what priority order the pack's decision-making reveals. They already knew about all 3 targets. Today they're confirming how the pack responds when all 3 are active simultaneously. Isolde, she said. Working, Isolde said, without breaking the veilwork. The 3 vectors, are they pressing at all? A pause in which Isolde assessed something that was not visible in the room. No, she said. The northeastern signatures are static. They positioned themselves and stopped. They're observing, Elara said, not attacking. The veil reads intent as well as presence, Isolde said. The intent is, she paused, the particular pause of someone translating something that doesn't have a direct equivalent. Patient, they intend to leave. When? When they have what they came for. Elara looked at the map, at the 3 positions, static, waiting. At the pack split across the city's geography, its response pattern fully visible, the priority order of its decisions now documented. At the timeline of 14 months of patient methodology, now in its final measurement phase. At herself at the manor, unable to deploy, her position known, the 1 vector she represented the convergence indicator, the anomaly, the variable that had changed the timeline completely accounted for in their model. They had everything they needed. They were just waiting for the clock to finish. They came back in sequence. Riven first, from the university 40 minutes, which was the time required to reach the campus, document the activity, and return without engaging. His expression when he came through the door was the expression he wore when he had confirmed something he had not wanted to confirm. Myra and Sierra 20 minutes later. The clinic had not been breached. The presence in the block had moved away before they arrived, which was consistent with the pattern. Each vector timed to achieve observation and withdrawal before the response team reached it. Dax last from the northeastern perimeter, coming through the manor's back door with the economy of movement that meant the field had required physical effort. 5 signatures, he said when he came in. Confirmed. They held position for 37 minutes and left clean. 37 minutes, Riven said, the specific repetition of someone placing a data point in its context. That's how long it took the full response to deploy across 3 vectors. No one said anything for a moment. They were timing us, Sierra said, not a question. The voice of someone who had understood it in the field and was confirming it aloud. They were timing everything, Kaela said. She was at the board, the day's data already being added to the historical map. Her back was to the room, but her presence filled it with the alpha in its specific register, the thing the pack oriented to when it needed to know where the center was. The split, the priorities, the deployment sequence, the response times to each vector individually, and to all 3 simultaneously. Everything they watched us do today goes into the model. Which completes the model, Riven said. Or gets close enough to complete that the difference is operational, Kaela said. She turned, looked at the room at each face in turn, the alpha's assessment of her pack after a difficult day, counting what she had and nodding what it had cost. Everyone all right. Acknowledgements from around the room. Dax's nod. Sierra's yes, steady. Myra's clinical check of herself and the adjacent people, already running assessments with the competence of someone who had been doing this long enough that the reflex was faster than the decision. Isolde, from the center of the room, had lowered her hands. The veil work completes the concealment protocols maintained through the entire operation. She looked tired in the way she looked, not physically depleted, but the specific depletion of someone who had been running a complex working for hours without break. The veil held, she said. They didn't get a reading on the manor's interior. What they observed today was the external response pattern only. That's something, Riven said. It's less than I'd like, Kaela said, but it's something. She looked at the map. At 14 months of data, now with today's layer on top of it. Riven, the university vector. 6 individuals, he said, positioned around 3 of the main campus access points. They weren't on campus, they were in the surrounding streets, covering the routes Elara uses. They didn't enter. They observed the routes and left when I arrived in the quarter. The room received this. Elara, at the table, looked at the map. At the 3 access points Riven had indicated, the surrounding streets, the routes she had been walking for months with the adjusted navigation she had developed in the first weeks of the semester. Routes she had chosen for quiet. Routes that were, she understood now, as legible as the tram trace Julian had found on his equipment. Her pattern of movement through the city, documented, added to the model. She thought about what Selim had said about the 3rd individual in the southern city, the one who never understood at all. She thought about what Riven had said about the most uncalculated thing Kaela had done in 4 years. She thought about what it meant that the Hollow Pack had built a model around this pack, around her, around the convergence she represented, and had spent 14 months preparing for this day. She opened her mouth. They are studying us, she said. The room's quality changed. Not dramatically, the debrief did not stop, the faces did not transform, the professional composure that had carried the pack through the day did not crack. But something shifted in the room's register, the way a chord shifted when one note changed the same elements, different resonance. The thing that had been present in the data for months, that Riven had been approaching in his analysis, and Kaela had been carrying in the quality of her operational decisions, that Elara had felt in the bond and in the city's morning pressure, and in the specific patience of a methodology that had never once moved before it was ready. Named, finally, completely, with the weight of today behind it. Yes, Kaela said simply. Riven looked at the map. The specific quality of his look is not the assessment quality, something older than that. The look of someone for whom a confirmation is also a reckoning. 14 months, he said. We've been operating as if the threat was territorial. Rogue behavior, registration violations, perimeter management, standard protocols for standard threats. He looked at Kaela. We've been responding to the wrong model of what they are. Yes, Kaela said. They didn't want our territory, Dax said. 4 words, delivered with the economy he brought to everything. But the 4 words carried what the longer sentences around them were working toward, the complete reorientation of the threat's nature. No, Elara said. They don't want the territory. They want to understand how this pack functions so they know exactly how to stop functioning when the convergence arrives. Because a pack that can't respond effectively is a pack that can't protect the convergence indicator. And a convergence that isn't protected, she stopped. The conclusion arrived before she had finished the sentence. Doesn't converge, Isolde said, quietly. The quiet of someone who has been reading magical systems long enough to know what an incomplete convergence produced. Or converges badly, which in some historical cases has been worse than no convergence at all. The room held this. Sira, who had been sitting on the sofa since she returned, said, So the model they've been building, it's not reconnaissance, it's preparation for an intervention. Yes, Kaela said. And today was the final measurement. Today was the final measurement, Riven confirmed. Which means the model is complete or close enough, which means whatever comes next is not another Thursday. Whatever comes next is the thing the model is for. Silence in the room. The fire had been going all day. Sira had tended it, the practical care of the person who understood that warmth mattered and it was doing its work, and the manor was warm, and outside the windows Velkern was moving into its evening register. The layer beneath the surface louder than it had been this morning. The pressure the city had been building for 8 years now arriving at something like a threshold. Elara looked at the map. At 14 months of data and today's additions. At the pack around her, Riven at the board, Dax by the window, Myra assessing, Sira sitting straight, Isolde present in whatever way Isolde was present, Kaela at the center of all of it, holding the weight of the day and the weight of what came after the day with the specific quality of someone who had built something worth protecting and was looking at the cost of protecting it and had already decided to pay it. They know everything about us now, she thought. They know how we split and how fast and what we prioritize and how long it takes. They know about the manor and the clinic and my university routes and the tram trace and the anchor bond. They have 14 months of data and today's measurements and a model that is as complete as a model can be. And they are going to use it. What do we do? Sierra said, not despair. The genuine operational question of someone who was ready for the answer. Kaela looked at the room, at each face, at Elara last, and the look that landed there was not the assessment and was not the managed expression and was not anything she had deployed from the professional arrangement. It was the look from the stairwell, the look from the training room floor, the look that arrived before the management could intercept it. Looking at Elara, with the things she had been managing since the first second in the university corridor, present and unguarded, carrying everything the past months had built between them. Then she looked at the map. We prepare, she said. We adjust the protocols based on what we know they know. We change what can be changed without producing readable data. And she paused, the pause before something she had been deciding. We stop treating Elara as a protected variable and start treating her as an operational one. The room absorbed this. What does that mean? Elara said. It means you've been here 7 months and you've been building towards something and the building is done, Kaela said. The weave is stable. The bond is mature. You've been training for a situation that is now arriving. She held her gaze. It means when they move, we move together, all of us. Elara looked at her for a long moment. On the map, at the pack, at the city outside the windows, breathing its patient breath, producing its response, waiting with the patience of something that had been doing this for a very long time. All right, she said. All right, Kaela said. The fire burned. The manor held. Outside, Velkern moved into its night, and the layer beneath the surface held its pressure. And somewhere in the city something that had been building its model for 14 months reviewed its measurements and prepared for what came next. They had been studying them. Now they are done studying. Beneath the Skin, The Anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 25. Velkern burns quietly. They had 3 days. She knew this not because anyone had told her, not because the data had produced a specific timeline, but because the city told her in the way the city told her things now through the layer, through the pressure that had been building for 8 years and had been, since the morning of the 3 vectors, no longer building but arriving. She felt it the way she felt the trams, the way she felt the forest, the way she had always felt things that were real, with the full register attention of a body that had finally been given permission to operate as it had been built to. 3 days. The manor ran them without pause. Kaela reconfigured the protocols not wholesale, which would have been readable, but surgically, adjusting the specific elements the model would predict while leaving the overall structure legible enough to not signal that the structure was known to be compromised. She did this in the operations room with Riven through 2 nights, the maps covered in annotations, the session log for these days looking nothing like the session logs before them. Elara trained. Every day, twice a day, pushing the shift to its current limits and then past them not recklessly, but with the deliberateness of someone who understood that the limit was going to be tested and intended to have already found its edges before that happened. Myra assessed after every session. The weave held. It had been holding for months. It held now with the additional clarity of something that had been tested enough times to know its own structure. Isolde worked the veil preparations concealment protocols more complex than anything she had maintained before, the specific magical architecture required to keep the manor's interior unreadable during what was coming. She slept less than the others and said nothing about it, and Sierra left food outside her door with the practicality of someone who had been doing this for a long time. Leela called on the 2nd day. Elara answered and spoke for 6 minutes and said, I need you to stay at the villa tonight and tomorrow night. Don't ask me why yet. I will tell you everything when I can. Leela said, okay, and did not ask, and that was its own kind of courage. Dorian sent a message on the third morning. Not to Elara, to a contact of Kaela's she had not known existed, which told her something about how long Dorian had been tangentially connected to this pack's operational world. The message was brief. I know what's coming. I am not going to interfere, but I am going to be nearby. Kaela read it, showed it to Elara. He means it, Elara said. I know, Kaela said. That's what concerns me. They went back to the preparations. It came on the third night, which was the night she had known it would come, and it came without warning, which was not a surprise. She was in the manor's main room. The pack was distributed through the building in the configuration Kaela had arranged, not the standard overnight positions. The new arrangement, each person in the place that the reconfigured protocols put them for the specific reason that the hollow pack's model would predict the standard positions, and the reconfigured ones would not. Elara had been told her position. The main room, central, is all near enough to maintain the veilwork and provide magical support. She was not asleep. She had not expected to sleep. The fire was low. The manor was quiet in the way it was quiet at midnight, the specific quiet of a building that contained people who were awake and still about it. She sat with her back against the sofa and her hands in her lap, and felt the city through the open window Kaela had left cracked cold air. November, the forest, and beneath the forest the stone and the bones of Velkern and the pressure. The pressure broke. Not gradually. All at once, the way a storm broke the air changed in a single second, the layer beneath the surface rupturing into the surface, and every instinct she had fired simultaneously, and she was on her feet before she had completed the thought that explained why. Isolde said, "Now." The bond exploded into activity. Not the bond's settled quality, not the extended awareness, the full operational signal, every element of the pack activating at the same moment, Kaela's presence through it sharp and immediate and already moving. Then the manor's north wall took an impact that shook the windows. Everything happened at once and kept happening. The north impact was a breach attempt, not the perimeter, the building itself, a direct assault on the manor's outer wall in the section that the standard protocol would have left with one person on it. The reconfigured protocol had put Dax there. The sound that followed the impact was not the sound of a wall coming down. She went toward the back of the house because that was her protocol position, the interior, not the perimeter, her role to hold the center while the pack held the edges. Her job was the shift and the shift's contribution, which Kaela had been clear about. When the time came, the full shift capacity at full stability was an operational asset, and she was going to operate as one. The back door came open before she reached it. Two of them, moving with the specific coordinated quality she had been reading in reports for months, not rogues, not chaotic, precisely timed and precisely placed. They had gone around the north impact, used it as distraction, and came in the back while the pack's attention was on the wall. She stopped. They stopped. The three of them in the manor's back corridor for 1 second of mutual assessment. She had the whip off her waist before the second ended. She had been training for 7 months. She had not been training for combat specifically. She had been training for stability, for control, for the shift and its management. But stability was its own kind of combat readiness, and control was its own kind of capability, and 7 months of learning what her body could do had not been neutral preparation for a moment like this, even if it had not been designed for it. The whip was not the shift. It was the thing she had when the shift was not the right tool, precise, extended range, the controlled danger symbol she had worn at her waist for months, finally deployed for the purpose it had always implied. She was good with it. She had been good with it before the manor, and had become better without intending to, the fine motor control of the training transferring. First operative. The whip caught the outstretched arm, the specific crack of it in the corridor's enclosed acoustics, and the arm was pulled off its intended trajectory. Second operative. Moving while she was occupied with the first, and she was already turning because her senses had tracked the movement before her eyes had completed the turn. She hit the wall. Not hard glancing, the operative's strike redirected rather than absorbed, but the corridor was narrow, and she was between them and the interior of the house. Hold the corridor. That's the job. Hold the corridor and don't let them into the interior. She held the corridor. The whip again. The instinct at its resting state held still, not down, the months of training present in every movement without being thought about. She was not suppressing anything. She was using everything she had. The partial shift arrived without her deciding to call it. Claws, eyes, the strength enhancement, the full register sensory input of a body operating at partial transformation. She let it come. She did not fight it and she did not lose it, and the corridor was still hers. She was aware, in the peripheral awareness that ran beneath the immediate, of the bond the pack's positions, the north breach being held, Riven moving through the building's eastern section, Isolde's veilwork maintaining through the chaos, the specific quality of Kaela's element in the formation. Present. Moving. Moving toward her. The first operative pulled back. Not broken assessing, recalculating, the specific behavioral tell she had learned to read in the debrief reports. They retreated when a situation produced data they had not modeled. She was unmodeled. She was the variable they had never been able to fully account for. She held her position in the corridor, and breathed and felt the partial shift stable around her, and waited to see what the recalculation produced. Kaela came through the interior door at her back. Not running, moving at the specific pace of someone who has been moving fast and has arrived, and is now here, present, the full weight of her attention directed at the corridor, and what was in it. She took in the two operatives and Elara between them and the whip and the partial shift in a single look that lasted less than a second. She came to stand beside Elara. Not in front of her, not behind her, beside. The specific placement of someone choosing to be adjacent rather than protective, equal footing in the same space, both of them facing the corridor's far end. The operatives looked at them. Something moved through the bond at the moment Kaela's presence arrived beside her, not the orientation response she had been feeling for months, the compass finding north. Something larger than that. The anchor at full strength, at full maturity, at the version of itself that the months of training and the sessions and the true things said in the training room and the crack in the wall that didn't close had been building toward. Not a mechanism. A fact. As structural as the weave. As real as the shift. The full shift came. It came the way it had come the first time all at once, like a door off its hinges, and it came differently from the first time. Because the first time she had been on a training room floor with months of careful preparation and Kaela's voice talking her through it. This time she was in a corridor with two operatives in front of her, and the battle moving through the manor around her, and every single thing she had learned in 7 months present in her body simultaneously. It came and it held. Full leopard, full register. The corridor arrived in the complete depth of what she was, the stone floor readable through her pause, the two operatives' individual signatures distinct and specific, the forest outside the walls present through the cracked window in every layer of its complexity. Kaela's presence beside her, the anchor not talking her through it, not steadying her from outside, simply there. The same point, the same space. The two operatives made a decision. They withdrew. Not broken, the same deliberate withdrawal she had seen in the debrief reports, the behavioral signature of something retreating to incorporate new data, but faster than the reports had shown. The calculation took less time than the model had apparently predicted. She held the shift and watched them go and felt the bond's signal, north breach resolving. The eastern section is clear. The battle's intensity reduced, not all at once but measurably, the hollow pack pulling back with the specific coordinated quality of everything they did. They were leaving. Not defeated, finished with this phase. She came back from the shift in the corridor with Kaela still beside her. The return was cleaner than it had ever been. Not easy, the return was never easy, the reverse integration always requiring more than the shift itself. But clean. Her body knowing what it was doing, the weave holding the transition, the magic and the instinct running together rather than against each other through the entire process. She came back and she was on her feet and the corridor was still hers and Kaela was still there. Clear, Kaela said. Clear, she looked at the corridor, at the back door which she had never let them through. North. Dax held it, they're pulling back across the full perimeter. Kaela's voice had the quality it had in operational mode, even, directed, everything in service of the situation. But she was still beside her, still at the same distance she had come to stand at. The veil held, Isolde. Is already assessing, Elara said, because she could feel it through the bond, the quality of Isolde's attention shifting from maintenance to assessment. Yes. The bond, everyone present. She did the count she had not known she would do automatically, the specific awareness of each pack member's element in the formation Dax at the north, Riven in the east wing, Myra doing the same medical assessment she always did. Syrah's quality in the bond was high and slightly elevated, not injured, the specific elevation of someone who had been frightened and was managing it. She was all right. They were all right. The breath she let out was not the breath of relief. It was the breath of something held for a very long time, finally being put down. Kaela looked at her in the corridor's dim light. They were close, the proximity of having stood together at the same point through the same thing, the distance that the battle had not had time to negotiate, and which had resolved itself adjacent rather than professionally. She looked at Elara, and her expression was the expression from the training room floor, and the stairwell and every unguarded moment the past months had produced, except that those moments had always been brief there and managed before they could be fully present. This one was not managing. This one had run out of the conditions that made managing possible. Her hand came up, not to Elara's jaw lower, her fingers closing around Elara's forearm, the specific grip of someone checking. Here, real, present, undamaged. A few seconds, then released. You held the corridor, she said. Yes. The shift came and you held it. Yes. Something in her face, not the almost smile, something earlier than the almost smile, something that lived below the level where the almost smile was assembled. Good, she said, in the tone that did not give that word away easily. In the tone that the first time Elara had heard it on a training room floor 7 months ago, she had not known what to do with it. She knew what to do with it now. The debrief, Elara said. The debrief, Kaela agreed. They walked back through the manor together to the main room where the pack was assembling, and the fire was still going because Syrah had kept it going through everything, and the manor was whole. Riven found the record of it in the perimeter assessment the following morning. One of the Hollow Pack's operatives had attempted to come in through the estate south, approach the route that skirted the forest's edge, and came up from the road, which was not one of the primary breach points, but which the model would have identified as a secondary option when the main approaches were engaged. The operative had been intercepted before reaching the manor boundary. Not by the pack. The pack had been fully engaged with the north, east, and corridor vectors. Something stopped them at the tree line, Riven said, placing the report on the table in the morning's first light. The veil doesn't extend that far. The perimeter sensors registered the operative entering the approach and then nothing. No withdrawal signal. Just stopped. Kaela looked at the report, at the location, at the specific point on the south approach where the tree line came closest to the manor's grounds. She looked at Elara. He said he was going to be nearby, Elara said. A pause in which Kaela processed something she had decided, at some previous point, not to have feelings about and was now discovering she did. He intervened. He said he wasn't going to interfere. Elara looked at the report. Apparently the southern approach changed his calculation. Why did the south approach specifically? She thought about it, about Dorian's intelligence picture, complete and specific, and built across a semester of receiving everything Julian found. About the things she had understood months ago in the common room. He notices, and he has been deciding what to do with what he notices. Because that's the route I use when I come from the road, she said. He knew that. He knew an operative on that route was coming for me specifically, not for the pack. She looked at Kaela. He decided that was different from interfering with pack business. Kaela was quiet for a long moment, the quiet of someone updating a significant assessment. I'm going to need to speak with him. I know, Elara said. He knows that too. The manor in the morning after was the manor in the morning after. She had not known, before this night, What that phrase would feel like from the inside had known the words, and had not known the specific texture of them. The particular quality of a space that had been through something, and had held, and was now in the process of being itself again, incrementally, the ordinary resuming around the extraordinary the way it always resumed. Sira had made breakfast before most of the pack was fully awake, because that was what Sira did. Myra had completed her assessments with no serious injuries, minor ones treated, the clinical report delivered with the efficiency that never fully masked the relief. Riven had the report in front of him before 8. Dax had already been to the north wall and back and had said, structural integrity maintained, minimal surface damage, and had gone to his room. Elara sat at the kitchen table with tea she hadn't made, and accepted it without asking who had put it there because it didn't matter. Someone had. The pack continued. Isolde found her there. The weave, Isolde said without preamble, is stronger than it was yesterday. Elara looked at her. How? The full shift under those conditions, not training conditions, not controlled, but the shift under genuine operational pressure with the anchor present, that's a different kind of completion from what the training produces. She sat down across from her. The weave learns from it. Every real use teaches it something the controlled exercises can't. She paused. You are significantly more stable than you were 36 hours ago. That seems backwards. It often does. Isolde's expression the quality of attention that was not sight but was more thorough than sight. The anchor is also different. Elara did not ask what she meant. She knew what she meant. She had felt the difference in the corridor, standing beside Kaela while the shift came and held. The difference between the mechanism and the fact, between the dependency that was structural and transitional and the thing it had become, which was neither transitional nor easily categorized. Yes, she said. I'm not going to tell you what to do with that, Isolde said. I'm just nodding it. She stood. Myra wants to do a full assessment this afternoon, rest before that. She went. Elara sat with the tea and the morning and what Isolde had said and what she already knew. Kaela came into the kitchen at 9. She poured coffee her own. From the pot Sira had made and leaned against the counter in the specific way she leaned against things when she was not performing anything, when the room was safe enough for the managed expression to be partially set down. She looked at Elara. How are you? I don't know yet, Elara said. The same answer she had given Isolde in the kitchen weeks ago, after the first full shift. Still finding out. That's honest. I'm always honest with you. Something moved through Kaela's expression. Not the almost smile. The thing that lived below the almost smile, earlier and more real. It lasted longer than those things usually lasted, longer than a moment, long enough to be looked at rather than filed as a glimpse. The shift held, she said. Yes. In conditions, it's never been tested in. Yes. You held the corridor alone until I reached you. I did. She was quiet for a moment, looking at her coffee, looking at the kitchen, looking, eventually, at Elara with the expression that was now simply present, no longer being managed back behind the surface, allowed to be what it was in the morning light of a kitchen that it held. I told you I wasn't going to let anything happen to you, she said. Before the first full shift, I said it. I remember. I meant it then, she said. I mean it now differently. A pause. The pause before the true thing she recognized. She had been cataloging Kaela's pauses for 7 months, and this one had a quality none of the others had had. Then it was a professional commitment. Now it is. She stopped. I looked at the coffee. I know, Elara said, quietly, giving her the rest of the sentence if she wanted it and not requiring it if she didn't. Kaela looked at her. I know you know, she said. I'm working on saying it anyway. Elara looked at her across the kitchen in the morning light. She is working on saying it, Elara thought. That is not the same as saying it, but it is the most she has given, and she has given it after a night that would have made giving anything harder, and she is standing in the kitchen telling me she is working on it. That is enough. For this morning in this kitchen, that is entirely enough. Take your time, she said. Kaela looked at her for a moment. Then she did something she had not done in 7 months of sessions and dinners and corridor conversations, and one true thing said in a training room. She did not manage the expression away. She let it stay on her face, the thing underneath the managed surface, present and specific, and directed at Elara across the kitchen table, and she looked at her with it for 3 full seconds. Then she picked up her coffee and went to the operations room, and the door closed quietly behind her. Elara sat in the kitchen with her tea and the morning and felt the weight of those 3 seconds, which was not a small weight and was not an uncomfortable one. The weight of something real, given carefully, in a kitchen that smelled of coffee and the forest outside the window and the specific warmth of a place that had been through something and had held. Velkern outside the manor's windows was its usual self. Gray, layered, present. The city goes about the business of being itself regardless of what had happened in its outer territory the night before, the stone and the trams and the bones of it maintaining their particular continuity. She had things to do today. The assessment with Myra. The full debrief Riven was preparing. The call to Leela she owed, the one that was going to contain the beginning of the full story she had promised. She had things to do. She finished her tea, got up, went to find Myra. Behind her, through the operations room door, she could hear Kaela on a call, the operational voice, precise, already working on what came after last night, already preparing for the next thing. The thing the hollow pack had withdrawn to consider before they moved again. She was working on saying it anyway. Elara walked down the manor's corridor and felt the bond settle around her, all of them, the pack in its formation, the weave in its new, stronger configuration, the anchor at the fact it had become and thought, not a guest, not a protected variable, not a problem to be managed. An operational one, moving together. Whatever came next. Beneath the skin, the anomaly. Book 1. Chapter 26. What she becomes. The hollow pack did not come back. Not that week, not the week after. The perimeter held its new configuration. Isolde maintained the Veil's adjusted protocols. Riven ran the incident data through its updated analysis and found nothing on Thursday signals, no activity in the familiar sectors, no trace of the patient methodology that had been running for 14 months and had, on a November night, completed its final measurement and withdrawn. They had what they came for. They were doing something with it. This was the part that Kaela sat with in the operations room in the evenings. Elara could feel it through the bond, the specific quality of her attention directed at a problem that was present but not yet visible, the alpha in its function of holding what the pack did not yet need to hold collectively. She said nothing about it at the table. She would when there was something to say. This was how she operated, and Elara had been learning how she operated for long enough that the patience required was the patience of understanding rather than the patience of waiting. The city continued. Velkern in December was the same Velkern it had always been, gray and rain-soaked and present, the layer beneath the surface no louder than it had been the morning after, the convergence pressure settling from its peak into something more like a held note than an arriving storm. Selim had said the convergence was still approaching. It had not arrived. What had happened in November was not the convergence itself, but something adjacent to it, a response to the approach, a testing of the conditions, and Elara at its center not as cause, but as indicator. She was still in the middle of things. She understood this. The middle was where she was going to be for a while longer, and she had made her peace with the middle in a way that had not been available to her 6 months ago. She went to the manor. She trained. She went to the university. She went home to the villa. She did both lives with the full register attention she had for everything now, and she did not pretend they were separate, and she did not pretend they were simple. They were not separate, they were not simple, they were hers. She told Leela on a Sunday. Not all of it would have taken longer than a Sunday, and would have required Leela to absorb more than a single sitting aloud. But enough. The shape of it. What she was, what had been happening to her body since before she had language for it. The manner, and the pack, and the training, and the shift. The journal and the monograph and what Selim had told her in the office 5 months ago when she had gone looking for the professor's warning and found the threshold chapter instead. Leela listened the way she listened to everything she cared about. Completely, without interrupting, the quality of her attention so focused that the room seemed to organize itself around it. She had her knees drawn up on the sofa, and the monograph in her lap. She had been reading it again when Elara came in, the fourth time through. The marginalia getting denser with each pass, and she held it while she listened the way you held something familiar when new information was arriving, grounding yourself in the known while the unknown settled. When Elara finished, Leela was quiet for a while. "The journal," she said. "Grandfather knew. He suspected. He thought it would be someone in his line. He didn't know it was me specifically." He would have Leela stopped, the expression that meant she was managing something, not performing, actually managing. He would have been. She stopped again. "I don't have the right word." "I know," Elara said. Selim said, terrified and delighted. Leela looked at her. Something shifted in her face, not tears. She was not someone who cried at things, but the specific brightness of someone whose eyes have done something involuntary. She looked at the monograph. "The human anchor," she said. "I wrote that, in the margin, weeks ago." "You were right." "I was guessing." "You were right anyway." A pause. Leela set the monograph on the table with the same careful precision she'd used the first time she understood it mattered. "The pack. These people at the manor." She said it with the quality of someone sorting information into categories that would need to expand to hold it. "They're good people." Elara thought about Riven and his ledger of clarity as respect. Myra and the clinical warmth of someone who had made a profession of understanding what was happening in people and had found it interesting rather than inconvenient. Dax's tea. Isolde's readings. Sira, who had made space for her from the first 40 seconds. "Yes," she said, "they're good people." Leela looked at her, and Kaela Virek. A pause that was not quite as long as it felt. "Also a good person," Elara said. "A complicated one." Leela's expression, the look of someone who had been watching her sister for months and had assembled more than she had been given credit for assembling. She did not say any of the things that expression implied. She said, "I want to meet them, eventually, when that's possible." "I know," Elara said. "It will be." Leela picked up the monograph again, opened it to a page she had clearly returned to many times. Elara could see the density of the marginalia from where she sat. "The convergence," she said. "Selim said it's still coming." "Yes." "And you're what? The indicator, the thing the city produced." "Something like that. But not the cause." "Not the cause." Leela looked at the page. "So the convergence arrives regardless, and whatever the hollow pack is planning, it's to prevent it, or to collapse it, something about what it produces that they don't want." "That's what we think." "We," Leela said, not a challenge. Just the word noted with the expression of someone who had heard it and understood what it meant now that she had the full context. "We," Elara said. Leela closed the monograph, set it on the table, looked at her sister across the sofa with the specific quality of attention she had been directing at her for months, patiently, thorough, the accumulation of someone who had been paying attention before they had anything to pay attention to. "Okay," she said, the complete sentence in one word as it always was. "Tell me what I can do." She asked about the photograph on a Wednesday in December, 2 weeks after the night. Not planned. It arrived the way honest things arrived between them now, in the space that had opened up since the corridor, since the kitchen, since the 3 seconds and the working on saying it. She was in the office for a different reason, a question about the Governance Council's timeline that Kaela had said she would answer when the relevant documentation arrived, and which had arrived, and they were at the desk. And the documentation was between them, and she looked up and the photograph was there, as it had always been, facing the wall. "You don't have to tell me," she said, which was true and which was the right way to open it. Kaela looked at where she was looking, back at the documentation. "Her name was Adura," she said. "She was second in command 4 years ago." She did not say she died. She said her name and the role she had held, which was more and less than saying she died. "I made the right tactical call," Kaela said. The sentence she had been carrying for 4 years in the way you carried sentences that were both true and insufficient. The terrain required it. The pack survived because of it. I've reviewed it more times than I can count, and I arrive at the same conclusion. And it doesn't help, Elara said. It doesn't help, Kaela said, quietly. The quiet of someone who has said something out loud they have been saying only internally for a very long time. Elara looked at the photograph. At the specific angle of it, facing away, the deliberate turning of something too present to be removed, but too much to face directly. What was she like? A pause, not the managed pause. The pause of someone deciding that this question deserved an honest answer rather than a deflection. Direct, Kaela said. She didn't have much patience for people who weren't. She laughed at things I didn't expect her to find funny and had no patience for things I did expect her to find funny. She was a fractional pause. She was warmer than me. She thought I managed things at too much distance, and she was right, and she told me so regularly. Elara said nothing, waited. After she died, Kaela said, I kept my distance. I decided it was the correct approach. That warmth was a variable that compromised judgment, and she would have been better served by a colder decision-maker. She looked at the documentation on the desk. Riven told me that was wrong. He told me several times. I didn't. It took a long time to hear it. You're hearing it now, Elara said. Kaela looked at her. I'm hearing it now, she said. Because of several things, because Riven has been patient, because Sira kept being Sira regardless of whether I made it easy, because she stopped. Because of you, specifically. The office held it. You don't have to be her, Elara said, not unkindly, with the precision she brought to things that mattered. You don't have to become the warmer version so it's not a replacement. That's not what's happening. I know, Kaela said. I'm learning that. She paused. It's a slower learning than I expected. That seems right, Elara said, for something that matters. Kaela looked at her for a moment. Then she reached across the desk, past the documentation, and turned the photograph to face forward. Elara did not look at it immediately. She looked at Kaela's hand returning to the desk. At the expression that was simply present, not managed, not performing. Looking at the photograph of Adura, she could see the edge of it now. A young woman, dark-haired, the specific quality in her face of someone who laughed at things you didn't expect with the expression of someone who had carried something for 4 years and had, in a small, deliberate movement, shifted the way they were carrying it. Thank you, Kaela said, not to the photograph, to the room, to whoever was in it. You did that, Elara said. I was just here. Yes, Kaela said. That's what I'm thanking you for. Riven completed the full debrief in the second week of December. Comprehensive, as all his work was the 14 months of incident data, the November engagement, the hollow pack's confirmed methodology, the model they had built, and what a finished model implied about the next phase of their intent. He delivered it to the pack at the main table with the clarity as respect that was his register, and he was thorough, and he was accurate, and at the end he said, What I cannot tell you is the timeline. We know the model is complete. We know the convergence is still approaching. We do not know when they move, or what the movement looks like now that the measurement phase is done. The room held this. So we prepare for something we can't predict, Sira said. We prepare for the range of things it could be, Riven said. That's the best available approach. Dax said nothing, which meant he was already preparing. Myra asked 2 specific questions about the medical protocols for the range of scenarios, and received 2 specific answers, and made 2 notes, and was satisfied. Isolde said, The veil held under last month's conditions. It will hold under more. I want to run the deeper protocols before the next phase begins. No one questioned when or whether the next phase would begin. Kaela looked at the room. At each face, the count she always did, and this time Elara was in it not as an edge case, not as the anomaly being managed, but as part of the count. She felt it the way she felt everything through the bond, a change in quality, small and complete. We don't wait passively, Kaela said. We extend our contact network. We bring Dorian informally, or as formally as he'll accept, which is a conversation I'm going to have with him this week. We inform the council of the full scope of what we've identified. which means going on record with what the hollow pack is rather than how the system currently classifies them. That conversation is going to be difficult. I'll prepare the documentation, Riven said. And Elara, Kaela looked at her. Seal him. He needs to know the full picture. What he knows about Convergence history is going to matter in whatever comes next. I'll go to him, Elara said, this week. Good. She looked at the room. We have what we know and we have each other and we have the time between now and whenever they move. That's enough to work with. It was not a speech. It was Kaela being precise about what they had, which was enough. Which was, in this room, always enough. She went home on a Thursday evening and sat in the archive room for a long time. Not reading, just sitting with the room, the shelves, the books, the accumulated evidence of a family that had been paying attention for 3 generations without knowing quite what it was paying attention to or what it was for. Her grandmother's correspondence, still in its organized then unorganized state. Her mother's papers in their overlapping stacks. The monograph, which Leela had moved to a more prominent shelf with the quiet authority of someone who had decided it, was a reference rather than an archive item. Her grandfather's journal was still in the desk drawer upstairs. She went to get it. She brought it back to the archive room and sat with it in the chair she had pulled to the window, the chair that faced the garden that was bare in December, the ivy still doing its patient work on the old stone wall. She opened it to the entry she had read first and read most and returned to most. The children of the in-between places don't belong to any single thing. That is not a flaw in them. That is what they are for. She had been reading this entry for months. It had meant different things at different points, had been comfort, had been weight, had been the thing she held when the middle felt too much like only the middle. Tonight it meant something it had not quite meant before. Something that had required the months and the training and the corridor and the kitchen and the photograph facing forward and all the other things the year had built before it was available to mean this. What they are for. She had spent a long time asking that question and waiting for an answer that came from outside herself, from the journal, from Selim, from Myra's assessments, or Isolde's readings, or Riven's briefings, or the pack structure, or the governance systems categories. From Kaela. The answer was not coming from outside. That was what the year had been building toward. Not the shift, not the stable weave, not the bond at full maturity or the operational designation or the hollow PAX model. Those were real and they mattered. But the thing they had been making possible was this, standing inside the question without needing it answered yet. Not fully human, not fully shifter, not fully magical, not the system's category or the PAX designation or the convergence's purpose or any of the labels the world of Velkern had for what she was. She was Elara Vance. She was the thing the city had made, and she had not finished becoming it, and that was not a problem. That was what she was for. She closed the journal, set it on her grandfather's shelf, not in the drawer on the shelf where it could be seen, where it had always belonged. She went upstairs, stood at her bedroom window and looked at Velkern in its December darkness, the lights of the city in its layers, upper ring and mid-district, and the far edge of the outer territory where the manor's windows would be lit, warm, the pack in its evening. All of it mine, she thought. The villa and the manor and the archive and the training room and the trams, 3 streets over, and the forest at the territory's edge and Leela on the sofa with the monograph, and Kaela at the operations window, and the city breathing its patient breath through all of it. All of it, at the same time, mine. She did not force the thought back. She let it be as large as it was. Saturday morning, she went to the manor and trained, and the session was what it had been since the night longer, deeper. The stability that Isolde had said was different from training stability present in everything she did. Kaela called the session after 22 minutes, which was the longest they had run, and Elara came back clean and sat on the training room floor and felt the residue of it, the full register still present in the edges of her awareness, fatting slowly, taking its time. 22, Kaela said, not making it a moment, just placing the number in the room. Yes. Your return is getting faster. The integration is easier when the shift runs longer. I think the system needs the completion to settle properly. That matches what Myra's been observing. She made a note. The session log, which she had been keeping since the first Saturday, was several volumes now. Elara had never looked at it directly. She knew it existed the way she knew most things about Kaela's operational habits through the accumulated evidence of living in the same world. Kaela put the log down, looked at her on the floor with the expression that was simply the expression now present, not managed away, the 3 weeks since the kitchen having changed the architecture of what she allowed herself in this room. "How are you?" she said, the question she asked after every session, carrying today a slightly different weight. Elara considered it honestly, as she always did. "Settled," she said, "more settled than I've been." "Good." "Are you?" she said. She did not ask this after every session. She asked it now because the expression warranted it and because they had earned this, both of them, the asking and the answering. Kaela looked at her for a moment. "Working on it," she said, the same phrase she had used in the kitchen, delivered without the kitchen's specific weight lighter, more matter-of-fact. The phrase in its ongoing version rather than its crisis version. "I know," Elara said. "I know you know," Kaela said. The echo of the kitchen, quieter now. Something in it that was not resolved and was not unresolved was simply the thing they were in, still together. She held out her hand. Not the training gesture, not assistance, not the grip of someone checking for damage. Just a hand extended across the training room floor, offered. Elara took it, stood. The contact lasted the duration of standing, and a moment beyond it, neither of them moving to end it, neither of them making it into more than it was. The weight of the morning in it. The weight of 22 minutes and the clean return and the settled quality, and whatever came after working on it. Then it was released, naturally, in its own time. "Same time Wednesday," Kaela said. "Same time Wednesday," Elara said. She stayed for the afternoon. There was a debrief in the late morning operational, Riven running the updated contact network analysis, and then Myra's assessment, which took 40 minutes and produced nothing alarming and several things that were interesting in the way Myra found things interesting. As evidence of a system developing in ways that had not been documented before, and which she was documenting now with the thoroughness of someone who understood that the record mattered. Sierra made lunch. The manner in its Saturday afternoon register. The fire, the long table, the specific warmth of people who had chosen each other occupying a shared space in the particular ease of having done so long enough that the ease was simply the condition. Leela came at 2. Elara had not planned this. She had texted to come if you want to, no pressure. There are people here I'd like you to meet when you're ready, and Leela had texted back. On my way, with the energy of someone who had been ready for several weeks and had been waiting for the invitation. She arrived with her coat and her bag and the monograph, under her arm of course the monograph, and stood in the Manor's entrance hall and looked at the space with the specific quality of attention she brought to things she had been imagining and was now comparing to the reality. Sierra found her first, which was inevitable. Elara watched from the corridor as Sierra introduced herself with the warmth that was never performed, and Leela received it with the warmth that was never performed, and they were talking about the monograph's 3rd chapter within 3 minutes, which was also inevitable. Riven came through. I looked at Leela, looked at Elara, looked back at Leela with the assessment that was his default, and then nodded once the same nod he had given Elara on her first day, which she now understood was not economy but welcome, the welcome that his register produced. Leela nodded back, correct register immediately. Elara had not told her. Leela simply read people. Kaela came in from the operations room at some point and paused in the doorway and looked at the main room, Sierra and Leela at the table. The monograph open between them, Riven at the board, the fire, the afternoon light through the windows with an expression that was not the managed expression and was not the unguarded one. Something between them. Something that looked at the room and found it, in some quiet specific way, more than what it had been. She looked at Elara. Elara looked back. Nothing was said. The moment passed into the afternoon. Later the sun went down. The Manor moving into its evening, she found herself on the back steps. The ones that opened onto the stone-flagged area before the tree line, where she and Kaela had stood in October looking at the forest, the night she had first felt the pull of the territory, and Kaela had moved half a step without deciding to. The forest in December was different from October. Bare of much of its canopy, the structure of it visible the bones of the trees, the geometry of branches, the specific gray-brown of bark that had been through seasons and intended to go through more. Cold, very still, the stream east of the property audible in the silence, which she could hear with the precision she had since October and had stopped noticing as unusual because unusual had long since become simply how she was. Leela came out and sat beside her on the step. They sat in the cold for a while without speaking, the forest in front of them, the manor behind them, warm and lit, the sound of the pack's evening arrangements filtering through the door. Sira's voice, Riven's quieter one, the specific sound of the manor being inhabited by people who knew how to inhabit it. "It's real," Leela said. "Yes. I knew it was. I just said," she looked at the trees. "It's different when you're in it." "I know. You're different." Not an accusation. The observation of someone who had been watching for a long time. "You move differently. You hold yourself differently. She paused. "You're more here than you used to be, in rooms, like you've stopped taking up less space than you have." Elara looked at the forest and felt the truth of it. The months of learning to be in the full register of herself, not suppressing, not managing to the outside world size, but actually present, actually her full amount. She had not noticed herself changing the way you did not notice the trams until you could hear them from rooms where you couldn't before. "Yes," she said. Leela was quiet for a moment. "Are you happy?" she said, simply. The question she would only ask when she already suspected the answer and wanted it confirmed. Elara sat with it, considered it with the honesty she applied to things that mattered. The year she had been through the fear of it, the corridor and the stairwell and the training room floor and the fracture, and the true thing and the corridor again and the kitchen. The things unresolved, the things still in motion, the hollow pack with its finished model and its next phase, and the convergence still approaching and Kaela working on saying it, and the council conversation that was going to be difficult and everything that was not finished. And the forest in front of her, the manor at her back, the bond settled and full, Leela on the step beside her. Velkern in its winter dark, layered, present breathing. "Yes," she said, "I think I am." Leela leaned her shoulder against hers briefly, the specific gesture of someone for whom physical language was easier than verbal when the verbal would be too much. Then she straightened. "Good," she said, "because it's going to get more complicated." "Yes," Elara said, "it is. And you're going to need the human anchor," Elara said. "The human anchor," Leela agreed, "among other things." She went back inside. The door closed on the warmth and the light and the sound of the manor's evening. Elara sat alone on the back steps in the cold with the forest in front of her and the city somewhere beyond the trees and the whole of everything she had become this year settled around her like something that had always been her shape and had taken this long to be fully inhabited. She was not fully human. She was not fully shifter. She was not the system's category or the pack's role or the convergence's instrument or any of the labels anyone had tried to give her. She was Elara Vance. She was the city's response to its own pressure. She was the anomaly who had been learning all year that anomaly was not a problem to be solved, but a position to be inhabited. She was not finished becoming what she was. She did not need to be. She looked at the forest, at the December trees in their patient bare geometry, the structure of them visible in a way the leafed canopy had not allowed, the bones of the thing clear and real and entirely themselves, and she let her hands rest in her lap and she looked at them. Her hands, hers. The claws came slowly, not from pressure, not from emotion, not from the system responding to a spike it needed to manage. They came because she let them shift at its partial edge, available and controlled and hers, arriving with the ease of something practiced until it became natural. She looked at them in the December dark, the tips of them catching the light from the manor's windows. She did not force them back. She sat with the forest in front of her and the manor behind her and Velkern breathing its patient breath through all the distance between, and she let the claws be what they were, and she felt in the full register, completely. With every instrument, she had the specific quality of a person who knows what they are and has decided that is enough to begin from. She had not finished. She was ready for what came next.